Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker back.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
What time it is? The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It is a Thursday morning. Appreciate you being along and waking up with us. Coming up in the next 3 hours, and in this hour, we'll get you going with playoff baseball. Blue Jays suddenly with a series against the Mariners after their big win last night. In 20 minutes, we will ease into the National Football League with the Jags trying to generate more offense along with our power rankings. Thursday Night Football tonight. Bengals, Steelers going at it, and then our buddy Chris Mack is along during the 8 o'clock hour. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. One more step closer to the weekend. Here we are. Good morning, Chelsea.
And one more step underwater, Jenks. We have our work cut out for us this weekend when it comes to betting. My goodness. Normally, baseball saves our bacon, but the bacon has all been stolen from us. We need our bacon back.
Bacon is nice and soggy this week. Do you like your bacon soft and soggy and undercooked? That's the equivalent of our bets. Oh, do you? No, you don't.
I like soft bacon.
Oh,
I do.
Chelsea, worst take on the planet. You like soft bacon? Crispy bacon.
I don't like it overcooked though. I don't want it to have black char on it. It depends on what I'm having it on, but I don't really like the super crispy bacon.
Oh, soft. Is anyone here a soft bacon fan?
Me.
Dead silence.
I don't mind a little bit of fat on the bacon.
I like a little fat.
Yeah, I like a little bit of
fat.
fat.
So the soft, so soft, I like, because fat has the flavor. So soft, non-fat bacon is where we're going today.
Well, I like some fat, not all fat. I'm not sitting there gnawing on the white parts.
Straight fat.
I don't know. Straight fat.
Straight fat.
But that's.
I don't like the bacon. I just like the fat.
I mean, that's probably a food in the South. Jenks, you know how the South is.
Oh, yeah.
They're like, here's bacon fat. Here's fat back. And you're like, what?
Yeah.
Is this a parody? And they're like, no, we're selling this at Buc-ee's.
You're probably right. I mean, you are right. Not even probably. You see that everywhere. They're not wasting a thing. I'll just eat bacon all the time. Dylan said in the chat, he's right. It's always soft at the buffet at events. It's I'll eat it. It's still delicious. It's bacon, for God's sakes. I just prefer mine a little crispier. But I get it. Now I'm starving, and I'm hungry for breakfast. And also, I don't think you guys can hear it, but D-Day and I are dying right now. We walked into the building, and they have had a fire alarm test now for, what is this going on, 20 minutes?
It has been going on for 25 minutes.
Oh, my God. So not only are we hearing, may I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? There is a fire in the building. There is a fire in the building. Do not use the elevator. Do not use the elevator. Of course I use the elevator. I was told downstairs it's a test. This test has been going on forever. So we've got the door closed. You can't hear anything, but these flashing lights are giving me a headache. I mean, they're coming through the windows here. Oh, my God. Anyway, be glad you're home. Give me some bacon.
If the fire alarm is going off anyway, can you DoorDash a Foreman grill and make yourself some bacon?
Oh, that's not a bad idea. I like that you went old school with the Foreman grill, too. You know, I remember from those commercials when, I don't know why, but of course, George Foreman, who made hundreds of millions of dollars off this grill, by the way, and, the grease would fall down into the tray, and on the infomercial, be like, look at that. Isn't that pretty? Isn't that pretty? And it was the grease falling down into the tray. It's gross, but my God, I had a grill. I feel like a lot of people had a Foreman grill. Did you?
I think I did at some point because it's just so easy. Like if you're not somebody who's super into cooking or if you're transient, because like remember, Jake played baseball for 11 years. So like we were split between residences a lot. So I used a lot of these type of devices. So Jenks, I'm just saying all you have to do is plug it in and you got yourself some bacon. Sizzling.
Isn't that pretty? I'm going to start using that. And people are going to be like, I don't know that reference, but it always cracks me up. All right, let's hear about these bets. We'll get through them, and then we'll talk baseball.
Yuck. All right, so we both thought that the Mariners were going to win last night. They did not. In fact, they lost 13-4. I thought the Mariners were sitting pretty in this one. You know, they were playing at home. They had been better in this position. But the Blue Jays bats finally woke up to the tune of 13 runs. So that was a nice, easy loss that I was not sweating. Went to bed early.
I was with you on that. I also had the Blues -1, just -117, hosting the Blackhawks because Chicago was terrible. And, of course, the Blackhawks with 5 unanswered goals to win 8-3. So sometimes that's just the way it be. Donkster, again, Blue Jays money line against the Mariners. So he was on the opposite sides of us. That means he's 3-0 this week. I'm 1-4-1, and you are 0-2-1. But we got a couple days left to sort of right the ship here, and that's what we plan on doing. Last night in Seattle, look at the Blue Jays crushing the Mariners 13-4. Blue Jays +110 on the money line. Total set at 7. The over hits. Mariners get off to a perfect start. Bottom of the first, Julio Rodriguez goes deep to make it 2-0 Seattle. But then the hit parade begins for the Blue Jays. Andres Jimenez goes deep. It's part of a 5-run third inning. It's 5-2 Toronto. And then a playoff veteran comes through in the fourth.
First pitch swinging. This ball's hit in the air to deep center field. And George Springer gets it over the wall for a home run.
Makes it 6-2 Toronto. Springer's 18th career postseason home run. And then after going 0-for-7 in his first 2 games of the series, a superstar comes alive.
2010. Vlad Jr. sends a high drive to deep center field. Rodriguez, it's gone! First pitch of the 5th. Vlad Jr. launches a solo shot.
Ooh, call courtesy of FS1. He breaks out in a big way. 4 hits, falling a triple short of the cycle. Blue Jays also get home runs from Alejandro Kirk and Addison Barger as Toronto racks up 18 hits, Chelsea, and we have a series in the ALCS.
Oh, absolutely. A power display for the Blue Jays because I'm looking at some of these home runs. These were not cheapies because we talked about this game and the handicap saying, okay, Seattle is known as a pitcher's park because the dimensions are long. It's supposed to be cold weather. And so it's difficult for hitters to get it out of the ballpark. But George Springer hit it .431. Vladdy Jr. hit it .406. And if you look at the last home run of the night, Addison Barger hit it .414. So like these were not home runs where you're like, oh, well, in any other park or he hit it to the short porch and left or whatever. No, there were some absolute tank moonshots courtesy of Toronto.
I'm not laughing at you. Just for a hot second, Dylan put up the Vladdy Jr. as a kid shot and just kind of caught me off guard. Here he is now.
Oh,
I know.
I missed it.
So cute. So cute.
Damn.
I was like, Chelsea. Oh, there he is. Look at that guy.
There's
4
that
for 4
slugger.
night for that kid last night. That kid right there. Unbelievable. I mean, you knew Vladdy Jr. I mean, yeah, sure, he could have gone on a cold streak. But, you know, we talk about this when it comes to Shohei or other stars that are still playing, you know, whose teams are still alive this time of year. And when you're that good and that talented, it's kind of only a matter of time before you break out. Like with Aaron Judge was a perfect example. Hadn't had a lot of success in the postseason, but we're like, the talent's there. Once he gets enough at-bats, he's going to start absolutely raking. He did, and that's what Vladdy Jr. did last night.
Right, especially since last round. It's not like he had a quiet bat. He was big against the Yankees. And even if you zoom out and look on a larger scale, this is kind of what happened with the Blue Jays. Because remember, this was the team that scored 23 runs in the first 2 games of that series against the Yankees. So, you know, baseball is one of those things where it feels kind of streaky at times, but there is a reason it is a large sample size sport. So you play 7 games in the LCS for a reason to kind of give both teams a chance to show what they're really made of. So now we have finally seen the Blue Jays bats kind of get back to the level that we thought that they would be at, and more. I did not expect them personally to score 13 runs.
God, I didn't either. And also, we were talking about Shane Bieber handicapping this game yesterday, us handicapping his potential performance, and I think both of us were a little reticent in saying, I just don't know if I trust the guy. But look, the Blue Jays traded for him before the deadline for a reason, and he was great. 2 runs over 6 innings. So it's interesting, too, how some of these acquisitions that teams make to make a playoff run end up coming through. And he could have gotten rattled early, giving up that long ball to Julio Rodriguez. But just like we saw with Yoshi a couple nights ago, where he gives off a leadoff home run, what happens? He calms himself, he locks it in, and he's really good. And Bieber was really good last night.
Absolutely. And because it's a 7-game series, I feel like he had a longer leash, because if we were talking about, the DS or the wild card round, if you give up 2 runs, you're out of there. The bullpen is coming in and they're saying, okay, we can't let you give up any more hits. But because, this is a 7-game series and they had some faith in their bats, they let it ride. And I feel like this was a huge move to save some of their bullpen. So it was a great move that paid off to keep him in the game. And it was nice to see that he settled down. Apparently, he said to all of his teammates in the dugout, he said, hey, my stuff's actually working pretty well tonight. So if we could get me some runs, that would be wonderful. And what did they do? They gave him a ton of runs.
I love that story. I'd not heard that. And I think the way I sort of look at it is, and I feel like you'll agree here because you're a baseball gal, is that, even if your stuff is on, I'm sure Jake experienced this, your husband, when he was in the majors, which is sometimes you can have really good stuff and guys just hit a great pitch. It happens. It doesn't mean that you're off. That's just baseball. Just because you give up a couple of early runs doesn't mean, all right, I don't have it today. It's either one bad pitch or, you know what? Look, you just tip your cap and you say, you got me on that one. It doesn't mean I'm not going to be effective today.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes it boils down to it was merely one bad pitch, because you look at the first home run was a 2-run bomb, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where you can have, 100 great pitches, but if you mess up on 3 of them against a great team, that could be, a lot of damage depending on how many runners you have on base. So I think it's one of those things where the veteran pitchers certainly know this. I'm not saying that the younger guys don't. But I feel like they have more of a feel saying, hey, this pitcher or this pitch has a lot of drop to it. My curveball's really dialed in today. So it's one of those things that I guess he knew it. And it's good that he had the faith because he did turn it around for a nice performance.
I think a good example of that is, who was the guy? It was the Blue Jays pitcher. It'll hit me in a second. Who gave up that monster shot to Aaron Judge when he just turned on an inside pitch on an 0-2 count? And
Louis Varland.
Louis Varland. And he was saying afterwards, that was a great pitch. I don't know what to tell you. And then the actual stats bear that out, where there had been more than 500 pitches this season on an 0-2 count where a pitch was coming that inside against a batter at the plate. And none of those pitches had been hit out of the park. But of course, who hits it out of the park? It's Aaron Judge. So it doesn't mean that Louis Varland didn't have his stuff. It's just that, guess what? There's one guy on the planet who can hit this pitch, and it just happens to be arguably the best hitter on the planet, or certainly up there. So it just does happen on a regular basis, and I love that Bieber calmed down and had confidence in his stuff. But there are just a handful of guys that can sometimes turn what looks to be something innocuous into something momentous.
Right, and that's what you get at the top level of things. This is the top 0.0001% of baseball players in the world, and we're talking about the postseason. There's only 4 teams left. So it's one of those things where sometimes it feels like if these players are locked in, there's just no stopping them. Yeah. I'm thinking ahead, and I know we're not talking about the Dodgers game yet, but those first 2 games of that series, nobody was hitting Yamamoto. Nobody was hitting Blake Snell. They were that dialed in that it just felt like the Brewers didn't really have a chance. But lucky for them, those 2 guys are not pitching tonight. So we will talk about that later.
We absolutely will. So Seattle now has a 2-1 series lead. And if you have that lead in a playoff series, you still go on to win 71% of the time. Get Game 4 tonight in Seattle. How do you feel about the Mariners? We talked a lot about the performance of the Blue Jays You still feeling okay about the Mariners now? Because I still feel like it's Seattle's series, but, man, that was a statement by Toronto.
Well, I don't feel great about my instincts. The fact that I thought Seattle was going to win this game, they lost 13-4. So it's almost very similar to a pitcher that gives up like a moonshot home run. You're like, okay, do I have my stuff today? So, Jenks, I am not so sure about this series. I think we do maybe have a good series in store, but Seattle certainly has the advantage, and the numbers bear that out.
Yeah, Max Scherzer on the hill tonight for Toronto. Luis Castillo taking the bump for Seattle, and the Mariners a short -125 favorite. We'll talk about that. And, of course, the Dodgers and Brewers series coming up later in the show. Coming up next, the Jags ramp up the workload for Travis Hunter, but why now? To the NFL we go next on the Daily Tip.
In 20 minutes, the crew give out their power rankings after the weekend in the NFL. Here on the Daily Tip, sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Is it Thursday? It's Thursday. Good to have you with us on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Oh, good news around here. The fire alarm has stopped. Thank God. Coming up on the show, the Jags want to get Travis Hunter involved while sending a message, perhaps, to one of his teammates. You ever had a job where you were in a building, or maybe you were just in a building, and there was a fire, and you had to evacuate? I will say that, okay, this is over. No more flashing lights, thank God. I was getting a headache, honest to God. The sirens are off now, so it's smooth sailing from here on out. But you know how it is. A lot of times this happens so much where you become a little numb to it. It's almost like crying wolf, right? Because I could hear these sirens. I could see the lights as I was walking in. Like, potentially this could be a burning building. I'm like, I'll go inside. I'll probably take the elevator. Like, what if there's an actual fire? I'm like, who cares? But sometimes there is an actual fire. Have you ever been in a situation where there was?
An actual fire?
Or you had to evacuate a building?
Oh, I've never been in an actual fire, but I think we've all been in like 1,000 fire drills, right?
Okay.
So the building that we used to live in downtown in Nashville would have this all the time. Like, I don't know if it was drills, if it was like crazy people pulling the fire alarm or something, but like we lived on the 20th floor and they're like, please evacuate now. And you're like, man, I just got in bed. Like, no. Like, so me and Jake would lay there for like 15 minutes and we're like, okay, we'll see if it stops. If it's still going in 20 minutes, maybe we'll start to make our way to the exits. But we would literally just lay there. It's the same thing that you said. It's like crying wolf. They did it so many times that I was like, I am not trudging down 20 flights of steps for you guys to be like, oh, it's a drill. No,
I don't blame you. Also, I've got an escape plan if I need it at our condo. Because I always think, what if there's an actual fire? Like, and we can't, because it's 2 levels, right? So we have the upstairs level, which is where our bedroom is, and the deck, and then downstairs is our living area. And I thought, if there's a fire downstairs and I can't get out of here, which is my biggest fear, how are we going to escape? But now I have an escape plan. I'm like, we get out on the deck, we can get on the roof next to us, and based on the roof next to us, we can get off and down and on the ground. That's my biggest fear, is like fire. Like, oh my God, it absolutely scares the bejesus out of me, which is amazing that I walked in here, but I didn't think this place was on fire. But still, that's the one thing that I get really kind of dicey about, I'm worried about.
I feel like you need to get like a rope ladder or something, right? That you can just like put on the top of your deck. Because I was personally imagining that you had like this elaborate like zip line set up, like in Home Alone. I don't think you've seen that movie, but like something that like an 8-year-old boy would think of, where it's like a system of pulleys and levers. And I was like, wow, I can't wait to hear about this. So maybe that's what you should do this weekend.
That's what I'll do this weekend. Well, I got an assignment. Find a rope ladder and install it. We'll see how that goes. This quote yesterday that I saw out of nowhere. This is so funny. So, Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon was a quality control coach for the Falcons back in 2007. And at a press conference, just randomly, he was asked this question and gave this response.
Coach, how early in your career did you have to start trying to figure out how to take the emotion out of coaching, as far as when you have all these injuries and you have all these different pieces? When's the first time that you can recall that?
2007, when our quarterback went to jail.
He's talking about Michael Vick, but that's such just a deadpan response. When did you learn to take emotion out of this? When our quarterback went to jail. And the funny thing about that quote is, if you wait a couple seconds at the end, you hear the media guy for the Cardinals go, okay, coach, thank you. Didn't expect, coach, thank you. Didn't expect that. That's very, it makes sense, because I don't think you can be a head coach in the NFL and not be emotional on some level. but maybe there does have to be some sort of separation there. And I think that's what he was pointing to, which is, yeah, you care and you're emotional, but at the same time, you have to understand maybe you do have to have a bit of space there because you never know what's going to happen. But what a reference, man. Michael Vick catching strays.
Well, most time your quarterback is not going to go to jail. Like, that is not a normal thing in the
Generally,
NFL.
no.
At least we're hoping not. But it's crazy to me how quickly he said this. Like, this must be such a core memory that, like, it's always present in his mind because, like, 2007's not, like, yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, like, this has been a while since Mike Vick went to jail. So the fact that he already had this, like, locked and loaded and said it so bluntly, like, that's the crazy part to me. This takes up a lot of space in his brain.
Yeah. It's like asking a former USC or Bills coach, when did you learn to take emotion out of the game? When our former running back killed his wife and a waiter. That's when you're like, oh, OJ? Okay. Like those are extreme examples. Do you know what I mean? Extreme examples. I think on the whole, to your point, this isn't something that happens, but that's something that just sticks with you and kind of hits you in the face. Like, well, I'll never forget this. But obviously at the same time, you know, those examples you can probably count on like one hand. You know what I mean?
Right, but I do think it offers some perspective because, like, especially in sports, I think we're, like, in this bubble where, like, the biggest deal is, like, somebody fumbling on the goal line, you know, and in the grand scheme of things, that's not, like, the biggest deal in life. You know, like, if somebody goes to jail, that is an absolute, like, tornado of things that is happening, right? Because you think about the guy as a human first, you're like, oh, my God, like, he's going to prison, you know, this is going to change his life in a huge way. And then you think secondly, you're like, oh, well, I have to have a game plan this week. So it's just one of those things where you always think that, like, you know, day-to-day life, say something like inconvenient happens. You're like, oh my God, like I set this to the wrong location. Jenks, I did a grocery pickup yesterday and I did it to the place that was 30 minutes away from me. So I had to drive 30 minutes in traffic, and it feels like one of those things that just, like, ruins your day. But, like, in the grand scheme of things, like, that's not a life ruiner. But in the moment, it feels like it, but sometimes you need perspective. So, like, you look on somebody's page and, like, I haven't seen my husband in 8 months because he's deployed. And you're like, wow, maybe I shouldn't complain about driving 30 minutes to Publix.
Also true. You know what I always think about when it comes to these, oh, wow, this is more than just a sport sometimes? Do you remember Ray Caruth? Probably not.
It sounds, is he with the Panthers?
He was. So
yes,
the reason why so the reason why I remember this is the first highlight I ever did when I was in TV. It was a Ray Caruth highlight, or one of the first ones. Because he was unbelievable at Colorado. He was an All-American speedster. Then he goes to the Panthers and then convicted of conspiring to try and murder his pregnant girlfriend. And I'm like, oh. Because that highlight just stood out to me because, you know, you're reading highlights for the first time. It's so exciting. And I was like, oh, my God, this Ray Caruth highlight. I think I read it pretty well, that kind of thing. And then later I'm like, oh, yeah, that's not good. You just never know in the NFL. So you have moments like that stick with you, and that one definitely stuck with Jonathan Gannon going back to 2007. So on a lighter note, Chelsea, guys who aren't committing crimes, they're just playing football. That's it, just playing the sport. Travis Hunter, so he hasn't played a lot of offense this season, and stationed primarily at cornerback, has had some offensive run. But Liam Cohen now says that he expects to see Travis Hunter more frequently on offense for the Jags, who play in London this weekend against the Rams. Cohen says this, quote, scheming him open is part of it. Our job as an offensive staff is to make sure we're putting him in the progression and putting him in the position to be the number one option a little bit more often in some ways. This season, Hunter, 20 receptions for 197 yards on the season. And right now, for Hunter to win Offensive Rookie of the Year, he's 100-1. So I sort of get this when you're talking about the NFL. As amazing as Travis Hunter is as an athlete, and he is otherworldly, it just really takes time to learn two different schemes offensively and defensively and be adept at both immediately. So I like that they sort of started at his natural position at corner and then are saying, okay, now let's work you into the offense. This is going to help Jacksonville.
Oh, it should, especially with the fact that Brian Thomas Jr. can't seem to catch anything.
God.
Because I feel like if that wasn't an issue, this would not probably come to the forefront so soon.
Yeah.
But like BTJ, every time I see a highlight of him, it's just like a low light, and it's just a ball hitting him square in the hands, and he drops it. And this is a receiver that had really high expectations. So you have somebody who you drafted really high. And it feels like it makes a lot of sense. You're like, okay, well, we do have another weapon. His name is Travis Hunter. Maybe we'll use him. And it does feel like it's a good way to get him involved like a little bit later on in the season. And I do think he's a smart guy. It's just a lot to learn, like you said. But I do think BTJ has something to do with this.
He has a lot to do with it. That was one of those read between the lines takeaways that I got from reading this story and looking at it. Is that even last week, like BTJ had another instance of going across the field and kind of pulling up a little bit because he doesn't want to get hit.
Oh, that too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're dropping the football. Okay, you got the dropsies. It happens to the best of receivers in the NFL. You shouldn't be dropping the football, but okay, maybe you cut him some slack. The bigger issue is he doesn't want to get hit. If you're a number one option in the National Football League, you can't be afraid of getting hit. In fact, if you play any position in the National Football League, number one option or no, you can't be afraid of getting hit. Like one time, okay, maybe. But you got to go across the middle. Like teams are going to know if he comes across the middle, lay him out or just give him the threat of contact and he's going to pull up. Like, that's a terrible look for a receiver. I play in the National Football League, but I don't want to get hit.
He needs a pump-up speech from Cam Scatterbill, right?
Right, yeah.
He needs, like, a little bit of that mentality.
Right.
Because you're right. Like, as soon as people see this as a weakness, they will start to manipulate it in their favor. Because they will start going after him even more. And it's not going to end up well for Brian Thomas Jr. in this situation. So it's a sad situation. I hope he figures it out. Just for the case of all the fantasy football people who told me, oh, BTJ is going to absolutely explode this year. He is not exploded. In fact, he is imploding, I think is the word that they should be using when talking about BTJ.
Yeah, I think there's sort of, dual reasoning here, which is, okay, Travis Hunter is a superior athlete. Let's get him involved. And also, we're going to need him because this number one guy that we're supposed to have doesn't like contact. It's just a bad label to have in the National Football League. I think you're right about Cam Scatterbill. Have Cam Scatterbill come in for a weekend and teach this guy. You know what? Cam Scatterbill would be like, follow me. BTJ would be like, where are we going? Right here. And BTJ would say, this is just a concrete wall. And Scotty would say, I know, I want you to run into it 50 times in a row. Good. Here, I'll show you. BTJ would say, well, you're bleeding. Cam Scotty would be like, I know. Do it. Okay. Just two opposite guys.
I feel like it would be like one of those montages from like a 2000s movie where they take him to like the batting cage and he just sits there and like takes, baseballs to the chest. And then it's like a montage from Dodgeball. It's like, you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a football, you can dodge a hit. Yeah. But yeah, he definitely needs some of that like old school approach, like just to toughen him up a little bit.
Yeah. Also, Rams and Jags are in London this weekend. So the Jags are, is that right? The Jags are laying 3? Yeah, they are. We'll handicap the game. Yeah, that's right. I forgot. That's Jags territory, London. You're in Jags country now. You're not in England. You're in Jags country. That's where you are. Oh, that's a good call. I'd forgotten about that. How they just love the Jags over there, which is just crazy.
But they're favored in this game? Like, what are we missing? Is there a big injury that I have not seen? No, the Rams are laying 3. Rams 3-point favorites.
Rams 3-point favorites? Okay. I'll say this. I would lay it with the Rams here. But these London games.
You thought about it.
I was like, if I'm getting 3, I'm definitely grabbing it. I don't know. You know what I wonder, too, when it comes to games like this, is that, it's sort of common knowledge in the betting space that home field advantage is worth 3 points, right, in the NFL. So is this really considered a 3-point advantage for Jacksonville playing in London because they love the Jags? Like, is this a coin flip game on a neutral field? Is that really part of the handicap here because it's London?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that the odds makers would give the Jags any type of home field credit. I feel like this has just been the running joke in the NFL because the NFL makes the Jags go to London so much that they should be used to it, but it's still not their home field. Like, they still have to go, on a transatlantic flight.
Yeah, that's true. Whew. Man, we got murder in the NFL in a segment. How about that? Coming up next in the show, before Week 7 gets underway in the league, we'll tell you which teams are now in the top 5 in our new power rankings. Maybe a little shakeup in store. That's coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Appreciate you waking up with us. Coming up on the show, our power rankings switch up in a big way after the Bills drop 2 straight. I was thinking about this yesterday when I was having a couple drinks at the local watering hole, because I walk in and my guy Daryl is a Commanders fan, so he was unhappy. It was like walking through a gauntlet of the NFL. And then my friend Dre is a Cowboys fan, of course, here in D.C. They're everywhere. So he was talking a little smack about this weekend's game. Then I go to the bar, and Chris is a Broncos fan, and he's like, yeah, I mean, we gutted it out, but our defense looks pretty good. We're coming along. And then over comes Pat. He's like, what's going on, Jinx? I'm like, not much. How you feeling? He's a Bills fan. He's like, I don't know, man. We got some problems. So it's just like, bam, 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 bam. That's where I get my NFL knowledge, honestly. I don't read anything. I don't watch the games. I just listen to people in the bar. But it's always interesting to gauge the moods of different people based on the previous week, because everyone's so reactive. It's kind of crazy.
Well, first of all, a Cowboys fan should not be talking trash to anybody, right?
Yeah. And he's not
like,
really.
What ammo is he using?
I should take that back. He was really talking trash. Andre's a really good dude, but he was just sort of talking up the Cowboys. Like, I think we got a shot, man. Got a shot. I was like, well, you might. They might. Commanders are favored by 2, and defense.
Oh, you mean in this? Okay, in the next game.
Yeah,
I was like,
game.
The Cowboys keep losing. Like, they have
against
scored
the
a lot of
Commanders.
points, but they just lost to the Panthers. So I don't know if that's ever been a great building block for talking trash. Normally it's not.
Also, the total in that game, because I'm a psycho. I'm so ready for the weekend. I was doing all my handicapping yesterday, all the NFL games, all the college games, trying to get that out of the way. And I did not realize that the total in the Cowboys-Commanders game is 55. It makes sense, and I would still bet on the over. Like, I think that game is going to be absolutely wild on Sunday.
I'll wave a fond farewell to the Cowboys totals and my pick 6s, because, Jenks, I think I've played Cowboys overs like the last 3 weeks, and they've all been hidden, and they've been high. Like last week, I think it was maybe in the 50s. It might have been 49, but we still got 57 in that game. So, like, that's the thing. It's like, it is the perfect recipe for overs, just simply because the Cowboys sling it. Like, Dak Prescott is actually having a decent year. And so when teams throw the ball, obviously it takes less time off the clock. And then their defense is so bad. Like, it's been almost an autoplay playing every single number 1 wide receiver who goes against the Cowboys. So if the Commanders want to sling it, they certainly can against the Cowboys. I know 55 is high, but I would not be shocked if it still goes over.
Yeah. We're going to handicap all these games tomorrow, by the way. So we do that each and every week on Friday. And then also we have a great slate in college football this week. Last week was pretty good because Texas beat Oklahoma. But this week we get more top 25 matchups, so I'm looking forward to that as well. Until then, we focus on the NFL and the teams that we think belong in the top 5.
Jenks and Chelsea tell you who has the power.
There's a power struggle.
After the weekend in the NFL.
Best team ever!
Here we go. Now we're going to see a shakeup. I mean, there's all sorts of great storylines now. The Bucs are really good. The Colts are actually good. How do we feel about the Bills? How do we feel about the Eagles? What about the Chiefs? So you can do a lot if you're ranking the top 5 teams in the NFL right now. So let's start with you, Chelsea, because normally, which would sort of make sense, right? Start of the season, these power rankings are very similar, but now we're seeing some real disparity between what we think. So let's get it rolling.
I feel like in the first few weeks of the season, there was like some carried over respect from like the previous season where you're like, okay, maybe the Eagles look bad, but they still command our attention and our respect. It's almost like the AP top 25 in college football. Some teams just enter the season without proving anything just because of their pedigree. So now it feels like we're at a turning point in the NFL season for me, to where some of those teams, we're not living on borrowed respect anymore. You have to perform and put out the numbers for me to put you in my top 5. So we have a new number 1 for me. I'm going to go with the Tampa Bay Bucks. They're sitting at 5-1, have a top 6 offense, a top 5 run defense, and a quarterback playing at an MVP level. I don't know if you've been seeing what Baker Mayfield has been doing, but he has a very solid case for being the best player in the National Football League right now, and he doesn't even have most of his top receivers. So once those guys get back, once Mike Evans gets back, which it probably should be this weekend, once Chris Godwin gets back, it should be an even better offense. Number 2, we're going to go with the numbers team, it feels like so far this season in the NFL, and that's the Colts, sitting at 5-1. Most points per game, 4th fewest points per game on defense. This is a complete team, and I can't believe that Danny Dimes is at the center of it all, but they deserve some respect. Next up, we're going to go to the Lions, sitting at 4-2, 2nd most points per game, veteran quarterback. They also get back some defensive players this week. Alan McNeil on the defensive line has been really good for them over the past several seasons. He should be back for this week's game against the Bucks. Then we're going to go Patriots 4-2. With what we've seen from Drake May, this defense, and the fact that they beat the Bills head-to-head gets them to number 4 on my list. And then rounding out the top 5, I'm going to go with the Bills at 4-2. Quarterback play still matters a lot to me, and I'm not looking at the past 2 games and saying, okay, Josh Allen is officially broken. He's not broken. This is still a great team. They're at number 5 instead of 1 for me, simply because their defense has presented itself as a problem this year. But this is still one of the best rush attacks in the NFL, averaging 151 points per game, and they still have Josh Allen. So that is the top 5 for me.
Very nice. So unlike you, I do tend to give teams more credit for what they've done previously. And so you can look at it one of 2 ways here. So I'm going to start with 5. I'll work my way up. I'm going to start with the Colts. And I feel like the Colts are right there. And maybe they should be ranked higher. They're number 2 on your list. I understand that. This has to do with what we've seen previously. Like, aren't the Colts the surprise team in the NFL? I know the Bucs are doing great, but it has to be the Colts, right? Nobody expected this. Right?
Right.
Yeah?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But I think it's a strategy and like a theory thing, to where this is like the same reasoning where people are like, why isn't Indiana the top team in college football? Right? You look at their wins and their resume, and it's just simply because they didn't start the season out as the preseason number 1, that they have to work their way up. And part of that feels flawed to me.
Yeah, I get that. Sometimes you have to establish that reputation, particularly in college football. Like if you're a program who, who has sort of come from nowhere, like you have no history. I mean, your history is just, we lose all the time. We're a doormat. And then all of a sudden you start winning. Like our history is we suck. Yeah, we lose. That's what we do. Come on down to Indiana and lose with us, and then we'll get ready for basketball season. So it does take some time to sort of lend credence to the idea, okay, this is really a good team. No, really. Feels like the same way with the Colts. Number 4, the Eagles. God. I'm looking at this now and being like, what was I thinking yesterday? I was tired. But I do feel like, and this is a theory that's going to run out of steam very quickly. They have the talent. It's right there. They have it. Can they turn it around? We're still talking about the defending world champions. And, okay, bad loss against the Giants. So they're kind of discombobulated right now. But remember, midseason last year, Nick Sirianni was chirping at the fans. A.J. Brown was unhappy. They put it together. They go on a run. So I'm not going to count them out just yet. Number 3, the Bills. Bills. Go Bills. Wherewith you fight, Bills. They're still Buffalo. I saw Nick Costa say, if you're betting on Buffalo to win the Super Bowl, you're stupid. Nick knows more than I do. But I'm not betting on them to win the Super Bowl, but I'm not counting them out just yet. So it's still Josh Allen. He's still the reigning MVP. Yeah, they're leaky defensively, but they're going to have a week to kind of get right, get things together, get healthier. They lose again, Bills are dropping out. Number 2, the Chiefs. I cannot believe a team that is 3-3 is number 2. But man, Rashee Rice is returning. They got better as soon as Xavier Worthy got back in the lineup. And the Chiefs look like a team that is just a little pissed off right now. Like, all right, we struggled early and you counted us out. But here we are. And now we're going to go on a run. And I believe they get the Raiders this weekend. That's going to be a dub. God, I hate saying it, but watch out for Kansas City. And then number 1, I'm going with Tampa as well. There's so much to like about the Bucs, and the thing that I like the most is they're performing at this level, and they're only going to get better if they can get right with their receivers, and they should be able to. Like, yes, they have some injuries right now, but potentially here in the next 4 or 5 weeks, if they get healthy and everyone gets right, because Mike Evans is probably going to return this weekend, then you get Evans. Then you get Godwin. Then you get Ibuka. And then you get Bucky Irving back. And then what is that offense going to look like paired with that very stout Bucs run defense? So Bucs number 1 as well. That's where we agree.
I feel like if this was a college football poll, people would be throwing tomatoes at you. They would say the Chiefs at 3-3 at number 2 on the list. Because, like, I don't disagree with you that they're one of the best teams in the NFL. It's just, I find it hard to give them credit when they're simply just not winning the games. You know, like, I think one more week, and maybe if they pull, you know, even with some of these other teams, it's just, I don't know. I think it's whatever theory that you bank on, because yours is more of like, hey, these are the teams that I respect. And it's like, what teams do you think have the best chance to win a Super Bowl? Yeah. So I think a lot of it is just kind of what you make of these rankings.
Well, and also the difference between this and college football is if you are a 3-loss team, you're probably not making the college football playoff. But in the NFL, all you got to do is make the postseason. You can have 5, 6, 7 losses, but if you're in, it's a new season, and you probably will get in if you're Kansas City. Like, Kansas City's getting a dub this weekend. They're hosting Las Vegas. The question is, will they cover the number? So they will be at 4-3, and I think they're getting that momentum. Can't wait to see Rashee Rice back in that lineup. Coming up next, time to look at tonight's Thursday night football game, and if we like anything in the prop market, Bengals, Steelers. Hour 2 is coming up next on the Daily Tip. Great to have you with us on a Thursday.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
coffee, and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker match.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Hour 2 of the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. And over the next hour, we will have a nice cocktail of NFL and postseason baseball, because those are the two biggest things going on right now, at least in my world. We'll start with the Thursday night football matchup between the Steelers and the Bengals, what's been dubbed as the Icy Hot Bowl. The quarterbacks, aged 41 and 40, are going to be two of the oldest players in the league going head-to-head as Aaron Rodgers takes on Joe Flacco. At 7:20, we've got two MLB games on the card today. Game 3 of the NLCS between the Dodgers and Brewers, and Game 4 between the Blue Jays and the Mariners. So, Jenks, I feel like I'm always poking fun at your age. Do you personally like to see it when the, quote, old guys have the spotlight?
Yes, I do, as I drink my coffee. I should have an old cup
You're
that says
unsure?
like old fart, and like, yeah, I sure do. I love these guys. I do, because it gives me hope. You know, I'm trying to embrace my age. It's not easy. You know, when you're in your head, I'm like, yeah, I'm so young. And then you look in the mirror and you're like, no, you're not. You're not old. You're not young at all. You're old. You're old. But it's okay.
Well,
there are some advantages that come with being older. And so when I see someone who is older, who is doing something at a high level, be it in baseball or any other craft, then, you know, I have a growing appreciation for that, because it's really hard to stay relevant. I think that's the one thing that I always come back to. I was having this conversation with the lovely Catherine, and I was trying to put my finger on it. Like, what is the frustration about aging in any business, in any sport? And I said, it's being relevant. Like, when you're younger, it's easy to be relevant, right? You're totally up to date on pop culture. You know exactly the hottest music. You know the phrases that people are using. You're up to date on everything because you're in it. And then when you get older, trends change, businesses change, vernacular changes, and your life changes to the point where you have responsibilities that are a little bit more, well, not a little bit more, they just take precedence, right? Like I'm busy building a family, or I'm trying to buy a house, or I'm worried about my retirement, or I'm getting married. And so these things that you used to focus on don't quite have as much attention in your life, or don't get as much attention. And so it's harder to have that relevancy. And so I feel like even in baseball, right? Like, it might be more of a physical thing. You know, maybe you do things a different way, but then your talents start to wane a little bit just naturally. Your body can only do it for so long. And I think that's why so many of these athletes, they love the game, but they miss no, I can still play this game. I can still do this. And so sometimes they hang on longer than they should because they still want that relevancy. They still want to be a part of it. And I get that.
Yeah. And like, I feel like I know where you're coming from, even though I'm younger than you, but I am a woman over 35. So I feel like, to me, that like a man that's 50 and a woman that's 35 is like the same thing.
Yes.
Like, think about it. Like, how many older women do you see in sports broadcasting? Not that many. So like, Jenks, I feel you. And like, when I see like my counterparts who, like, I'm getting like my family ready for the day, I'm like doing things around the house, and I'm being like a trad wife, and then like the other girls in this industry are like doing these videos where they're like scantily clad, and you're like, wow. I am old. So when I poke fun of your age, just know that I am in the same boat.
I appreciate that. But also, to your credit, the beauty of the job that you're doing is that, you know, time is undefeated. No one is young forever. And it's not knocking anyone that's young. If you're young, knock yourself out. But when you develop an actual skill set, as opposed to just making videos where you're scantily clad, and fine, do what you need to do. I'm not hating on that. But that does have a time limit. There is a
Right.
time when you just can't do you can do it. I wouldn't recommend it, but there's a time when there's always going to be someone younger. Always, no matter what. So the important thing is you develop a skill set that transcends time or lasts or is sustainable, right? Because if you have a skill, which is hosting a show or handicapping, things like that, you can do that when you're 30, 40, 50, 60. You can do that at a high level, whereas just posting a video online, again, I'm not knocking anyone, at some point, if you're 38 and you're still posting videos of yourself in a bikini, it's like, you know what? This is probably something you want to pivot away from. So at the very least, you have a skill set that is something that I think is age agnostic.
Yeah, even though I think Paige Spiranac is like around that age, and like she looks damn good. Like I will say there are advancements that are lengthening that age.
True.
But to parlay this into football, because this is not just a discussion about me and my personal insecurities, is that I kind of saw a parallel between this and the way the quarterback position is now. Because Aaron Rodgers was talking about this with Joe Flacco, because obviously they asked him about Joe Flacco ahead of this week's matchup. And he was saying something about how the quarterback position has changed to where now it's smaller guys, really athletic guys, and you just watch them play and they're like playing almost a different position than what like Joe Flacco plays and what Aaron Rodgers plays. So it feels like Aaron Rodgers and Joe Flacco are like the prototypical like 2000s quarterback where they throw like really good deep balls, the mechanics are great, and they're true pocket passers. So it's one of those things you just don't see anymore. But I do feel like that style of quarterbacking can keep you in the league longer.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's old school, but also there is a place for reading deep and being cerebral, I think is it, right? If you are cerebral in the National Football League, if you know the game and you can deliver the football, you will always have a place. And I think this is why I almost got to this in the last segment. This is why we are seeing a resurgence of guys who were tossed aside and all of a sudden are thriving, like a Baker Mayfield, like a Sam Darnold, like a Daniel Jones, right? At one time or another, all three of these guys were tossed to the scrap heap. But guess what happened? They hung around. They know the game really well. They can deliver the football. They have the arm to do it. And now it's, wow, these guys can play. And it's because, look, some of these guys are more mobile than others, but at the end of the day, they have that common thread, which is we've been around long enough that we understand how to read defenses and we can throw it. And so that certainly applies tonight with Flacco and with Aaron Rodgers as well.
Yeah, I think the question for Flacco is that does it even matter since he's playing behind such a bad offensive line? And that's kind of what the odds makers think. So the Bengals, 5.5-point home dogs here, total of 44. The Steelers come in 4-1. The Bengals just 2-4. So, Jenks, it's a divisional matchup. And usually in divisional matchups, I lean towards the points. And I say, okay, we know how the AFC North plays. Normally these games are really tight. And you see really good defenses. But one side of the coin, the Bengals defense is not even in the realm of good. Like, it's not even in the realm of mediocre. This Bengals defense is bad. I do think it's a solid matchup for the Steelers offense. But I'll say this, like Joe Flacco has surprised people before. I don't think this is going to be one of those instances, but again, 5.5 points in a divisional matchup. Which way do you lean?
I like the Bengals. I actually think I'm going to play it, believe it or not.
Ooh.
Yeah. I just feel like, what is the total on this game? 43.5. Like, I like the under as well. I think this is kind of going to be a slog. And even though the Steelers are sitting at, 4-1, I feel like that they're a misnomer at 4-1. They're good, but are they this good? Like, what did Double D ask us earlier in the show, earlier this week? Is Pittsburgh the best team or one of the best teams in the AFC? I don't think they are. Like, they're benefiting from a really bad division. So their best win of the season in New England against the Patriots, that's a good win. They beat the Vikings with Carson Wentz at quarterback. That's their other big win. But I just feel like if you look at the Steelers' offense, they're good, but they're not necessarily dynamic. And the Bengals are going to get back Shamar Stewart in this game. It looks like Trey Hendrickson is going to try and play after he got banged up last week. That's going to help them. But also, I think the Bengals are going to turn this into a slow-paced, classic AFC North battle, right? So the problem with Cincinnati is they've been playing from behind almost all season long. And that's why they've had, Joe Flacco, trying to sling it around, which is not a recipe for winning football games. But in this game, especially in Cincinnati, I think the Bengals are going to try and run the ball. I don't think they're going to be playing from behind, at least, behind 14 points or something like that. If it's a touchdown, fine, they can stay with the game plan. But it feels like Cincinnati is the right side. And I can't believe I'm saying this. Joe Flacco in the second half last week was very good. Like, he was very good relative to what we've seen at quarterback with Jake Browning. So I think sort of learning that offense and being in it another week will allow Cincinnati to keep this close. I'm just not sold on the Steelers being 5.5-point favorites in a divisional battle.
I think that's what I can't get past is like the 5.5 points. Because let me put this very bluntly. I do not think the Bengals are a good team. I think they have some major flaws on that defense, the offensive line, like I said, especially when you have a older quarterback. That is not a recipe for success. But like you said, Joe Flacco did play a good second half against the Packers. The problem was it felt like it was like garbage time. So I don't know how much stock you put into that. He threw it 45 times last week.
I know.
So I don't know if they can establish the run, especially against a Steelers defense that has not been a steel curtain, but they've not been one of the worst run defenses in the NFL. And that honor belongs to the Bengals, who, if you look at any fantasy metrics or anything, the Bengals defense against the run has not been good, giving up the second most rush yards to opposing running backs. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that they have been playing in these really negative game scripts. So teams just run the ball on them. But if you're looking at props in this one, Jenks, I feel like the player that has kind of caught my attention in this one is DK Metcalf. But what I'm worried about is buying a stock at its highest. Because we've seen back-to-back games where DK Metcalf has absolutely exploded. 126 yards against the Vikings and 95 against the Browns. So his prop is sitting around, 61.5. And I feel like I played this almost very similarly with Stephon Diggs, where I said, Stephon Diggs is absolutely taken off in the last two games. And then he had a dud of a game, simply because I feel like Drake May is very good at spreading the ball around. Maybe you could say the same for Aaron Rodgers. But, man, DK Metcalf is such like a physical specimen. And especially since the Bengals have not been good at defending number one receivers, that I feel like this would be a solid play. Like 61.5, especially with somebody with high-end potential where he has all these long catches. Against the Vikings, he had an 80-yard catch. So it's not going to surprise me if DK Metcalf has a huge game. And remember, he was one of the first receivers that Aaron Rodgers was working out with. So it makes sense that they have developed a nice little connection.
I think that's a good play. I'll tell you another play that I'm thinking about. God, I don't know. So we were talking to Brad Evans yesterday. You don't need caffeine if you're Brad Evans. That guy just runs hot, man. It's amazing. So he was talking about Chase Brown, former Illinois running back. And, man, I don't know if I like this or not. Maybe I'm going to talk myself out of it on air. But his rushing total is set at 43.5. He has not eclipsed this number since the second game of the season. So you're like, why would you play this? But here's the thing. If you look at the Bengals, I mentioned this before, it's because they've been playing from behind the entire time. So instead of handing the football off, then they've had to throw. Be it Jake Brown or Joe Flacco, they're constantly having to throw the football to catch up. So this is about game script for me. I think it's going to be a closer game. I like the Bengals and the points. Because of that, I don't think Cincinnati is going to have to throw the ball all over the field. I think they'll be able to run the ball somewhat against Pittsburgh here. So if that happens, then I think Chase Brown can eclipse his total. So here's the thing. The last time he eclipsed his total was against the Jags. Why? Because they were in that game against the Jags. They won that game outright. He had 16 carries for 47 yards. If you think the Steelers are going to cover this number and run away with this thing, and you can make a case for that because the Bengals are bad, then you don't want to bet this prop. But if you think it's going to be close, wouldn't you rather run the ball as opposed to just putting the ball in Joe Flacco's hands and saying, win this game for us? Yeah, keep it on the ground, keep it close. Chew up yardage, chew up time off the clock. So I would look at Chase Brown over 43.5. But the more I talk about it, the more I'm like, I don't want to put all my chips in on the Bengals. Do you know what I mean?
It just feels like a tough one just simply because there's not a ton of ammo to support it. The fact that he's only gone over this number once, I am not saying it can't happen. I am just saying, like, I don't think this is going to be a positive game script. Like, I still think they're going to be playing from behind. Maybe they won't be, but it's one of those things where I just can't build a strong enough case for Chase Brown, where his floor is really low. Yeah. So, I don't know. We'll talk it out. All right, coming up next segment, switching gears to baseball. We have a couple of games on the slate. Dodgers, Brewers, Mariners, Blue Jays. We'll give you our best bets for both of them next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Thanks for starting your morning with us here on the Daily Tip. Jenks, as I was saying, it feels like an ode to the old guys tonight, where we have the Icy Hot Bowl going on in Thursday Night Football. Aaron Rodgers, Joe Flacco, both over the age of 40. And tonight in the ALCS, we have Max Scherzer, aged 41, who's going to be starting for the Blue Jays. And it's wild because if you think postseason matters, or postseason experience matters, he has 7 LCS appearances. He's played in 7 LCSs, like League Championship Series, with all these different teams. And so, for somebody who's won 2 World Series, you're like, okay, the moment is not going to be too bright for him. But also, he hasn't pitched in a month. He had a disastrous September, going 0-3 with a 10.20 ERA. So it's one of those tough things to balance where you say, okay, the moment's never going to be too big for somebody who's as competitive as Max Scherzer, but maybe the stuff just isn't there anymore for Max Scherzer. Like, there is a reason that he wasn't even on the postseason roster for the ALDS, but now he's put in this position. The Blue Jays could really use a big performance out of him, but it's just one of those volatile factors that when you're handicapping a game, it just has so many layers to it.
Yeah, that's the tough thing. And looking at this yesterday, I like the over in this game, but I looked up and I was like, how old is Max now? 38, 39? I was like, oh, he's 41. I mean, credit to him. This guy's a Hall of Famer, and we love Max here in D.C. because he helped get us a World Series title, and he's just such a competitor, like the ultimate competitor. So looking at this game, and look, Max Scherzer has not been great this season, but he is rested. And also, one thing I love about these old guys is that they have a way of sort of pulling it together and giving it one final run in a big moment and maybe delivering. Do you know what I mean? So I don't think that's going to happen in this game, but also I'm not going to be surprised if Max Scherzer, with some rest in a big moment, delivers a stellar performance because he has that in him, and also he absolutely has that big moment postseason experience. I don't think I'm banking on that tonight, but he has it in him. There's no question about that.
Right. I think for me, his high-end stuff just has not been there, like the strikeout stuff. This is somebody who used to have some of the most dominant stuff in Major League Baseball. So my hypothesis is that he can give up a couple runs, but to his testament, that's not going to rattle him. Whereas you have some of these younger pitchers who are like, oh my God, the sky is falling. I gave up a leadoff home run. I don't think that's going to wear on him too much. And I don't think they're expecting, 7 shutout innings from Max Scherzer. All they're asking for him to do is give them a chance. And the way that this Blue Jays offense is hitting the ball, maybe he just needs to be mediocre. And this one, if you continue to put up, double-digit run totals for the Blue Jays. So it's interesting in so many regards, but I do think he's going to give up a couple runs. I know you had mentioned to me maybe taking a total in this game. So let's get into it. Game 4 of the ALCS, Mariners with a 2-1 series lead, but the Blue Jays stormed back yesterday, scoring 13 runs. Will they do it again today? So if you look at the odds on this game, we have the Mariners short favorites at home, -125, total of 7.5 runs. So Jenks, if you think Scherzer gives up a couple, and if you think this Blue Jays offense continues to rake, are you going with an over here, or are you going with a side?
Yeah, I think I'm going with an over here. And, Max Scherzer, we talked about him and how I'm torn. You know how it is when you're rooting for someone, you're a fan of someone, but the numbers are the numbers, right? They tell you the story. And with Mad Max, as good as he's been, he hasn't been great with Toronto. So, yeah, he has that incredible start in him maybe, and the rest helps. There's no question about that. But we really just haven't seen it. So I think there's a possibility the Mariners could get to him early on in this game. I mean, on the road this season, his ERA is approaching 6. And then you have Luis Castillo, who has been very good when pitching at home this season. But here's the thing. He has faced the Jays twice this season, and they have gotten to him both times. So with you looking at how the Blue Jays performed last night, they know Castillo, those bats got heated up. in Game 3, then I feel like we're looking at an over here.
Yeah, I think so as well. And especially with the total sitting at 7.5, you don't even need guys to implode. You just need both starters to give up a couple runs and the bullpen to give up a couple runs as well. Like, what kills the over is when pitchers are absolutely dominant. And, like, one side of the coin does not score any runs, which I don't think is going to be the case. Like, you mentioned those starts against Toronto for Luis Castillo. I know it was earlier on in the season, but even the start where he only gave up 3 earned runs against Toronto over 5 innings, you're like, hey, that's not that bad. He scattered 10 hits. So, like, he got out of a lot of trouble, and it's not like they were, barely hitting the ball. And then the other one, he gave up 5 earned runs on 7 hits. So you're right. This lineup certainly has hit him before. I know that was like months ago. It was back in April and May. But still, the way that this Blue Jays offense is playing with a ton of confidence, even on the road, like, it's been such an anomaly that, some of these teams have played better on the road than they have at home. So I think that the over is certainly in play here. But let's talk about a side. And I feel very torn on this one because my confidence is shaken after taking the Mariners last night and looking absolutely ridiculous since the Blue Jays put up a 13 spot. Do you have a leaning on a side here?
I would lean Mariners here. I know that Luis Castillo has been hit up this season, but then again, so has Max Scherzer, and maybe that evens it out. But ultimately, I still think the Mariners are the team to beat here. And if you look at history, if you have a 2-1 series lead, you go on to win the series 74% of the time. And also, I look at it this way. If you believe in a particular team, let's remember, this is the league championship series. Like, the other team that you're facing is also very good and got here for a reason. I thought Seattle might sweep based on the pitching matchup we had last night. It didn't work out. But also, these series are going to be competitive. So I would, at least for me, I would caution against, unless everything has changed for you in a big way, I would caution against just pushing away Seattle all of a sudden because they lost a game to a very good team that can get hot, and they got hot last night.
Yeah, the Mariners can get hot too. Like, we've seen that. So are you going to play the 7.5 in the full game, or are you going to play a first 5? I was searching for an over 7 for the team. I could only find it at -163. Don't love that. So, Jenks, how do you actually play this one?
I'm going to play first 5 over. I'm going to go first 5 over 3 and a hook, and I found it at, what did I get here? First 5, 3 and a hook. Over is -148, so I'm going to play that. I think both of these pitchers are going to struggle a little bit, and I like the full game as well. I think you can play over 7.5 and be fine. I know we like playing numbers down to 7 and hitting the over, but 7.5 is still low. I think we're going to see a lot of runs in this game.
Yeah. I think so as well. And like what we've seen from both these teams is they will have like one big inning where they really pile it on. Like last night, they had several big innings. But it feels like one of those teams where, especially when you have as many home run hitters as both these teams do, and like half the guys who hit home runs last night weren't even home run hitters for the Blue Jays. But both these teams have a significant amount of power, even when you play in a pitcher-friendly park. Like, this was wild to me last night. Like, I thought the under would maybe be a play because it's colder weather. The Mariners Park is one of the most pitcher-friendly parks in all of baseball, but like some of these home runs were not even cheapies. Like 414, 431, 406. So like these guys are cranking it when we're talking about baseball. Please don't use that out of context. So I feel like the over is probably my favorite play in this game. Anything else about the ALCS before we move on to the NLCS?
Anything else? No, I think we're good. I think we're good with the ALCS.
We good?
We good. We good. No, I'm good. Let's talk NLCS.
Yeah, after I said cranking it just went downhill from there. All right, so let's get to the NLCS. Game 3 between the Dodgers and the Brewers. The Dodgers have a 2-0 series lead, and boy, do they look good. Coming into this game, they have had to use very little of their bullpen, with Yamamoto going complete game. The game before, Blake Snell went 8 innings. So today, there's no rest for the Brewers lineup in that they now have to face Tyler Glasnow, who also has excellent strikeout stuff. The Brewers have not named a starter. It looks like they're going with a bullpen game. So logically speaking, Jinx, it looks like all the factors go in the favor of the Dodgers. But like Pat Murphy has said this, the manager of the Brewers, We've been counted out so many times before, and we've responded. So, do the Brewers respond here?
Do the Brewers respond? No, I don't think so. I just don't think so. I don't think they're going to. No, they're not going to. I want the Brewers to respond. I think it would be a great story, but they just don't have the arms. It would be so nice if Brandon Woodruff were back for this team, but look, he's not, so we can't sit here and say, oh, well, if this guy played, he's not playing. So you got Freddie Peralta. That was just such a, I don't want to say a death knell for this team, but when Peralta got touched up early on, then you're like, man, if you can't win with Peralta on the mound. Now, today they're going with whom? Like it's a bullpen game. Maybe Jose Quintana goes at some point, I think is what I've read. And that is your matchup against Tyler Glass now when you're down 0-2 and going back to L.A. It just doesn't set up well for the Brewers. It doesn't feel that way.
All right, so now the question is, how do we actually play this? So it feels like the Dodgers are the play, but on the money line, you are not getting a discount. The Dodgers home favorites at -190. So I was trying to think of ways to maybe, get creative with this. So usually one of the things that I do for the Dodgers is that you can combine their team total and their money line price, and usually you can get yourself like a nice price. That's
nice.
just out of the range. So I did team total over 2.5, and the money line, that's -160. So we will probably have to go at 3.5, because here's the thing. If the Dodgers win the game, they're probably going to score, 4 runs. So let's see what this price is. Okay, over 3.5 runs, and the Dodgers on the money line is -125. Thoughts?
Oh, do that. Do that. That's good. I'm just trying to cheat the system here. Dodgers on the run line is
-1?
Yeah, it's -150.
I knew it.
You knew it. I love these -1 plays. But I think Dodgers on the run line is a smart move. That's at plus money. It's a +115. But over 3.5 and Dodgers on the money line, what'd you say, -120? That's it?
-125. Because, it correlates, right?
Yes, exactly.
You'd think that if they score 4 runs, they're probably going to win a game. Unless this game is like a low-scoring affair. Like, if they win 3-1, obviously you're in trouble. But it's just these Dodgers bats have been so good, and it just doesn't feel like a great pitching matchup when the Brewers are already in a bullpen game situation. And we haven't even seen much from Ohtani. So it's like once the first of the lineup starts to get going, because he's their leadoff guy. Like, there is a reason where you normally put, a guy that is going to get on base in the leadoff hole, because it just, jumpstarts your whole offense. So if Ohtani can start getting on base, this is going to be a huge boon to a Dodgers lineup that's just as good at the top as it is at the bottom. Like with guys like Kike Hernandez, Max Muncy is really good, even though I think he's towards the top half of the lineup. But like my point being is that like this offense has room to get better.
Oh, yes, it does. That's the scary thing. And just kind of like Vladdy got going last night after going 0-for-7 in the first 2 games of this series. I know Shohei's slump has lasted a little bit longer here. But, man, when you have all of that talent that Shohei has, then it's just a matter of time. Especially Shohei against a Brewers bullpen, which is good, but certainly not like going against one of their starters here. So that's the real dangerous thing. If you're Milwaukee, you're like, oh, God, what if this guy hits up?
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like if you're looking at props, like Teoscar Hernandez has been on an absolute tear. He had 2 hits last game. With 5 total bases, and we know he certainly has a lot of power. He was in the home run derby, and he's hit several home runs already in the last few games, 2 home runs over the last several series this postseason. So it just feels like the Dodgers lineup is just too much. So let me ask you this. Obviously, the Brewers need to either win tonight or tomorrow, but do you think that they win a game in this series?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think if they win a game, it'll be in game 4. I don't think this sets up well for them going out west against Glass now when you're going with a bullpen game. But I do think that, look, you got Shohei going for the Dodgers in game 4. And nothing against Shohei. He's a very good pitcher, but also because he's coming back from Tommy John surgery. And he was very good last time out against the Phillies. Had a quality start, I think 3 runs over 6 innings, but he hasn't been necessarily dominant because he hasn't had a lot of innings this year. So I think there's a possibility that, maybe he doesn't go long in this game. The Dodgers do have some weakness in the bullpen, and maybe that's how Milwaukee pulls out a win.
Right, and again, the Brewers have been doubted for most of the season, and here they stand as one of the top 4 teams in Major League Baseball. All right, coming up next, it's time to see who can survive another week in the NFL. Our Survivor plays come your way next on the Daily Tip.
Coming up on the Daily Tip, find out who'll survive when the Daily Tip crew lets you know their favorite Survivor picks for the NFL. Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back, and it's time to play Survivor. Who wins outright in the NFL this week? It feels like a very simple question, but as we've seen in the NFL this year, there's been plenty of chaos, and it feels like there are very few teams that are absolutely dominant these days. So we will play that in a few minutes. But Jenks, over at our house at the Buchanan Messenger residence, Croctober continues, where I have been continuing to make things in the crock pot. So today's menu is going to be chicken pot pie soup, which I am very excited about. And I was just thinking, like, how do I parlay this into, like, football talk? Because I understand some people are at home. They're like, Chelsea's talking about the crock pot again.
Easy.
So I was like, listen, how about we do NFL quarterbacks as crock pot recipes? So I've already come up with a few during the break. Number one, the very easiest one, Josh Allen has to be buffalo chicken dip in the crock pot.
Okay.
Don't know if you've ever made this, but very obviously, buffalo chicken has to go into Josh Allen, and it is a top-tier recipe, which makes a lot of sense for the reigning MVP. Next up, one of the more expensive recipes it feels like you can make in a crock pot, pot roast with a little barbecue sauce on top. Has to be Patrick Mahomes. The guy has a $500 million deal, and pot roast is normally like $30, and you're like, wow. We can't have pot roast more than once a week unless mama hits some more parlays. And then finally, here's the last one I thought of, and feel free to sprinkle in some of your own. Baker Mayfield. I'm going to go with crock pot brisket mac and cheese because mac and cheese is a winner. You can say all the things that you want, but like mac and cheese, it's pretty simplistic. Like it's not as good as the other meals, but everybody loves mac and cheese. And Baker Mayfield is a winner. And you add in some brisket there because you got to have some meat in your mac and cheese. Yeah. So, Jenks, how did I do? Do you like my quarterback to crock pot comparisons?
I love the comparisons, but you started talking about like mac and cheese, and I was like, mac and cheese is always, like that's a winner. You nailed that. It's always a winner. Those are some good recipes. More than anything, you just made me hungry.
Right?
Yeah. Well done. Send me some of that chicken pot pie stew or whatever that is. Put it in a box. Send it this way.
I'm sure it will taste amazing after 3 days in the post office system. All right, I got to ask Denton before we... or no, it's David who's doing this. See, I thought this was Denton because I think Denton tried this recipe and failed. So we will see if David can do it. The chicken pot pie casserole with the Red Lobster biscuits on top. So, David, how do you plan to avoid the failure that Denton had with this recipe?
I'm putting it in the oven, not the crock pot. Plain and simple. Go. I'm putting it in the oven, not the crock pot.
Oh, not everything works in the crock pot, Denton. And I think you knew this. You made this mistake, and it was like throwing into triple coverage.
They lied to me. They put it in a crock pot, and they said it's a crock pot recipe. Shame on me for trusting somebody. This is why I have trust issues.
Yes, because everything you see on TikTok normally is very accurate. Yes, consider the source, then consider the source. All right, let's get into some NFL talk, because I understand not everybody is a trad wife like me. What are you guys laughing about?
Oh, well, didn't drop the 6'7", which was very... 6'7". Just out of nowhere, it was very funny.
I wish I was there so I could, like, hit somebody. Because, like, I am getting so sick of this. Now it's everywhere, Jenks. I saw where the NFL tweeted this out yesterday. It's like the second we said it on air, everybody's like, oh, the algorithm knows. Everybody's going to be doing this. The NFL literally did this. And they, like, dubbed over, like, they did, like, Chris Collinsworth. And they, like, melded together him saying 6 and 7 and, like, a ref going like this. I'm like, oh, my God, when does it stop?
Jaden Daniels did this yesterday. Like randomly he was talking about Bill, I believe. Bill Krosky-Merritt. And he dropped in a 6'7" reference. Wild. I would not have known. And then I read through the comments. It was like 3/4 of the comments was like, I don't get it. I don't get it. What does this mean? What does this mean? What does this mean? It's crazy. taken over.
Well, like, think about the NFL's, like, main demographic, which I think of, like, older guys who watch, like, the NFL on Fox. Like, they want to see, like, the old guys talking about football. Like, imagine saying 6'7" to, like, a 65-year-old guy. They ain't gonna know what that means.
Oh, God.
You don't want to say it to a 67-year-old guy? I mean, come on. It was right there.
I did that on purpose, Dan.
You got to do the hands, too. You got to do the hands.
I don't have to do anything. I'm shaking my fist of kids of the day. The worst reference ever. And we will not be speaking about it ever again. And probably till next segment. All right, let's get to our Survivor picks.
2 men enter, 1 man leaves.
There can be only one.
Who will survive?
All right, you guys know the rules to Survivor in the NFL. The spreads don't matter. All you have to do is pick an outright winner. And if you're wondering if there is a tie and your team did not win the game, that counts as a loss as well. All right, gentlemen, so let's start with, I believe, Jenks. You're first on the docket. Who do you got in Survivor this week?
I don't even know where I am on my rundown, but it doesn't matter. You know I'm taking the Patriots. Come on. Come on. It has to be the Patriots. Like, I don't know if they're going to cover the number. I just feel like this number is too good to be true. But it doesn't matter. This is Survivor, so a win is a win. We got Mike Vrabel, revenge spot. We know this. The Titans, I don't know if you guys have looked. They're not a good football team. New England it is.
Unfortunately, I have looked. I have been forced to watch the Titans here in Nashville because those are the only games that are broadcast here. And I was just thinking, I think if Mike Vrabel was a crockpot recipe, he would be steak tips. He has to be some type of, like, steak, right? Just a whole bunch of man. All right, so I am not going to disagree with you. I do think the Patriots are going to win outright. All right, so next up for me, normally I'm not a huge fan of taking divisional games, but, like, this one makes the most sense this week. The Raiders are bad. The Chiefs are getting back Rashee Rice. And it also feels like the Chiefs are trending in the right direction to where, like, maybe they win this game in a close way, but it is a home game for the Chiefs. They are 3-3. They need wins. There is no room to be getting cute with things. I think they win this game outright. They are 12-point favorites, so I'm going to go with Kansas City. David, looks like we are on the same page here. Why do you like the Chiefs?
Oh no, this is my new shtick, Chelsea. I'm just gonna point everything that Chelsea said is what I'm gonna say. So go Chelsea, go. Chiefs are go. I think Rashee Rice is gonna make all the difference in this game. Now you have to worry about Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy. To me, it looked like Isaiah Pacheco started to get a little oomph behind his runs as well. It just makes sense that they're going to do gnarly things to the Raiders.
Right, and, like, I don't think we even have to explain ourselves that much. It is a 12-point spread. This is the largest spread on the entire slate this weekend, so the odds makers tend to agree with us as well. All right, Dylan, you are next up. I thought you would go Patriots, but you did not.
No, I don't know. I have a weird thing about picking my own team, but I like this matchup even more. The Giants, their only 2 wins have come at home, and Denver in their last 3 games have held teams all under 17 or less. I just think this is a team that's the Giants are relying on 2 rookies, and Denver, it's just an elite defense. I think they're just going to shut them down.
I feel like the under is a good play in this game as well. Set at 40. Unders for the Broncos have been a cash cow, because here's the thing, even when Broncos win games, it's like they run the ball into oblivion, and it's not like their offense is lighting up things. But I do think they're the much better overall team as opposed to the Giants. All right, Den, another big favorite, at least when it comes to the betting numbers. Who do you like this week?
I'm going to take the Packers over the Cardinals this week. I think the Packers, a lot of people are jumping off because they've looked a little lesser in the past few weeks, but I'm still a big believer in the Packers. Then on the flip side, with the Cardinals, Marvin Harrison Jr. is in concussion protocol, so we're uncertain if he's going to go this weekend. Kyler Murray didn't play last week. He was limited at practice early so far this week. And even on top of that, it's mid to late October, guys, and that's when teams start to realize that Kyler Murray is short, and if you just put your hands up at the line of scrimmage, he can't see over anyone. So I like the Packers in this one. I think Michael Parsons has a big day as well.
I feel like the Cardinals are a team that I kind of get nervous to bet against because it does feel like they are a scrappy team. So we're not talking about spreads here though, but this is a road game. Like I don't love that as well, but I think all of us have probably gone against like some of the basic rules because I don't know if you guys do this. I'm not a huge fan of taking road teams, and I'm not a huge fan of taking divisional matchups, but sometimes there are no other matchups, so I guess it makes sense. Does anybody else have a sabotage factor for any of these teams mentioned?
I actually don't like the Detroit one, or not the Detroit one, the Broncos one. Broncos did not look good at all last week against the Jets. Granted, it was in England. I'll give them that. Mm-hmm. But you're just going to completely discount the Scattaboo initiative? Come on, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, I think he has a point in the fact that the Broncos offense has not looked good. And like ideally for me, when I take a team in Survivor, I want a no sweat win. And I'll say this, like the Broncos have won a lot of games, but some of them have been very close. And it feels like they're not a high-end offense. They've only scored more than like 21 points once this year. Dylan? Rebuttal?
Yeah.
No?
I mean, I get what you guys are saying, but you are relying on rookies. I get Scattaboo's good, and he's looked good in some of these games, but I think Denver's got an elite defensive line. Their secondary is going to give Jackson Dart all sorts of fits. I just think this could get a real messy game for the Giants.
I do think it's going to be messy, but again, like the Chiefs are right there, Dylan. You don't want the Chiefs? Why not?
I'm a Pats fan. I could never back the Chiefs.
The hate runs deep for the Kansas City Chiefs. And I feel like a lot of people.
Throw it up.
All right, where are the cutoff sleeves? I feel like if you have a Patriots sweatshirt, it almost has to have like, oh, it does. There you go. There you go. The Patriot way. That's probably been trademarked by Jordan Hudson somewhere. So there you go. There's your 5 cents Jordan. All right, hour 3 is next. We talk about some of the biggest storylines in the NFL with Chris Mack, who previews the Steelers game for us as well. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker battle.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football, and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. It is a Thursday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us. Speeding towards the weekend on a Friday Junior, as Dylan likes to call it. Coming up in our final hour, well, look who we have here. Some shows save the big guns for Friday, not us. We're bringing in our good friend Chris Mack to talk Bengals Steelers, maybe some Penn State talk as well. We'll have our own preview of tonight's Thursday night football game in 20 minutes, and the Dogster is along at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium as we stream our final hour. We're doing that on X as well. If you want to stream yourself, easy to do. Just go to BallySportsLive.com or download the Bally Sports Live app. It's been too long since we talked to our next guest. Here he is, host of the Caboli and Mac podcast. You can see him on the BetMGM network as well. It is our good friend Chris Mack. Come on, look at this.
Oh.
Single guy. Oh, two people. There he is. Chris,
Hello,
how you
friend.
doing?
A couple claps.
Quick question. Yeah, we got a couple claps in there. Are you aware, as someone who has kids who are right in the middle of this, of the whole 6-7 thing? That is really...
I have a 12-and-a-half-year-old son
There we
who's
go.
in 7th grade.
Yes.
Every opportunity, especially in the midst of math homework, is an opportunity to bring up 6-7, which, you know, I was really shocked that the Steelers-Bengals line would just sit at 5.5 the way it has all week. I thought it would get to 6-7.
There it is.
I knew that was coming.
Yes.
Boo!
Oh, yeah. Get it in there. Loved it. I saw it and I was like, bring it. Bring it. Hit me head on with it.
If there's
Absolutely
anybody
not.
who's down for cheesy cultural references, guys, you know it's this guy right here.
I just have a problem with it because it has no meaning. Like, at least, like, our generation did, like, 6-9, nice. Like, at least there's a meaning to that. Like, I
We're
understand it's
also
not a
from
great
a generation,
meaning, but...
Chelsea, that strung out the "wazza" for about a year and a half too long.
That's true.
After those commercials.
But that was an actual reference, though, and you would say that as a greeting to people. Like, you used it in a logical sense. Like, 6-7 has no context.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with this generation's ability to turn just nonsense into their catchphrases, like skibbity and Riz and all that. I don't know.
Oh, God. I don't even want to be alive anymore. God, can we talk about football?
I guess.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
the Bengals and the Browns, both very Ohio. I mean,
yeah. All right, Chris.
Well, and I was saying this, like, it's the battle of the old guys tonight. Like, it's not going to be a bunch of skibbity-doo and Riz between Joe Flacco and Aaron Rodgers, at least. Like, at least we will get none of Gen Z's nonsense tonight.
No.
So a 5.5-point spread. So I think our first question is, 5.5 points, divisional matchup. Does it feel like too much?
no, I think it's just about on target because, in all seriousness, if you do get to the 6-7, seriously, I think it's too much in a divisional game, especially a road Thursday night game in the division. I think that does get to be pushing it just a little too much. Let's be clear. The Bengals without Burrow are a disaster, and it doesn't even speak of their defense. And we'll see if Trey Hendrickson's actually able to play tonight. Even if he is, he's the only player of import on that side of the ball, really. And the Steelers' offense, for what it's worth, has started to find a little bit of an identity, right? So I think what you're seeing from them is a willingness under Arthur Smith to kind of lean into your typical Arthur Smith game plan, which may not be very sexy and exciting, but you're going to get multiple tight ends. You're going to get that jumbo sixth offensive lineman package. that they've used pretty effectively the last 2 games. And so they're going to commit to using those players. Darnell Washington, who we've been talking about here in Pittsburgh for a couple of years, the giant tight end they drafted out of Georgia a couple of years ago, has really started to come into his own, and they're showing an ability and a willingness to use him even more so than Pat Freiermuth or Jonnu Smith. So if you're looking for an anytime touchdown, Darnell would not be a bad look. I really think the Steelers offense is starting to lean into that identity of, okay, and they would never phrase it this way, but let's not ask Aaron to do too much. Let's not put the whole game on his shoulders. That term game manager is a pejorative. We know that in the modern day NFL, but that's all they need Rodgers to be. The intelligent 40-year-old quarterback who walks out there, has seen everything, knows how to react to it, and actually has some protection in front of him to do what he wants to do, which they've improved upon in the last few games as well.
Chris, Steelers are 4-1, but how good is Pittsburgh really? I don't mean that to sound derisive, but I think that record based on the weakness of the division might be a little bit of a misnomer.
Yeah, I think it's a fair question, Jenks, and I think the 2 top teams that weren't expected to be at the top of the AFC this early in the year, the Colts and the Steelers, are going to have a lot of questions answered about them in the next few weeks, including when they meet each other in a couple of weeks here. I think we're going to learn if these teams are for real or if they've just padded their records early on by doing what they need to do and playing bad teams who don't know how to do what they need to do or can't do what they need to do. You look at Indy's schedule over the next couple of weeks. Obviously, they've got the Chargers this weekend. Probably a test for the Chargers as well, right? Given all the offensive line injuries. And then once they host Tennessee, they come to Pittsburgh. They've got Atlanta over in Germany. And after the bye week, they get KC, Houston, Jacksonville, Seattle, San Francisco. So we're going to learn a lot about Indy over the next month to 6 weeks. Same goes for the Steelers, because after this Cincy game, they host Green Bay in prime time. They get the Colts. They get the Chargers. They've still got the Bills. And what by then may be a healthy Ravens squad on the schedule twice in the back third of the season. So I think it's a fair question to ask. I think what we've seen from the Steelers is, like I said, a willingness to start to find that Arthur Smith kind of identity on offense. And on defense, they're doing what you expect from a Steelers defense. They're taking down the opposing quarterback. They're forcing turnovers. It saved a game for them in New England earlier this year. So don't ask the quarterback to do too much. Lean on your tight ends on the offensive side. And let's not forget they still have DK Metcalf available to them. And then on defense, just let TJ Watt and Cam Hayward and Jalen Ramsey make plays. Ramsey had 2 sacks last week. They're moving him all over the field. They're starting to get, which was not really a hallmark of Mike Tomlin-led defenses since Dick LeBeau was pushed out of town a while back. They hadn't relied on a lot of creative pressures to get to the quarterback. They've gotten more creative in the last couple of weeks, as we saw with Jalen Ramsey coming off the slot to blitz. Nick Herbig, who is their third edge behind Watt and Alex Highsmith. They put him on the field at the same time as Watt and Highsmith a couple times since Highsmith came back last week. So they're getting more creative on that side of the ball. And that, especially whether you're talking about a rookie quarterback like they faced last week in Dylan Gabriel on the Browns, or I think an older, less mobile quarterback like Flacco tonight can create some chaos for the opposing offense.
All right, so Mama wants a same game parlay. So can you help me build some legs of this? Like, what are some good props? Like, normally you see a total of 43.5. You're like, uh-oh, maybe not a great game for props. But I do think there are some guys that are maybe worth considering. Like, I was looking at DK Metcalf. It feels very obvious because he's had back-to-back great games. But, like, what are some legs that we should throw in our same game parlays?
I think if there's a DK prop that you like, I wouldn't hesitate for a second to put that in there. Rodgers, he's become Rodgers' go-to guy. They've had a good chemistry really since the start of training camp. A couple of the throws that you saw to DK against Cleveland were the same exact things we saw them working on way back in training camp at St. Vincent College back in July and August. So they've found a rhythm there. Rodgers knows he can go to him. Rodgers missed him once on a deep ball. Or I guess you could argue maybe Metcalf didn't work back to it the way he should have, but they had an opportunity for one of those against Cleveland as well. And this isn't a Bengals secondary that's going to light your hair on fire. It's not really going to inspire you. So DK is a look. I mentioned Darnell Washington for an anytime touchdown. I would take a look at his props as well. And I wouldn't have a problem with the under in this game. I mean, again, we're talking about a Steelers defense against a 40-something-year-old Joe Flacco. They do have all of their corners healthy and available, Pittsburgh. Joey Porter Jr., I mentioned Ramsey, Darius Slay. The one thing to keep an eye on, I don't know if it'll be as much of an effect against a Bengals offense whose tight ends are a bit beat up right now, but Deshaun Elliott did not make the trip to Cincinnati. It's a non-injury related reason, so we may get a Chris Jones situation where whatever the personal issue that gets worked out, he runs onto the field for introductions after getting to the stadium 15 minutes before game time. I don't know about that, but Elliott has been, when he was out, the defense really struggled. And since he's come back, he's been the key to unlocking a lot of big plays in that secondary. So I would keep an eye on that. But if you're looking for a Steelers same-game parlay, Metcalf is a good look. Darnell Washington is a good look. And despite all that, I'd still lean under, especially that we've got a number approaching the mid-40s.
Chris, I wanted to ask you about Penn State. So,
do you have to, Jenks?
I don't, but, you know, if we can talk 6-7, we can talk Penn State.
Yeah.
So,
both
James
equally
Franklin.
Atrocious right now, the 6-7
absolutely.
and Penn State football.
So why couldn't James Franklin win big games? Does he just not have it in him? And who is the next head coach in Happy Valley?
I think it was just a matter of James Franklin is a very good program builder. We know what he did at Vandy years ago, right? And I think he did a similar thing at Penn State. He really did build the program back to national prominence. Bill O'Brien gets a ton of credit for keeping it afloat. James Franklin built it back to national prominence. And a lot of us in the Penn State fan base, I think, have been sure to make that point over the last 5 days. He gets credit for that. He does. But he was never going to be the guy who took that final ascent to the peak, right? He's proven that with the record against top 10 teams and in big games. I don't know why he could never get that response from his players or why he froze in those moments. That's something for him to figure out at his next stop, which hopefully comes sooner rather than later, so it lessens the buyout. But I think, look, the initial reaction is there a way to poach Curt Cignetti from Indiana? That's been brought up not just because Curt Cignetti has done an amazing job at Indiana, not just because it's a Big Ten school, but because Curt's from Western PA. He gets the football ethos of Western PA, and I think you offer a guy from Western PA a boatload of money to coach at Penn State, it's going to be very enticing. So the one problem with that is I've talked to some Penn State insiders is he's 64. He's a great coach. He's done a fantastic job, but how long is he going to be around for this gig? This is still something they want to be a long-term solution, which is why Matt Rule's name comes into the conversation. He's from State College. He went to Penn State. He's got a great relationship with the AD. Pat Kraft is literally one of Matt Rule's best friends. The question there is, do you want to go back and bleep where you eat? In other words, Matt Rule can go back to State College. He can go back home any weekend in the offseason, get slaps on the back, and everybody's like, hey, you're doing a great job, man. It'd be awesome if you were here. And everybody thinks about what would it be like if Matt were here in State College and coaching Penn State? What happens if he goes back and it doesn't go well? I think every head coach thinks that they can solve all the problems for any program. They don't really focus on that part, but it's got to be in the back of his mind. What if I go back home and it doesn't go well? What's that going to be like when I go back for the holidays or in the offseason? Am I still going to get that warm kind of welcome if I'm at Penn State for 3 years and things tank?
Yeah, that's a good point. Going to be fascinating to watch. Who are they going to bring in? And I did not realize that Cignetti had ties to Pennsylvania as well, so that's something to watch. You can check him out as host of the Kaboli and Mac podcast, host on the BetMGM network. Check him out on Y108 in Pittsburgh as well. And when it comes to Generation Alpha, this guy knows all of the terms. It is Chris Mack.
Skibbity Riz. Chelsea loves it.
Thank you, buddy.
Speaking of age, let me ask you this, Jenks.
Oh, God.
Do you think 64 is too old to start like at a program. Like I hadn't even thought of this. Like 64 and the way that Curt Cignetti like carries himself.
Yeah.
He doesn't feel like an old guy to me. Like
No.
I feel like now in today's day and age, like if you take care of yourself, you can definitely last longer. But like, I think it would still be worth it. Like even if you get 5 years from him.
Absolutely.
Like, I don't know.
No, even if it's just getting the program on the right track. Like Nick Saban is 73. He retired a couple seasons ago. He did it as good as you can do it late into his career. Pete Carroll's in the NFL. So, yeah, I don't think it's too old at all. Coming up next here on the show, we know what Chris Mack thinks. Now find out which side, maybe a prop that's getting our money tonight in Cincinnati. Our Thursday Night Football preview is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. On the Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It is a Thursday. I'm getting excited. The weekend's almost here. Welcome back. I'm Michael Jenkins. My partner in crime is the great Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, Joe Flacco rides again for the Bengals. Chelsea, I feel like a proud father today because, yes, I'm very proud. So I mentioned this before, but back in the day when I was covering the Caps, I became friends with a lot of the fans, which was a really wonderful time because my job was just to go out to walk around the arena, do fan stories, go to bars, talk to fans. And so I got to know many Caps fans very well, where they are to this day, good friends of mine. Lindsay and Tyler, I married them at a local brewery here in D.C. I officiated their wedding. Massive Capitals fans, and they reached out to me about a month ago. Live in West Virginia now. They're like, hey, grab Catherine, come on out and see us. Laura and Aaron, Laura in particular, another good friend of mine, close friend of mine. So I got to know Laura, and Laura is crazy. But her and her husband, Aaron, great couple, and they lived here in D.C. but moved to Austin. And one thing I love about Laura is as crazy as she is, has a real knack for talking journalism. Like she just kind of understands it. So we would sit and just talk shop. Like, this is why this show works. This is what I like about the production, what I don't. This is why this person is better suited to do this role than this. And really fascinating to me. I say that because she's been dying to go back to school, to go to graduate school. She went to KU, but wants to go back to graduate school to continue journalistic studies. So in Austin, she's like, I want to be a Longhorn. I want to be a Longhorn. Can you help me? I was like, yeah, I'll try. So I wrote a letter, and she applied. She got denied, and she was crushed. But she didn't give up. So she hired an advisor to help with her application, and then I wrote another letter, like the best recommendation letter ever, and she reapplied and sort of adjusted her application. She got in yesterday. So I get this text like, oh my God, I'm crying. I'm so excited. I'm a Longhorn now. I want you to be proud. I'm like, well, of course I'm proud. Like, like you did this. I didn't do any of this. But it's really awesome to see someone who is passionate about something get denied and say, I'm not done yet. I'm going to keep trying. And it worked out. So I'm really happy for her. And I got another Horn who's a friend of mine. So that's always a good thing.
Serious question, because I'm genuinely interested to hear your answer on this.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think like higher level journalism schools, do you think those matter as much now as they used to? Like, I go back and forth on this because I do think if you are doing like big J journalism where you are investigating things, you're a political reporter, something like that, I think you probably do need to go that route.
Yes.
But it just feels like so many journalism jobs these days.
Yeah.
It just feels like repetition and like just doing the job is like better experience. Do you get the conundrum that like I'm feeling here?
Well, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think what you're trying to say is the big J journalism doesn't have the impact that it used to have, right? Like if you want to be in the business, you don't necessarily have to have that education that was once a prerequisite. So I agree with you. What I would say is I agree. I also think because true journalism has eroded, studying the craft and learning it and doing it the right way has become more important than ever, especially with the freedom of the press under attack in many ways. So I feel like, no, if you want a career, you don't necessarily need that education, but that education is massively important in upholding these journalistic institutions that are increasingly, under fire. So I think in that respect, it's super important.
I think it's just tough for me to like argue that case because like I didn't go to journalism school.
Right.
I didn't even study journalism in college. Like I started writing for the school newspaper and like I got my experience that way. It's just, I will say this about life in general, that it always feels like there's more than one path to like success. Like there's no one set road. And I feel like especially now more than ever with people who don't even go to college. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting discussion. And I'm sure people are like, Chelsea, we have a football game tonight. Get to the props.
Well, here's an interesting discussion. Steelers and Bengals. Let's get to. I'll be very proud if our bets hit tonight. How about that? So, The Steelers are laying 5.5. The Steelers are minus 250. The Bengals are 2-1 on the money line. Your total set at 44. It's gone up a tick. Was it 43 and a hook yesterday? Now up a half point, even though I like the under in this game. Okay, now it's back down to 43 and a half. So we're seeing it kind of go back and forth, back and forth. Chelsea, can you make a case for a side in this game?
Man, you said sides, and immediately I was like, "Oh, baked potatoes."
Ooh,
so a side
macaroni?
in this game. So divisional matchup, 5.5 points, especially in an AFC North matchup. So like normally the template is okay. We need to at least consider the underdog for a hot minute because usually it's a solid play. But the Bengals do not look like a team that I'd want to back right now. I will say this, when a total is set at, looks like it's gone to 44 over BetMGM. I know it's waffling back and forth, but still, relatively speaking, a low total. It just feels like a game where like the Steelers aren't going to like put their foot on the gas pedal. Like I do think the Steelers are a very good team. And if there's ever a bad matchup, you know, for the Bengals and this Bengals secondary, it's what Aaron Rodgers can do with DK Metcalf. He has had massive games over the last two. But 5.5, it still feels like a big spread to me. So you look across the NFL, like I was just saying this about like the Patriots and Saints game last week, when the Patriots only won that game by 6 points. So it just, I think you need to remember that mindset of the NFL and the parity that we see across the league. And the fact that Joe Flacco is at least a veteran. It does not make me feel great that he's playing behind that offensive line and he's 40 years old. But if somebody's crafty enough to maybe get something going and like have a backdoor cover, it does feel like it's Joe Flacco.
Yeah, I feel like that he definitely sort of found his footing last week against the Packers and in the second half. So he came out and on that first drive of the second half was 8 out of 10, looked really good. And you never know with Joe Flacco, right? Because he is older now. He's certainly past his prime. But he is a quarterback who has enough veteran experience and enough success over the years against the Steelers to make something happen here, or at the very least, keep the Bengals close. So all time in his career against the Steelers, he's thrown 27 touchdowns, 12 picks. Historically, he has done well against Pittsburgh. But ultimately, when you're talking about a home game and a divisional battle, the Steelers might be 4-1. But I just think it's a little bit misleading. They're a good team, but they're essentially an above average team. And at this point in the season, sometimes we see lines swing one way or the other based on recent results. And I just kind of have that gut feeling like, yeah, the Steelers initially looked like the right side because the Bengals are so bad, but also a division game at night, short week, Thursday night football with a quarterback who can keep it close potentially. I'm going to go with the Bengals here.
But I will say this. I tried to make the case for the Browns against the Steelers because same situation. You say, okay, divisional matchup. The Browns at least have a good defense. And the Steelers won that game 23-9. The Browns did not cover whatever that number was. I think it was like 5 or 6 or something like that. But I do think this maybe trends to a lower scoring game. And I think you were kind of hinting that as well. So you do get a 44, at least at BetMGM Tennessee right now. So if you don't really believe in this Bengals offense and this offensive line, I think that's the main thing. I think you go towards the under here, especially with the Steelers. I feel like when it's a divisional matchup and when it's a short week, you are simply just trying to win the game. Like, you're not going for style points here. You're simply trying to survive with a dub. So I just feel like the Steelers win, but I don't see them keeping the foot on the gas pedal.
Do you like an under then? I like an under in this game.
I don't want to play it. Like, who wants to sweat out an under? Because here's the sabotage factor for the under. The Steelers are winning comfortably, and they do have a good matchup through the air against this Bengals secondary. And we've seen the Bengals able to put up points in garbage time, like we saw last week against the Packers. And the Packers have a good defense, at least on paper. So, like, that would be the sabotage factor, is if this game gets out of hand and, you know, the defense doesn't, you know, play it super intense in the second half. So last week's score, Packers-Bengals, was 27-18. So by my middle school math, that would be over this total. I think a lot of it depends on how much you believe in the Steelers' offense, because this should be a good matchup for them. Like, Aaron Rodgers has looked good in spurts. I don't know. I feel like there are sabotage factors for both ways.
I think that the Steelers can be explosive, but ultimately they're a little bit misleading in that they actually rank near the bottom of the NFL in yards per play. So, yeah, from time to time they can open it up, but on the whole, they don't average a whole lot of yards per play, and this Bengals defense isn't great. They do get Shamar Stewart back. I think that should help. And also, I think there's a real desperation factor that's at play tonight, and maybe this is more a handicap that you put in if you're looking at the Bengals getting points. But if the Bengals have any hope, and I mean any hope of making the postseason, they got to win. Like, it's already kind of on the fritz, right? They're kind of already right there. But if they have any hope of maybe getting Joey Burrow back in time and eking into the playoffs, they got to get this win. Like, I think it's just going to be all hands on deck. Whatever they have to do to get a win, they're going to do it. And so that makes me like the Bengals plus the points. And also, the way for them to get a victory is to ground and pound. That's their best way to get a win, is to grind it out against this Steelers defense and make it an ugly game. And also, you know, when we talk about analytics versus gut, whenever I see an AFC North matchup in prime time, and I look at the number and I get it in the 40s, it just feels like an under game.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes when I'm stuck on a total, sometimes you can look at pace of play. And I was looking at this, and the Steelers and the Bengals are both towards the bottom of the league when it comes to plays per game. So, like, both these teams are not playing at quick paces. Like, Pittsburgh ranks 30th, Cincinnati ranks 29th. Because that goes into it as well. Even if you're an explosive offense, you know, if you play at a slow pace, sometimes, you know, that can be the difference between winning or losing a total bet. So I think that kind of screams under to me, especially on a short week. Like, don't get cute with it. But as far as props go, like I've mentioned this before, I think the selection for me, the prop player of the week, is going to be DK Metcalf. Feels like he has a great matchup here as the Bengals are giving up, I think, the 6th most receiving yards to opposing wide receivers. This is not a good secondary. They also give up a ton of points. And also, it feels like Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf are starting to really develop that connection that I think a lot of us thought was going to happen right off the bat, just because DK Metcalf was one of the first receivers to work out with Aaron Rodgers. So over the last 2 weeks, had 5 catches for 126 yards against the Vikings, had 4 catches for 95 yards against the Browns last week. So his prop has gone up. It was 60.5, now it's 64.5. Makes me a little nervous in that regard, but I still think the targets are there enough. Like, he had 9 targets last week. Like, that's a good sign, because you don't want to rely too heavily on the big play, because that game where he had 126 yards, he had an 80-yard catch. So obviously that kind of skews the math a little bit, but he is so physical and he is so tough to cover that I do think Aaron Rodgers at least gives him a few chances for one of those big explosive plays. So I think 64.5 is still a very gettable number for one of the most physically freak athletes in the NFL.
Yeah, he is unreal. I'm looking at this Chase Brown prop, and I just can't pull the trigger. I don't think I can do it. I'm trying to follow game script here. Chase Brown's rushing prop is 43.5. It's a little higher than it should be, and I kind of feel like it's still the right side. He hasn't hit this since week 2 against the Jags, but what is the difference between that game and every other game that the Bengals have played this season? It's that the Bengals have been playing from behind. They've been playing catch-up. So when that's the case, what do you have to do? You have to throw the ball, whether it's Jake Browning or Joe Flacco. But in this game, if you believe it's going to be close, and I think it's going to be close, that means the Bengals are going to want to grind out this game on the ground and feed Chase Brown, as opposed to trying to throw down the field constantly to keep up with a team that has a big lead on them. And I think this is going to be close. So Chase Brown's yardage total again on the ground is 43.5. And they won that game against the Jags the last time he hit that number. I don't necessarily think Cincinnati is a live dog tonight, but I do think, because I expect this game to be close, I expect Cincy to hand it off, as opposed to saying, hey, let's put this game in the hands of Joe Flacco. They don't want to do that.
I just get nervous with Chase Brown because it does not feel like he has big upside. Like his highest rushing total this year has been 47. And especially in the last 4 games, he has not gotten more than 10 carries. And I understand what you're saying with the game script. Maybe this one's better, but I still think the Steelers win this game. So I don't even know if this is going to be a positive game script this week. And also, Samaje Perine has been getting some touches as well. He had 8 touches last time. So I'm not a huge fan of taking running backs that have a target share in the backfield. But if you like it, play it.
No, I'm not going to play it. I'm just looking at it. Not a big fan of this game. JK. Okay, coming up next on the show. We had 1 baseball game on the schedule yesterday. Tonight we've got 2 and Thursday Night Football. So where are we putting our money? It's coming up next in the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It's a Thursday. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Thanks for being with us. We're streaming on Stadium as we speak. Also, streaming on X right now. So if you're watching us, hey, how you doing? Thanks for being with us. Coming up, Bet Sweats, the Donkster, our best bets. Chelsea, what is going on with you today? Is it Crockpot Thursday? As soon as you get done, it's time to start loading things up and getting ready to feed the fam? What's going on?
Yeah, it's Crocktober.
Crocktober.
Get the name right. Yeah, the marketing here in the household is Crocktober. So in October, we make a ton of crock-pot meals. And today it's that chicken pot pie soup that I had mentioned. Mm-hmm. But right after this, I have to get Blake ready for school. So it is a mad dash, like the next 15 minutes after the show, where it's like, please brush your teeth. Please go to the bathroom. Please agree on this outfit. Because like Blake wants to pick out her outfit every day for school, and it never matches. And like, here's the thing. I look like a bad parent if she goes to school in mismatched clothes that are also too small for her. Like, she has these outfits that she really likes, and she likes them for a long time. So it's like 3T or something. And like, Blake is very tall, and she's 5. She wears 6T now, or like 6X, whatever. So like, she comes in with like this belly shirt and these high water pants. She's like, I've got my outfit ready. It's like, no, we are not going to school dressed like that.
I would love to see this. That's funny. Kids are funny like that. They'll just take what they want and they'll say, I'm going to wear this and I think it looks great. Are there kids at her school who do that though? Like, clearly the parents are like, I just let this kid dress himself or dress herself.
I think you see it from time to time. I've not seen it at school, but at the Y, there are so many girls that wear pajamas to the Y. And so Blake is like, well, she gets to wear a nightgown. I'm like, well, we're not going to do that. Like, because I feel like that's like, I don't know. What I remember of like the trashy families growing up is like the people who wear pajama pants to Walmart. You know exactly the type of people I'm talking about. So yeah. I, in my core memories, do not want my family to look like that.
What's the old line from Jerry Seinfeld back in the day on Seinfeld? He was like, I think sweats pretty much say, I give up. Which I kind of like, I'm done here. I'm just putting on the sweats today. But sometimes there is a place for that. There's always a place for Bet Sweats in our life. Bet Sweats. Joe O. Sammy P. Bet Sweats. Our guys giving out their favorite plays for Thursday Night Football. They're going to hand out their Survivor plays as well. And some great guests, as they usually have. Andy Molitor from BetSperts joins at 10 o'clock. And then John Murray from the Westgate Superbook will be along at 11:20. Guess what I'm going to do today?
What?
I'm going to chase because I've had a bad week.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. You've got 3 bets. I've got 4 bets. So let's get to it.
Time to place your bets.
Look at this loaded card. That's what I'm talking about. Crocktober, activate.
Hell yeah. It'll be ready in 4 to 6 hours. Unlike my best bet that's ready now. Ding. All right, best bet of the night is going to be DK Metcalf of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Going to go 60-plus receiving yards for -125. We're dumbing it down a little bit because I have lost several bets by like a mere yard or yard and a half. But DK Metcalf obviously has extreme upside in this matchup. If you look at the Bengals on paper, they have given up the 6th most receiving yards to opposing wide receivers. That secondary is not great. Meanwhile, we see DK Metcalf and Aaron Rodgers continue to establish a great connection that we all expected from the jump because DK Metcalf was the guy working out with Aaron Rodgers even before he officially signed with the Steelers. So back-to-back games with huge outputs. Against the Vikings, he had 5 catches for 126 yards. Last game, he had 9 targets, 4 catches, and 95 yards. So that's the main thing. I like that the targets are progressively going up, and it's a good matchup. Why would you not use one of the best physically in-shape athletes in the NFL almost feels like you're watching like a basketball player out there. So I think DK Metcalf is going to continue to get the targets tonight against a Bengals weak secondary. Let's go 60+ receiving yards for DK.
Okay, let's do this. I'm starting with Brewers and the Dodgers here. So I'm going to go Dodgers -1. God, -150. Or play this on the run line. Get yourself some plus money. Look, Tyler Glass now is going for the Dodgers. And I just think this is such a bad spot for the Brewers. This starting pitching for LA has just eaten them alive. Blake Snell goes into the 8th. Yoshi Yamamoto pitches a 3-hit complete game. And now it's Tyler Glass now. Just no let up from that Dodgers starting rotation. Last time out for Tyler Glass now, pitched against the Phillies in LA. 6 shutout innings. He's 3-2 at home this season with a 2.77 ERA. This is essentially a bullpen game for the Brewers. They'll probably go with Jose Quintana at some point. They just don't have the rotation that LA has. Dodgers could get the sweep here. Take the Dodgers on the run line. Get yourself some plus money. I'm going to go Dodgers -1, -150.
Yeah, we're both being cowards with this one.
I know.
Instead of playing the run line, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do Dodgers team total over 3.5 plus the money line. They're obviously correlated bets because one would think if the Dodgers, are scoring a lot of runs, probably gonna win the game. So 3.5 feels like a gettable number for this Dodgers offense that feels like it hasn't even hit their peak because Shohei Ohtani has been very pedestrian. Dare I say he has been very bad in the postseason thus far. So for all the reasons you mentioned about the Dodgers on the money line, their bullpen is absolutely fresh. The Brewers have a bullpen game against this Dodgers lineup that's been tested and true in the postseason. It feels like for like 17 years in a row. So that feels like a play for me. Over 3.5 runs, and the money line is -125 for that one. Then we're going to go Blue Jays Mariners over 7.5. We saw the hit parade last night, courtesy of the Blue Jays. And maybe it's not the Blue Jays tonight, but I think both these teams are fully capable of mashing some home runs, even when it's a pitcher-friendly park. Like we saw this last night. Some of the home runs were, 415, 437, courtesy of both bats on each side. So I think the hit parade continues, especially as we get later on in these series where we see the same bullpen guys going. And plus, Max Scherzer is going for the Blue Jays. I don't know if he's going to be bad, but I think he's at least going to give up a couple. Because that's the sabotage factor. When a total is 7.5, you just need both pitchers to not be dominant. And I just don't think it's going to be the case for Luis Castillo either, because in both starts against the Blue Jays earlier this season, he gave up a lot of hard contact. Gave up 10 hits in his first outing against the Blue Jays and then 5 runs in the next one. So I think we see several runs in this one. Over the total. 7.5 feels too low. Let's go over in that one.
I'm with you here. I'm going to go first 5 over 3.5. It's -145 now, so I will take that. I want to trust Max Scherzer. We love Mad Max here in D.C., the ultimate competitor, but he is 41 years old, and he's given up at least 4 runs in 5 of his last 6 appearances. And then you mentioned Castillo, who has been hit pretty hard by the Blue Jays twice this season, 8 runs over 8 innings. So with the way we saw the Blue Jays bats come alive last night, and they already hit Castillo well, and Max Scherzer has struggled this season, I feel like this is definitely an over game. I'm going to play first 5 over, but I like your play as well. How about some Thursday Night Football? Let's do it. Bengals. Oh, yeah. Bengals plus 5.5 hosting the Steelers. Oh, man. Do you know how difficult it is to grab points with the Bengals with a bad football team? But I feel like the Steelers are maybe a little overvalued here. Best win of the season came against the Patriots. Okay, early in the season, Patriots are a good team. But then they beat the Vikings with Carson Wentz at quarterback. Pittsburgh is just a little overvalued because that division is so bad right now, and the Bengals are one of the reasons for that. But ultimately, if you look at Cincinnati, this is a team that has to have this win if they have any hope at all of making the playoffs and getting Joe Burrow back in time to help them make some sort of run. Probably not going to happen, but they have to have this. And ultimately, when you see a game in the AFC North, 5.5 points is just a lot of points. The Bengals are at home. It's a short week. And if you look at the Steelers' offense, they actually rank near the bottom of the NFL in yards per play. I think this is a grinded-out game for the Bengals. They keep it within the number. And also, all-time against the Steelers, Joe Flacco, 27 touchdowns, 12 picks. I know this is not the Joe Flacco of old, who is a former Super Bowl MVP, but he's had historically a lot of success here. So give me the Bengals plus 5.5. One hockey play for you. Devils on the money line, minus 152, hosting the Panthers. Good spot for the Devils. This is their home opener, and the Panthers are going to be tired. They're playing on the back end of a back-to-back, 3 games in 4 nights. Also, the Panthers are super banged up right now. Alexander Barkov out. Matthew Tkachuk out until December. And now Dmitry Kulikov out for the next 5 months. He's having surgery on his labrum. I like the Devils tonight at home on the money line. Before we get to Joe, we got to bring in the Donkster. Good morning, Donkster. What's happening?
What do you guys think Sammy P smells like?
I don't know. I'm sure he smells great.
He's winning bets and he's got that baby face the ladies love. I bet he smells like cedarwood and money.
Okay.
So I'm going to follow in his footsteps with my own special cologne.
Well, what's it called?
Redonkulous, for the animal in all of us.
Oh, God, okay. You have a bet, Donkster?
Steelers, minus 55 against the Bengals.
No.
Oh,
it's not right.
Alt line.
Alt line. Well, you're going to make a lot of money tonight, Donkster. Good luck. Joe, good morning. How are you?
Smells like alcohol, to answer the Donkster's question.
Oh, well. What's his drink of choice? Isn't it Jameson?
Oh, that's so good.
Yes.
That's what he always drinks,
Yes. Oh, my God, yes.
Yes, that too.
All right.
Yes, whatever you would have
So
said,
are you-
yes is the answer.
I don't know. Are you taking the alt line of Steelers minus 55?
I'm not.
What do you
I'm
think
not.
happens in this game?
So we've had the last couple Thursdays have been kind of crazy, right? With upsets. We had the Giants, and then we had the Rams, too. I liked what I saw out of Flacco in the second half.
There we go.
It's hard to trust the Bengals defense, but I think they hang around. I think he found something with Chase there.
Oh, God, I love that. That's what I'm talking about, Joe. Always a pleasure. Have a great show. We're out of time here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For our fantastic crew, I'm Michael Jenkins. Have a great Thursday.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Swinging, this ball's hit in the air to deep center field, and George Springer gets it over the wall for a home run. Vlad Jr. sends a high drive to deep center field. Rodriguez to it's gone. First pitch of the fifth. Vlad Jr. launches a solo shot.
All right, at least we know we have one series in the LCS, and we have week number 7 kicking off tonight in the National Football League. Welcome in. This is Bet Sweats with you on a Thursday morning. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich, John Murray, our buddy from the Westgate, will be joining us in the 11 o'clock hour. Andy Molitor from the Deep Dive podcast and BetSperts will be dropping by as well. If you're with us every week, you know Thursdays are super busy. We've got a breakdown of Thursday Night Football in 20 minutes. Later this hour, we're going to go over Survivor, our favorite college football plays of the weekend. We're going to put our 10 toes down and take some stances here on this Thursday morning. Sam is in New York, like the usual plan on Thursday. He's got a chair in his room. Sam, how are you? Damn. Muted? Can't start this way. Or is it the microphone? Oh, it could be one of many things. Bad start. Don't listen to any of our plays today. Whatever we give you over the next 3 hours, you might have to give the hard ignore. You with us now? Yeah, he's here visually. You can watch him on YouTube and Twitch. You just can't hear him on BetMGMNetwork.com. That takes you right to the Odyssey app, the BetMGM Network YouTube and Twitch pages. Make sure you subscribe over there. Follow the show on X as well, Bet_Sweats, Bet_Sweats, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. We are everywhere. We'll try one more time.
Hello.
I hear something. I did hear something.
I don't know. I'm green. My light is green. My mic is green. You got me now?
You're good. You're green? Yes, because we know Jeff Schwartz will stop by in the room, and he's all about green. He comes in at some point during the show every week and kind of leans over your shoulder and tells you why Oregon's going to cover the point spread. Did he do that? He did that last week, right?
He did.
Ah, damn. Oh no, this microphone. We can't be dealing with this. Yeah, you're out again, Sam. You're out again. This is not going well this week. Yesterday it was Caroline Fenton. She had issues to start. Who was it the day before? Was it Felder yesterday as well? Felder had some issues. Not good.
Yeah, what about me? How am I doing now?
You're good. Yeah, you're good.
Great. Hey
guys.
Yeah, my favorite, since you bring up Jeff, was like, we're just better, and that's fine. Was my favorite part from last week. So look, they'd be favored again if they played again tomorrow, right? But I want to see Jeff pop in again. I don't know if he'll be having the Ducks hockey jersey on, but that is a good look. It's a pretty sweet jersey.
I probably don't have much of an argument against Rutgers this week. Like, I'm not going to take Rutgers. I've heard both sides of it, though. I've heard both sides, so we'll see what he has to say when he hops in. You heard the highlights coming in. We'll get Sam's mic sorted out in a couple of minutes. Don't worry, he'll be here throughout the show. But ALCS, game number 3 last night. I kind of landed on it by the time we got to the end of the show. It's like, yeah, Toronto's the play. I don't think Seattle. You look at that Blue Jays offense and how they were hitting coming into the series. And yes, they struggled, of course, games 1 and 2. You knew they were due for something big. And boy, did you see it. 13-4 over Seattle last night. So the Jays are the dog. Around plus 122, plus 125 is where they close, and they win easily. That game was over. I'm sure many people ended up turning the TVs off. The over gets smashed by 10 runs. It closed 7. We get 17 runs in this ball game. Blue Jays go yard 5 times. If you compile the distance of those 5 home runs, it was 2,004 feet in home runs. That's what that Jays offense did. Vladdy Jr., monster game, 4 for 4, homer, couple doubles, single, a walk. You had Springer. He was in the room. They called it. They called their shot on Springer, and they were correct. Springer, 3 hits, including a home run in that one. For those all concerned about that matchup against Kirby, 8 runs on 8 hits, giving up 3 homers in only 4 innings of work. Some meaningless homers at the end of the game by Seattle. I guess you could bring that up. I don't know. They weren't high leverage moments. They were against end of the reliever guys that they're not going to need over the next couple of days. So Toronto wins big, and it is Seattle 2-1. They go back at it today, game number 4. So the plan today, we're going to have a couple of LCS games. So full day of sports. We've got Thursday night football. Of course, college. College already kicked off this week. And 2 LCS baseball games. So good day of betting. Good day of betting if you don't have too much planned.
Hello. Good morning. Can you hear me now?
We started there. Yeah, that's how we started last time, but then it went away after about 10 seconds. So we'll see.
I honestly don't think anything is my fault for the first time in my life. I don't know what I've done wrong. I didn't even drink last night. So I know it's not my fault. Everything is hooked up and ready to go.
Really? The Dogster said he was trying to make a cologne that smelled like Sammy P.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. I forgot what he said it smelled like, but I just said alcohol. That's all you need.
So the second time I tried to talk to you this morning, I was trying to relay the message that Jeff Schwartz will be here today. I was sort of ribbing him yesterday. We went out for tacos. The guy puts down taco. The taco looks like a little race car in his hand, by the way. So we're eating tacos.
Micro machine.
Very small looking taco in his hand. So I said, the guys don't think you're showing up tomorrow. What do you mean? I go, well, you're kind of a front runner. And he's like, what? What do you mean? So I said, yeah, we don't think you're going to show up after that big loss to Indiana. Oh, I'll be there. You tell them I'll be there.
They're just better. They're just better. The 3s are better. The 4s are better. Oh, damn. No, you're getting them all revved up, so he's going to be coming in hot at some point during the show. I want to see that. Do you have a bet on Oregon Rutgers? I remember you talking earlier in the week.
The dog, for sure. I'm going to take 17.5. You know how I feel on Thursday. Tuesday for me is a mystery box. Wednesday, I start revving the engine. I wake up Thursday, and my list goes from 6 to 4 in college. I try to do about 4 college bets and then 2 NFL bets because the NFL is just – this year for me, I've had so many dogs that have just collapsed. So I'm trying to whittle that NFL list down and play more college. Rutgers will definitely get my money, especially anything north of 17. Talk about a tough spot, man. You go from playing Penn State, then you play Indiana at home, win of your season against Penn State, you lose against Indiana. Now you got to get back up off the mat, fly across the country, and go to a building with no juice against Rutgers. And it's a sleepy spot. I think it's natural to think that Oregon is just going to roll them over, but this is a horrible, horrible betting spot for the Ducks.
Okay. Yeah, we'll talk more about that one when we go over our college football plays. Definitely interested in that. You can still find 17s out there as well. But your takeaway from baseball, ALCS game number 3, Toronto takes it in convincing fashion. Sam, for the first time ever, the first 5 games in the LCS all go to the road team. We actually brought it up to Todd Frazier yesterday on the show. He's like, yeah, I've been in the playoffs 5 times. I like playing on the road. It's so much easier. And then we get a road dog winning once again last night.
Frazier was saying how easy it was to kind of channel the fans out when you're on the road. And he felt that the pressure was always tougher at home, which I guess through 5 games of the LCSs, ding, 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 it was just another power outage too. I mean, everybody homered. I'm sure you guys talked about this in the final stretch of my microphone not working, but even George Springer in the room, pow. Everybody homered except for my guy, Josh Naylor, who I bet to homer. He did not homer, but just so much power, high slugging. And look, I thought Shane Bieber was fine. I think a lot of people were thinking that he was going to just get run over and the M's were going to go up 3-0, but now we have a series.
I know you didn't bet him, but your guy Rosarena homered late too. There were 8 guys that homered in the game. 8. Right size,
Randy.
wrong shape.
I do love Randy. Randy is my guy. I remember the year we were betting him. Was this 2020? It had to have been, right? When they played the Dodgers and he homered 10 times in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. He was unbelievable that year. So I have an affinity for Randy because of that 2020 run to the World Series and that COVID shortened season. I've always liked Randy, but this Blue Jays team, no offense the first 2 games, all the offense in game number 3. Now what do you get? What do you get in game 4? Who knows?
In the playoffs, Vladdy leads the team in homers. RBI, OPS, 4 homers, 10 RBI. His OPS is almost 1,500. So we get a tweet last night from our buddy Mike Shope. I'll talk to him later on his show this afternoon on WGR. And he said, is it too late to jump in on Vladdy Jr. for World Series MVP?
No.
I look during the game, it's 30-1. This morning, it's 20, the best price that you can get. I mean, if the Jays are going to be there, if they win the World Series, I know we talk about it's usually not the star player, it's going to be somebody else. It's hard to imagine it being somebody that's not Guerrero Jr., right?
I don't know that it's hard to imagine.
Could be Springer.
He's their heartbeat. He's their soul. He's their best player. I know it's not always the best player, as we've chronicled for the last 2 or 3 weeks or so. I mean, Steve Pearce won World Series MVP for the Red Sox in 2018, and I don't think anybody could pick Steve Pearce out of a lead.
Yeah, Sam's breaking up there. He's right. It's certainly fair, but one thing that we have learned is as we study this and just see what happens, call it a trend, whatever, it's usually a position player. Once in a great while, it's going to be a pitcher, but it's usually a position player in the top 5. And that's why we were grabbing some big numbers on specific Dodgers earlier on it before the playoffs got going, like Muncy or Teoscar, who's hitting third right now and just killing it. We grabbed him at 101. Muncy at 101. Hit a homer the other day. Hadn't done much throughout the playoffs. Grab those big numbers. Look at guys hitting in the top 5. But yeah, Vladdy Jr., he's had a monster playoffs. He had a monster game last night. Was doing nothing in that series going into that game, but it was big last night. So we have 2 games today. The first one, we're going to go LCS. We're going to go NLCS, I should say. And the Dodgers are home. After taking a 2-0 lead, it is the Dodgers, a massive favorite, $1.90 favorites. You got Glass now on the bump. Total 7.5. The total exactly the same for both these games. Milwaukee, desperate spot. They didn't make an official announcement on a starting pitcher, but everybody knows they're going to be leaning on Quintana in this game to at least go a few innings. Yeah, officially it still says undecided for Milwaukee. Now, I don't know that Quintana is going to be out there for the first inning. They've done this before where you go with an opener, but it's probably going to be Quintana. They did it in the Cub Series too, where they would open with somebody else and then they go heavy with Mizorowski, but no official announcement. It's expected to be Quintana for the most part, and Glass now going for the Dodgers. In game 4, it is going to be Shohei Ohtani. So the Dodgers are probably going to end up a $2 favorite in that one. And then in the nightcap, where Toronto is showing some life, Seattle up 2-1, much closer. It's Seattle. We got a home favorite in both games. Seattle minus 125 on the money line, same total. Scherzer for Toronto, Castillo for Seattle there. So that one expected to be much closer. Paul, I'm guessing this run of road teams stops at some point today, but I don't know. It wouldn't shock me if Milwaukee were to steal a game, kind of like the Phillies did in game 3 last time.
Yeah, I'm never laying $2, but no, I don't know. You throw Quintana in there against that lineup. It just seems like, he's ripe for the picking. And then the other one, the Jays showed some life. Like, what are we getting from Scherzer? Jake, you talked about this a little bit yesterday, if you want to chime in real quick, but is this an over spot with him out there? Was my first thought.
You
Not just
already
chasing last
know,
night.
because we haven't seen Scherzer in like a month. You
Mm-hmm.
know the room is going to be on Scherzer unders. Outs recorded,
Really?
strikeouts.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Like Seattle, Cal Raleigh home run. I'm going to call it right. I'm going to call my shot right now that the room is going to have Scherzer under outs, under strikeouts, and a Raleigh home run tomorrow. And that kind of makes me want to take the Blue Jays.
Turn back the clock game.
Oh, man. I was thinking that the room will be all over home runs. They saw 8 home runs in that game last night. The total 7.5, over, which makes me want to go under in that game. We'll talk about the LCS matchups later on. Thursday night football, we'll break that down next. Joe O, Sammy P, BetSweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
2000s, 90s prototypical quarterbacks. Where so many, even when I was coming in the game, it was the big guys who had the big arms. And now you're seeing, there's some smaller guys. There's obviously some really athletic guys playing that position. And I think he would probably agree with me sometimes when you're watching other guys play, you feel like they're playing a different position.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P, Thursday Night Football. We're getting you set for that. You heard from Aaron Rodgers right there. They're calling it the Icy Hot Bowl with the Steelers at the Bengals. Actually, Cam Hayward started that, and now everybody's run with it. So it's good stuff there. Joe O, Sammy P. We are live on X this hour. Do have Sam, don't worry if you're with us in the first segment. We are live on X, bet_sweats. Find the link over there. I'm there at Joe Ostrowski, Sam at SP Shoot. We've got a sizable point spread that we are going to break down between the Steelers and the Bengals. That's gone up a little bit. The total's been climbing this week. Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat with a Pro Football No Sweat token. You'll get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win at BetMGM. Hey, Sam.
Joe Flacco, first touchdown. Let's go.
I looked it up this morning. It's 100-1. I know that because I looked.
I know. So did I. I'm like, what are the odds of old man Flacco to just fall over the goal line and score first? These are the things we think about, right?
Yeah. Yep. When's the last time that happened? Did you go that far? I thought about that for a second. I'm like, I kind of don't want to know because then I'm definitely not going to bet it when I look up and see the last time that he had a rushing touchdown.
He's due.
Due factor. It's good. It's good. I like it. The number is 5.5, total 44. It opened 42 and a hook. That's been climbing. The side early in the week, it went up about a point. All right. So these last couple Thursday matchups, wonky results, right? We had the Giants taking out the Eagles handily, 34-17. And then the one that frustrated a lot of people a couple of weeks ago, including yours truly, with the Survivor results, you had San Francisco taking out the Rams. The Rams were an 8.5-point favorite. The Eagles were a 7.5-point favorite. Both of those heavy favorites go down, and it's a sizable point spread here. 5.5, not quite a touchdown, but you're kind of knocking in that territory, probably as high as you're going to see a Steelers-Bengals AFC North matchup go. Anything that first stands out when we talk side total?
Side total, I lean to the dog because of the weaponry. You have so many options for Flacco to go to. And I think Flacco's always been pretty efficient at getting the ball where it needs to go. Flacco's also been relatively solid so far at least protecting the football. That's something that Jake Browning just didn't do. So I feel a little bit more confident, even though Flacco's up there in age. I feel fine about him dispersing the ball properly. So I do lean to the dog. No feel on the total. And then for a player prop, look, Chase Brown's stock is in the gutter right now. And I'm not saying like Chase Brown is going to reinvent the wheel and, rejuvenate his season all of a sudden. But when we talk about the numbers of Chase Brown, look at his rushing prop, man. 44.5. That's it. Mm-hmm. Are we really expecting this phase out to go full throttle? I know the touches were almost split last week, but if they give him another run against a Steelers defense that's very overrated, could this be the jump on point for Chase Brown? I'm asking myself that rhetorically. The numbers for him coming into the season were in the high 60s, low 70s. And now we're 44.5. And I could just never go under that number because it's cratered so low.
The defense looked a lot better for the Steelers last week. I'll say that. And it's probably based on health. They go on bye, they get healthier, then all of a sudden the secondary comes back to life and they take care of Cleveland. Now it was Cleveland on the other side. You had a rookie quarterback in just his second start. That's a big ask out of that rookie. What'd they do? They sacked him 6 times. They hit him 16 times. Like, it was ridiculous. The kid had absolutely no chance, and you would expect that. So it was a get-right game for the Steelers defense. So is this going to carry over into this game? you're going against a weak offensive line. Like if you look at pass rush win rate, Steelers are number 2 in the NFL, and we know every year that the Bengals have one of the worst offensive lines. That's what scares me a little bit if you're going to back the dog here. But, a lot of people are looking at that. That's why we get to 5.5. I don't like betting Tomlin when he's laying 5.5. I know they covered last week against Cleveland. It was probably a good spot. I steered clear of the game entirely, but I don't want to do that. I'm not interested in doing that. So leaning to the dog, yeah, probably a little bit more than a lean for me. I don't know that it's one of my favorite plays of the entire week, but I'll probably be on the Bengals plus 5.5. We'll see if there's any momentum on this number. If we can get 6, I'm not sure that we will be able to. These upsets are fresh in people's minds that we've been seeing. We've also seen in these night games this year, if we want to go down Trend Street, dogs, 15-7 against the spread at night. Is there something to it? I don't know. Sometimes I think there is, because a lot of times when you're in that primetime spot, everybody's watching the team that is called the big underdog, told they have no chance of winning. You get some life. You get something out of that team. You get their best effort. And that's what we've been seeing so far this year. Nighttime dogs, 15-7 against the spread. Sam, they have a winning record straight up. They're 12-9-1 straight up. So there's another reason. And you got to get to the Flacco part. I think that's a sizable upgrade. What we saw out of Browning was a huge disappointment. Huge disappointment for the Bengals. It was not what we were expecting, because the last time we saw Browning in extended time due to a Burrow injury, he was fine. He was below average. He was okay, good enough to get by. Well, he wasn't this time around. And now you go to Flacco, and I'm trying not to go too far after one game. Terrible first half. Awful, man. They had 3 3-and-outs. They had 1 first down in the first half. Then they come out, getting a little bit of experience with his brand new team, doesn't know the playbook that much. And then he throws for 179 yards. You see a connection there with Jamar Chase. Trying not to overreact to that second half, but I tend to believe the second half a little bit more than the first half. So that's another reason that I'm looking Bengals tonight.
And see, you brought up the Steelers defense, and maybe it's getting better. I'd like to see it again.
Mm-hmm.
I think taking on a Browns team that had just played in London and then comes back across, bad spot, on the road again, young quarterback. I think a lot of things were working against the Browns in that spot. And we also talked to some bookmakers throughout the week who said, the Sharps were laying Pittsburgh. They were laying 4, 4.5, 5, 5.5. And that game got to 6, and the Steelers were pretty much in control the whole way. I got this weird feeling about Flacco tonight. I know that we're not supposed to bet based on vibes. We're supposed to believe in numbers and power ratings and spots and situations and all that. I ask you this. Do you think it's more likely the Steelers win by 10 or the Bengals win outright tonight?
Bengals outright.
Exactly. That's how I feel. This is not a spot I'm laying on the road with Rodgers, who's been very pedestrian. I think a lot of Steelers fans are having fun when he's throwing touchdowns. But if you look at the games he's been in so far in Pittsburgh, he's been pretty average. There are some highlight throws and some big plays, but for 4 quarters, this is not the Aaron Rodgers of old. It's just not the same guy.
Here's the Flacco prop I was taking a look at. Attempts, 36.5. Different team with some of this. But we did see it last week as well. We've seen Flacco have 45 attempts in games 3 times already. He's been averaging 41 attempts per game. Now, game script's going to be part of it. Do the Steelers go up? I love the attempts. Love the attempts. The attempts is at 36.5. As he's been averaging 41, he's at 45 3 times. A lot of this is going to be on the game script. I think Flacco just wants to fire, man. And it's going to be quick passes. He knows he has a bad offensive line, so he's going to have to get rid of it immediately. But he had 30 passes in the second half last week. I think we're going to see more of that.
I would agree. I like 5.5, and I'm going to go back to Chase Brown. I may be on an island here. I tried to bring you with me, Joe, and it's fine. I will float that way by myself. Somebody offered me a fantasy trade.
Okay.
They offered me Chase Brown. And when you have fantasy owners giving up on somebody, I think that's sort of a good time that it's probably not a bad idea to buy some stock. I did turn the trade down for the record because this person wanted Tet McMillan, and I said,
I was going to say, well,
then
then they shouldn't be asking for much. That's ridiculous, Tet McMillan.
Tet McMillan for Chase Brown. Deny. Nope, ain't happening. But I did see that trade request come across, and I went, oh, he's going to go off now. And maybe that's not the easiest way to get from point A to point B, but from a number standpoint, I repeat, his rushing prop tonight is 44.5, and that is 25 yards lower than it was in week number 1. If you're going to buy a dip, this is the time on Chase Brown.
I'd love to hear from some people. What's the worst trade offer you've received this year? I'm not even doing fantasy, but I think they're funny because yesterday we're driving around and my son goes, oh, look, I got a trade request. I'm like, what is it? It was, he has Rico Dowdle. Somebody was asking for Dowdle for Pacheco and some bum. I was just like, get out of my face with that. Don't just give the no. You need a comment. Like, come talk to me when you're serious, you bum. Like, get out of here with that. So stupid.
The trade requests are very dumb. Very dumb. No doubt.
I love it when people think, oh, you know what? I think this guy's completely brain dead. Like, I'll fool him. He won't even bother looking at the stats or looking at anything like that. He'll just say yes. I'm like, it never works, you morons. What are we doing here?
To be fair, my team stinks this year, and it's been ravaged by injuries. Not that anybody wants to talk too in depth about anybody's fantasy team. But Gerch actually sent me a very funny text yesterday about, I keep giving up a bunch of points in fantasy. And the text says, well, tell your defense to just play better. And you're like, that's pretty funny, even though it has nothing to do with that. But I think people in my league think that I'm waving the white flag. I'm not. I still have I'm only 2 games back of a playoff spot right now. So I'm not going to wave the white flag and start trading Tet McMillan for Chase Brown. That said, I think there's a lot of fundamental thoughts in that process because Chase Brown was this person's 3rd round pick. Took him in the 3rd round. Now, that's probably a reach, and I think Gerch would agree. Chase Brown was mostly going at the end of the 4th round or early in the 5th round. But when fantasy owners and bettors start giving up on a player, that generally feels like a good time to buy a little bit of stock. Again, I'm not going to bet Chase Brown to win the offensive player of the year, but 45 yards, that's it. That is such a low number for RB1 these days.
For sure. I understand your standpoint there. All right. You can tweet us bet_sweats, bet_sweats. Here's one from Pete, and it's worth noting. Pete's handle is at Moon Madness 57.
Moon.
Love it. Bengals are going to cover, and my analysis is that Thursday night games are unpredictable, but neither team is prepared, so take the home underdog. Sometimes that's all it takes. I understand where you're coming from. We're on the same page as far as the Bengals. All right, so you're looking at Chase Brown buying low. I was looking at, maybe it's a buy low spot. Maybe you'll be surprised by the number. I felt like there's a connection there between Flacco and Chase. And maybe it's just Flacco being smart, like, hey, this is the best dude on the field. I better keep targeting this guy. And when he was successful in the second half, did you see that touchdown catch? He was completely blanketed. He just got sort of one of his hands kind of free, and he was able to corral that. Just Flacco put it in a great spot. I was a little surprised to see that his yardage is 73.5 with Flacco. I like that. The touchdown is plus 145. These are not Chase numbers. These are not Chase Flacco numbers. It feels like these numbers are made off of averages and thinking that Jake Browning is still under center.
Browning is so bad, man.
Yeah.
I was watching this film study. There's a lot of guys now that do the YouTube film study, and the guy watching the Browning film just starts laughing during the film study. Like Browning throws a ball into triple coverage and it gets picked off and the guy just starts laughing. And the one thing about Flacco, he's always thrown a really pretty deep ball, which either the receiver can go up and get or the D gets all over the receiver and we get a flag. I'm feeling Flacco tonight, man. I am.
I like it. Might have to do some money line. Like you said, money line probably more likely than the Steelers winning by double digits. All right, we'll continue here on the NFL. Survivor picks for this week will help you out with Week 7 on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. It's another week of trying to stay alive in our Survivor pools.
Survivor, man, that's like the beer bong of the contest.
Give me that thing. I'll do one. I'll do one. We gonna do one. We gonna do one.
We got knocked out of Survivor in week 1.
I think it's in my rules of Survivor. I think no Jaguars.
Every week, you can be done.
Survive and advance with us right now on Bet Sweats, presented by BetMGM.
I know one thing. There's no chance I'm taking the Pittsburgh Steelers tonight with any of my slots in Thursday Night Football. Sammy P., thanks for hanging out. If you're watching us on X, we are here weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, BetMGM Network, BetMGMNetwork.com. That takes you to the Odyssey app, or you can always watch YouTube and Twitch. The BetMGM Network page, make sure you subscribe. Our YouTube videos have been popping. We had a early look on Survivor early in the week that we posted that a lot of people have been checking out, and we want to revisit it, give our official stances on where we are in Survivor this week for week number 7. All right, Sam, there are 3 games that are north of a touchdown on the point spread. 3 games. That is not where I want to start. I want to start with the others. Like, if you're going somewhere else, because I found myself going through this list, I'm like, no. It took me a while until I found a game that I like for Survivor that is not less than a touchdown. I'm going to throw these games at you. Kind of rapid fire, quick thoughts. 6.5, Green Bay at Arizona, yes or no?
Who's playing quarterback for Arizona?
I'm guessing Brissett, but I have no idea right now.
If it's Brissett, I'm out. If it's Kyler, Green Bay.
Ooh, okay. I'm off that game. I want to take Green Bay at home. I think there are enough other options. Are you with me? Thursday Night Football, division matchup, Flacco the dog, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati.
Pass.
Yep, agree. Monday Night Football, Detroit 5.5 against Baker and the Bucks.
I talked to John Murray last night. We'll talk to him again today. They are expecting the public to be all over the dog there.
Yep. But would you take Detroit in Survivor? I wouldn't. I just don't want to go against Baker when I don't have to.
I think you want to save Detroit because that's a Thanksgiving team and just see what happens. I mean, look, Thanksgiving is a ways away. There could be, copious injuries on the other side on Green Bay. Isn't that the game, Detroit, Green Bay on Thanksgiving? I know people always want to save teams for Thanksgiving, and then you get to Thanksgiving and, 3 of the quarterbacks are hurt. So, again, I'm not good at Survivor. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
But I think Detroit is a team that you may want to just pocket just in case things go south for Green Bay.
I'll probably bet Detroit this week. There's no chance I'm taking them in Survivor, if that makes any sense. A third game with a point spread of 5.5. Chicago, 5.5 against New Orleans.
I don't think the Saints are going to win, so that means the Saints are going to win.
Oh, I like it. Yeah. If I had to, the argument for Chicago is, when else are you going to take them? They're a team that's maybe in the middle, and I don't know that there are any other spots. The other one that stands out is Week 15 against Cleveland. That's a possibility, but outside of that, there are no other spots to take Chicago. Okay, so I have not said yes on any point spread that is under a touchdown. I go to 3.5 Seattle. No. I go to Rams -3 against Jacksonville in London. No. I finally found one. If you're looking to gain some ground maybe, or you think it's going to be a crazy week, or you have multiple spots, I was looking at Cleveland against Miami.
Oh, man. See, now you're thinking like I think. This is why I get knocked out by October every year. There's so many big numbers on the board, and you find a game line 2, right? You're like, it's a good spot. See, if I was still alive, which I'll never make it far in Survivor, I have to defer to other people, as I've learned over the years. If you were looking to gamble on Survivor, Philly at Minnesota.
Oh, no way.
What do you mean, no way? But Carolina or Cleveland?
Because Minnesota's winning. That's why.
I don't think so, man. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Oh, that's interesting.
very funny that you give me Cleveland and then I say Philly and you go,
No way. No way. I'm out on them.
Got it.
But the majority, if not all of my survivor spots are going to be focused at the very top for good reason. There's a reason that these are the highest point spreads. The number one point spread of the week is Kansas City -13 against Vegas. It is a divisional matchup. You do have future value. Week 16, the Chiefs play at Tennessee. Week 18, they play Vegas again, that time on the road. Vegas at home. I guess if there's any pause, the one thing that you would point out is the Raiders have won outright twice in recent years as 11-point dogs against the Chiefs. But they play twice every year. But we have seen it a couple of times where the Raiders get it done. I don't think this is the group to get it done, Sam. I mean, how many? Gino has 10 INTs already this year. Come on.
You've got 13 bullets left. How many are you going to use on KC?
All right. I've got KC used in some of them. 3, 4, 5. I've used
Some is
KC in
4.
5.
Right? Isn't couples 2, few is 3, some is 4?
Yeah. So I've got KC available in an 8. I'd say most of them I'll have KC because I've used them
And
in
then
some.
New England in a handful as well?
New England. So for me, Denver, I only have them available in 1 out of 13. So they're not really much of an option against the Giants. I mean, this is where I'm focusing. So Kansas City, the reason is obvious. New England, I like New England a lot. And so we're just asking them to win the Vrabel game. Are you concerned at all that it is the Patriots' third straight road game?
No, their focus and their intensity in this game is going to be so high because if there's one thing we've learned about this crew, they love their coach. And that's a big deal in this league. You could tell early, maybe not early because the Patriots won week 1 last year against the Bengals, but you could tell mid-October that they were already tooting out Gerard Mayo. You could just tell. It was like, what does this guy know? What is he doing? This energy around Vrabel, it feels so real. And you know that he's been waiting all season for this game. Now, some would say they're pedestaling the wrong game against the wrong team, and maybe that could backfire. Do we really think the Titans are going to beat the Patriots? I don't. But look, Drake May, it's very rare that a second-year quarterback gets better game after game after game after game and doesn't have a dud. Like, there's going to be a Drake May dud eventually. It just doesn't feel like this is a good spot for it to happen.
I agree with everything you said. I've also heard people say, well, are you sure you want to use New England here? Because next week is tougher, and next week New England gets Cleveland. You're right. To your point about a Drake May dud coming, if I could say that fast, isn't next week the spot? You just finished 3 road games, emotional game this week, tough defense in Cleveland. I think that would be the spot that trips you up if you save New England for Cleveland next week.
They're going to lose eventually.
Yeah.
I think it's crazy to think the Patriots are going to go 12-5 or 13-4. Maybe they do and prove me wrong, but I told you about my buddy who's a big Titans guy. He bet the look-ahead number when it was New England -6. This is 10 days ago, 11 days ago. And then the Titans fired Callahan. And he texted me, I'm getting off the game. And I said, why? And he said, it's just a lot different now. And that's just one person's opinion. But he was saying New England was going to win by 30 with Vrabel against Callahan. And then Callahan gets the boot, and he's not trying to bet the game anymore. I thought that was interesting, but maybe there's something there. I don't know.
Mike McCoy. I ain't scared. Give me Vrabel. Give me Vrabel with that revenge. Yeah, I know you do.
I agree.
I know.
It's not like Vrabel's mad at Callahan. He's mad at the franchise.
Yes. So we know Evan Abrams does great work. And I was curious what he had on fired coach bumps. And so I took a look. And he said in the last 20 years, what you typically see is, okay, with the old coach, those teams that fire in season, they're 36% ATS. With the new coach, the quote bump is 48% ATS. So yeah, it's a little better sometimes, and it's a little bit less than a coin flip. So that's not something that's going to make me get off the game. Like, look, Callahan was fired because Cam Ward couldn't stop turning the ball over. That's part of the reason. He had 3 more turnovers last week. Is it Callahan's fault that he lost 2 fumbles? He's an awful coach. Couldn't cover the spread to save his life. 419 ATS. But a lot of it was because they didn't like the direction of the rookie quarterback or lack of development that we were seeing. So I'm not scared. Mike McCoy, this guy hasn't done it in like 10 years, man. I'm fine. I'm not a boarding mission. So Kansas City, New England, like our first look early this week. So check that out. We're going to always post that on YouTube, and we'll make sure we get it in the show at some point. But we'll have a first look, and then we break it down on Thursday. And I'm still there, Sam. I'm still in the same spot. I'm going KC, New England. For those that have Denver, do you agree with that? Are you scared of that? The Giants have played better. You're going to a tough road environment with a rookie quarterback in Dart. And, the Giants have a little bit of momentum here. Dart's 2-1 as a starter.
I don't really like the concussion boys, though, on the road at Denver. I don't think it's a great spot for them. It's been a really fun shift from Russell Wilson and Tracy to Dart and Scattaboo, but this defense is so legit. I just have my concerns. I think Benito and company are going to be very fine. Surtain's going to lock down whoever their number 1 receiver is. We know they're shorthanded at wide receiver because of the injuries. I think Denver's going to win. I mean, that's not a hot take. Let me give you the projections from Survivor Atlas, very strong account on X. New England 32%, Kansas City 26%, Chicago 16%.
Wow. New England most popular. Chicago. No, that's abort mission. No
Good,
chance.
better, best. Good, better, best.
Can't wait for the Saints to win with Rattler at Soldier Field. Joe O, Sammy P, Andy Molitor on the other side, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Going for a big ball. Down the field. Got an open target. Oh, what a catch. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. Taz Johnson has his first NFL touchdown and a magnificent flip to go with it.
I'm going to tell you a funny story. This is crazy. When I scored and I hit MVP chant, I'm thinking they talking about me. So I asked Shep. I'm like, Shep, they were chanting MVP? He was like, yeah. I was like, I ain't do nothing this year. And then he was like, they talking about Baker, Taz, man. I was like, well, that explains it. But he is the MVP.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Just after that quote, gotta love Tez Johnson of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Baker, kind of doesn't matter who the receivers are. He's going to find a way to get it done. We'll find out on Monday night if that is still the case. Joe O, Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network, weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern Time, BetMGMNetwork.com, also on YouTube and Twitch. We now bring into the show Director of Content for BetSperts, and he's one half of the Deep Dive podcast. His name, Andy Molitor, at AndyMSFW. Andy, how you feeling, man?
Pretty good, pretty good. It's full swing here. Got a couple of guys my age playing football tonight. It's going to be a fun one.
Me too.
Do you have a bet on the game tonight?
I mostly just took all the prop unders for the Bengals offensive players. I really am starting to feel the Steelers defense kind of rounding into form, and some of that is just me playing some good numbers on those. But I'm hoping we have another Yoshivas game where he doesn't get much. I'm hoping for Brown unders on receiving. So basically, if there was a decent price on a Bengals prop under, I kind of have it in the account right now. So hoping for a kind of a Steelers blowout, I guess.
Okay. All right. There you go. We were just doing some Survivor, and Denver, New York Giants came up from the Survivor. We can get to Survivor as well, but we only talked about the Giants Broncos game from that perspective. What do you think about this game? With now Dart, this is going to be a little bit different going on the road facing this defense. What is your play in Broncos Giants?
So I finally bet the Giants this morning. I found a +7 at, I think, -103. Finally, a cheap one. Had to add it. This is the biggest problem with doing the show with Drew on Wednesdays. I have these marginal plays, and I'm like, I don't mind this. I kind of like it. And then he talks about it for 3 minutes. I'm like, man, I'm all in. Like, you talk to me when he agrees with something.
You mean 10 minutes?
Like, all right, well. Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. I do try to hustle him along once in a while. We only have 2 teams on bye. There's a lot of games to talk about this week, but I ended up playing that. A lot of it is just situational stuff with where they're at, with the return from the international game, and then New York coming off the extra rest. I don't know if it's maybe a letdown spot for New York. I hate that part of it, coming off the big divisional win, but I don't know if those 2 guys have enough brain cells between them for it to be a letdown. I think it's just too dumb to fail. Those are my guys. So I want Dart to play a nice clean game. I got some Dart Rookie of the Year, about a month ago. I want that guy to just stay healthy, keep it on the level, don't do anything silly. So yeah, I'd like to see the Giants, and maybe we haven't decided on Survivor yet. If we end up fading that team, I might even add some Giants money line just to really make it feel good when we knock out part of the Survivor pool with that one.
I'm curious where you had Buffalo going into the season in your numbers and where you have them now, because depending on who you ask, the season's over. They're not a top 10 team anymore, and any bet on Buffalo is a waste of money. Obviously, it's never that simple, and the overreactions will always flow from different directions. But where did you have them early in the season, and where do you have the Bills now?
So I got my week-by-week chart up. I had them tied for second in my power ratings in the first week of the season with Philly behind Baltimore. They bumped up a little after that first week, and then kind of a little bit of a fall ever since then. They're down to somewhere in the top 10. I mean, it's still a very good team. It's just I can't rate them as high as I want to the way that defense is playing right now. I know there's some injuries too, but the guys that are playing are just small. The tackling looks bad. I don't think you need to have some, really high-rated offense to go move and get yards on this team right now. There's a multitude of ways, and if you get to that second level and you're up against linebackers and safeties, they're too small and they're not tackling, they're not taking good angles. I mean, a lot of offenses are going to have success against this Buffalo team right now, and right now I have them 6th. Basically, they're Seattle to me, which is not where I thought I'd have them this point in the season.
Washington, Dallas, a divisional matchup, but projected as an absolute shootout. We'll see what this number closes at, but we're talking north of 54 at this point. And you get it from the Dallas perspective with the way that they're scoring, and Eberflus's defense, not much to speak of. We'll see how the Commanders bounce back after their Monday night loss to the Bears. What are you thinking, Washington against Dallas?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what we get on the Terry McLaurin stuff today. A lot of these teams are cagey about some of these injuries, which is super annoying. But I went back to the well, and this is another one Drew and I talked about yesterday, was the Dallas team total over. Like, this is one of the best offenses in the league. Dak, you mentioned it off air. It's amazing how well he's playing. Like, the swings of good Dak versus injured Dak are just so big. And right now we have good Dak. We probably have CeeDee Lamb coming back. You can just do what we did in week 1. Like, hey, what if you have a really bad cornerback, like the Eagles did, and we just spam CeeDee Lamb against you? He's going to end up with 10 catches for 150 yards. He dropped like 3 long catches in that one. Still at a 100-yard game. So if he's back, I love it even more, obviously. And you worry about some of these team totals when they're this high if a team gets out to a decent lead. I don't see Dallas ever getting out to a decent lead for the rest of the year. Again, their defense is so bad. It's just, hey, top 3 offense, bottom 3 defense. So I love a team total for a team like that, because they're just not going to have a game where they're winning by margin and they can slow it down and run the ball at all.
Dallas is missing something. I can't tell what it is on defense. There's something just a little off there. I don't know what that piece is that they traded to Green Bay. It's weird. New England, Tennessee. Do you have a move in this one?
Oh, this is a gross one too, because it is the 3rd straight road game for New England. That's tough. That's tough on teams, and it's a young quarterback having to do that. And he's, coming off another nice game. I guess it depends where you have your Drake May number. If you are a May believer, which I'm starting to come around on, I think he probably absolutely should be in this MVP conversation. I'm pretty much on market with this one. This total's coming way down, and there's so many extenuating factors with the firing. Like, are you I'm betting on the coach bounce back, interim coach bump thing every time? Because I hate Mike McCoy. I don't think he's any good. I have terrible memories of him in the last couple of years. It was actually San Diego then. They weren't even in Los Angeles yet. I'm not a fan of that for the interim bump. Some of the interim bump is just, hey, we got rid of the guy that we all hated, and now we're all in a better mood. It's like when the coworker nobody liked quits. Like, hey, everybody, maybe we'll have cake today. I don't know. No reason. It's not even someone's birthday. So getting rid of Callahan, that's a positive. Losing his dad, certainly a negative. I don't think that offensive line is going to forget how to play overnight, but long-term a negative. So I'm looking pretty strongly at New England for some Survivor stuff, but I probably won't play that game side or total.
Yeah, I'm with you on Survivor. Like, that was our immediate reaction earlier in the week when we took a look. I'm like, this is the New England play. And it's certainly fair to think about next week. It looks like it's going to be tougher. We'll see what the quarterback situation is. But Andy, I'm kind of looking at next week, like Sam brought up, Drake May's just not going to go roughshod through the league all year. Like, this is the 3rd of 3 road games. What about next week? Cleveland, tough defense at least. Maybe that's the stumbling block for New England, and you might want to make sure that you use them this week in Survivor.
Yeah, and that's the rub with Survivor. You got to look at future value too. And, a big part of Kansas City's a huge favorite. You can use them. You can absolutely use them. But if you're in one of the bigger contests, like Circa, you have to use Christmas, you have to use Thanksgiving, you have to start to use, look at some of those teams that play on those holiday games. And Kansas City has some future value there, absolutely. And I mean, same thing with Green Bay and New England as far as the games that they have next week. There's some future value too. This might be the toughest Survivor week so far. And I think some of it is just the pressure of the further you get in, the more it's like, all right, we made it past the first, whatever you want to call it, the slaughter week. once you make it past the first slaughter week, then the pressure starts to build a little, and like, I can't make a stupid slip up here. And sometimes the slip up is just using the wrong team, surviving with a team that you absolutely needed later on. And that's where I'm struggling with, Green Bay, Kansas City, New England right now.
Any other games you're going to bet or you already have?
I did bet Seattle. I like that one a lot. I bet that one right off the jump. I have a pretty high Seattle number. And depending how you feel about Houston, I guess there are some people that are a little closer to market, but that opened at a cheap 3, and I make that like 5 and change because I do like Seattle's defense quite a bit. Obviously, they have some injuries in the secondary. Once they get healthy, I think this is going to be a monster of a team. But I guess if I get bit by the Darnold regression against finally a good defense, such as life, Houston is coming off the bye, heading up to Seattle. It's a weird late game. This is going to be miserable for me if it's close because I'm going to be sweating my bet, and then also it's going to be like 11:30 at night, which is later than I like to stay up at my age for the most part. So hopefully we just see Darnold continue to make it happen. And as Drew mentioned yesterday, just Stingley and JSN, just the marquee matchup of the week.
Yep, it's awesome. Love Seattle. If you look at numbers at all, it's hard not to love Seattle. It's just the balance that you see from this team, and you're getting the good Darnold. For everybody that questioned that, I questioned it. I thought, okay, changing scenes, getting away from Minnesota. We're not going to see the same guy. We're seeing the same guy. What is their ceiling? That's what I'm trying to figure out. In this NFC, with certain teams that you thought were going to be high, like Philadelphia, not looking great so far, what's the Seahawks ceiling?
Yeah, all the other NFC teams have some serious flaws, and I don't know. It depends where Green Bay's ceiling ends up, I guess, because right now I think they would be my pick if you said, price aside, just pick a team to win the NFC. But Seattle's right there, and I think their ceiling is going to the Super Bowl because I guess the secondary is not fully healthy and the defense still looks good. If they can get it all together there and stop using, they did a better job of not using Walker. They have a better running back on the staff right now, so they're starting to figure it out. The OC change, that looks like a good thing. And you mentioned, the Darnold playing well. I think it's the KOC residuals. Danny Dimes is on the Vikings. Darnold is on the Vikings. That stuff, it carries over for another year, I guess.
Yeah.
So JJ McCarthy money line on Monday or Sunday, rather?
Oh, he's playing?
I think it's going to be
Sounds like he might.
I don't know. I think they're screwing with us a little with the subterfuge and the not really telling us, but he was limited. Wentz was kind of a full go. I think it's going to be Wentz for one more week, which I don't know. I don't have a big difference between the two guys right now. Wentz is a little more of a known quantity, I guess. If you want to fade the Eagles, I ain't going to stop you, though. The market certainly likes Minnesota.
But Wentz has been better, right?
Yeah.
And it's small sample, both of them, and you don't want to go too crazy, but maybe they're just more comfortable with Wentz right now.
And I think if it's a coin toss, like, hey, JJ could play, but I don't know if it's the right thing. I don't think their hand is for it's like, well, we got to get him in because we got just, a hot pile of garbage playing right now. Wentz has been good enough. And I don't know what the goals are this season. What's the Vikings ceiling? It's certainly not going to the Super Bowl this year with this roster. They don't have a good enough quarterback or an experienced quarterback. So I'd want to get more JJ. I'd want to see what I have in him, but they aren't going to rush it, I don't think, if he's still not 100%.
And here we are 2 months in. Ravens decimated. Burrow hurt. Bills can't tackle. Just lining up again for your Chiefs, buddy.
Yeah, I know. It feels like inevitable. It was fun, too. I had some Denver futures on Kalshi, or one of the ones where you can, it accrues value, where you can just like, hey, you can cash this out, which is unusual for me because I have to bet, in a state that doesn't have a lot of legal operators. And I saw my Denver number going up, and I'm like, oh yeah, here we go. And then Kansas City starts playing well, and it just drops right back down. Like, oh yeah, forgot about that team. And yeah, if Rice looks good this week, geez,
oh man,
it's just everything's gonna flip, and it's just gonna be. He's the MVP. They're the favorites to win the AFC. Here we go again. Give it another 10 weeks once they hit the playoffs and they really start to take it seriously. So, death taxes and Mahomes.
Could be the best we've seen them look in the regular season this early in quite some time. It certainly looks like it's shaping up that way. Andy Molitor, check out the Deep Dive Podcast, Director of Content over at BetSperts. Thank you, Andy. Best of luck with all your plays this weekend, all right?
Yeah, you guys too. Good luck.
Thanks, Andy. Good stuff there from Andy Molitor. Yeah, I wonder if they want to get McCarthy out there as soon as he's healthy. Or they're just like, oh, let's just take it a little bit slower. I'm curious about that.
We'll see.
I know you're a JJ guy. I know. He's going to be fine. He'll be fine. Let's go to some college football plays. We'll go over our favorite bets for the weekend. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
double tight end formation with Love behind Carr. They get it to Love. Another touchdown for Jeremiah.
18 seconds left in the second. Mayava scans. Mayava throws. End zone. Lemon. Oh, he makes the grab. Touchdown, SC.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Get some college football plays coming up. Don't forget, 10 Toes Down, top of the hour, 11 a.m. Eastern. We do that every Thursday here on Bet Sweats. Sam, in New York, you've got Bear Bets. You're recording that right after the show. Is that the plan?
12:15 Eastern. I can hear the big guy in the hallway.
Uh-oh.
I can hear him just
There he
waiting. I see him now.
No hockey sweater this week.
You got the O on, though.
Always represents. Yeah, Jeff always represents the Ducks, but no hockey sweater this week, Jeff. It was bad luck, I guess.
No, I didn't. No, actually, I didn't wear. I did not wear it on a show last week.
You wore it on this show.
Yeah, that's why we lost. I didn't wear it on our show.
Oh,
yeah, that's my. So next time I'm just gonna wear the hockey sweater so we won't lose. That's the reason why. I'm sorry, Dan Lanning. It's my fault.
Man, yeah. Well, you got Kurt Signetti a lot more money.
I did. I think James Franklin got him a lot more money. I don't know about what we did. I think James Franklin got him money. Sammy's betting Rutgers this week. It's favorite bet of the week. He told me he wants us to. He said, "Actually, I hope you lose." That was rude of him.
That's not what I said.
Oh yeah, no, he was going in depth. He's like, Rutgers is a play. This is the worst spot for Oregon.
It's a terrible
any
spot.
team in college football. Yeah,
it's a bad spot.
It's a terrible spot. You lose a game and you have to fly all the way to New Jersey to play a night game. Like they're doing like a red out or something, a scarlet out. And they get an extra day of rest too. They played Friday, so we got a long trip out east, buddy.
Wait, are you taking the 17 in the hook?
No, I don't bet. I don't take the points with the team my team is playing against. That's weird to me. Like to root for Oregon to only win by a certain amount of points. No, I don't do that.
Yeah.
You know what that means though, Joe. If he's not laying
he's
it.
saying,
I would advise,
he's saying
if I took my Oregon shirt off, I would advise Rutgers plus 17.5 is a good wager.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is Oregon with a little bit of value after the loss, 12-1 for the title? Is there value there?
I think so. I mean, I'll tell you this, and everyone associated with the program will tell you this. 2025 was not our year to win a championship. It's next season. That's what they've been building for. I just don't know if we're good enough, even if we had beaten Indiana, to beat Ohio State. Like, again, the playoff is you have to win 3 or 4 games against the top 5 teams in the country. It is hard to do, man. I mean, that's only a few teams I think can actually do it. Ohio State being one of them. Miami is one of them as well. I'm not sure Indiana can win 3 games in a row like that. It's hard to do, man. You have to be great everywhere. You can't have a deficiency. If you will, someone will find it. And I don't know if Oregon is quite there ready to win that championship yet.
Who's taking the Penn State job?
Yeah.
Oh, geez. I mean, they're probably going to offer. I mean, Rule's going to want it. I don't know if he's going to get it.
Shoving me out of the way here, Joe.
I just can't. I can't hold myself up anymore. I mean, they're going to offer. I think Rule's going to want it the most. I don't know if he's going to get it. Signetti's not taking that job. Don't go. That's not going to happen. I feel very strongly about that. I don't know. There'll be a surprise name that we don't think about. The one that I guess circling now is Elko. Elko's the one that people are starting to bring up now. Is PA guy, done a great job at A&M. Is he the guy for that job?
What do you think about Brady?
Oh, Joe Brady. Oh, this is what Bear brought up. Just fine. He just have really inexperience. Like I don't know if you want to go that role with that job where he wasn't even the play caller at LSU. He did a good job at LSU, and then he went obviously and went to the NFL. I mean, that would be a big first time head coaching job for him.
What's your favorite bet? We want to document you.
Oh, please document me. I give my, it's so funny that documentation stuff is like, I give my record out, good or bad. Like I give my record every week on everything I do. It's all documented. I think Penn State is dead. People I've talked to in the program say it's bad right now. Like guys, they're broken. Guys are playing for draft stock. No one's really in this together. Now you have a guy making his first time start on the road to Iowa in a night game. I know that number is now 2.5. You can find 2.5s right now. I liked it when it was like, pick them before Penn State lost the other day. I think Iowa, it's going to be ugly for Penn State.
Yeah, I think you're right, man.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Lunch is on you, by the way. You're buying lunch. We're doing ramen for lunch. Perfect. All right.
Oh, you are?
That
You already
was
decided?
Chef Schwartz.
Does he always decide?
I
Does he
picked
pick
tacos
lunch?
last night, so no, he doesn't always dominate the situation. I picked the tacos last night. Did you see him just shove me out of the way? By the way, just like
Well, I saw him
boom.
dominate that situation, so I just figured.
I mean, he's 6'7". What do you want from me, Joe?
How many tacos do you think he consumed?
I ordered, so I got there first, and the line, it's one of these places with a line out the block, and then it wraps around the street. So I got there first, and I ended up just getting 14 tacos. And we split down the middle, believe it or not.
It was enough.
7 and 7. Yeah, it was enough.
You guys were good after that? All right. All right,
Yeah.
good.
I don't think anybody would have thought that we would have each had 7 if you would have just sized us up. But anyways, he agrees with Rutgers. Pay attention.
He basically said, I'm not betting it. You should bet it. That's basically what he said.
Yeah, he knows.
Okay.
He knows.
Yeah. No, I think it's a fair point what you guys bring up. And it's good because a lot of people are going to look at it and say, Oregon coming off the loss, we got to take Oregon. They're going to be super focused, Landing's going to have them ready for this game. But yeah, zoom out a little bit further. Like this is a tough road for them in a bad spot. Location, all that. So the number's been going up this week too.
It has. So it opened in Vegas. Let's see. Circa, I believe, opened at 15. No, 14 was the open. So the first bet they took moved it to 16. In 19 seconds, it moved from 14 to 16. Then it kind of hung around there for a little bit. It got as high. Circa got to 20. And now we're at 18 there. Anything north of 17 feels a little bit high. I think it should be 14. I think that's a very fair number. Let me tell you about a game that I haven't told you about. I think this might surprise you. So I was talking to some guys yesterday. I try and line up my phone calls starting on Wednesday, and then I'll have my phone calls after Bear Bets, where I just kind of talk to some guys that are very good at what they do. And one former bookmaker tells me Notre Dame is going to smash USC. Smash. His words, not mine.
Yeah.
So I came into this thinking, well, that's a big number. And when they opened it, it was around 7.5. And now you look at the board, I believe it's mostly 9.5. Circa's at 10.
At 10.
And it's early in the week. Limits are starting to go up today, and they'll go up, of course, tomorrow and Saturday. But you realize the market is betting against USC, and that sort of lines up with what this guy says about Notre Dame. He also says Notre Dame in his power ratings right now is number 3 in the country. He says the offense is elite and the defense has gotten better. Again, one man's opinion, just passing it along.
No, I mean, it makes sense why that number's going up. There's respected money on Notre Dame, on the home team. It goes from 7.5 to 9.5, and now we're probably touching double digits. To support that idea, USC is not the same team on the road. They haven't been. And I don't think Lincoln Riley's been the same guy. His teams haven't been as great on the road. Here's my question to that as a Notre Dame observer. So early in the year, this Notre Dame defense stinks. They suck. Their secondary is god awful. And they had their struggles early on. Miami, Texas A&M, 2 of the better teams in the country, 2 of the better quarterbacks in the country. So that makes sense. We good now? Is that what people are saying? Are we good? Because I'm not willing to go there after Arkansas, Boise, and NC State. Okay, so they're not giving as much up, like only 7 points each of the last 2 weeks. So now we're going from their defense sucks against good competition, good offenses, to their defense is fine. They just need a little more time to gel. You got to look at the opponents too. Like, I'm not taking a stand at saying Notre Dame's defense is still bad. I lean when you have an opponent that can have that elite offense. I lean that direction a little bit. I think the last few weeks has been more about the opponent than Notre Dame's defense is suddenly strong.
I agree with you. I don't think this defense has been magically fixed, but their offense is so good that it puts a ton of pressure on the opposing teams. And if you can't go blow for blow with the Irish, you're going to get blown out. Now, we like Mayava. I know you like him more than I do. You have some stock on him for Heisman. And look, to say that USC can't compete in this game is silly. But you also have to factor in, I have the story here from the Los Angeles Times. Their top 2 running backs are out for USC.
Yep.
So now you're putting even more pressure. You know, you could, if you're ND, you can just prepare for the pass and make it more challenging for that offense. I think it's a bad spot. Situationally, Notre Dame, you know, you think they could probably get ahead first, get ahead early, and then maybe just take over. The total also keeps moving up too. I mean, we're 63 offshore, which says that both teams are going to tango. But that was something I heard yesterday. Also yesterday, I hate that it came out yesterday and didn't come out later today, but Sam Leavitt is definitely playing at Arizona State.
Yeah.
So he's the starting quarterback. He did not play the game before. When we got off the air yesterday, the number was 9.5. Texas Tech at Arizona State. That game is now 7.5, and there's a 7 at Circa, a 7 at Superbook. BetMGM still has 7.5, but Leavitt has sort of an issue with his foot. The rumor is it's an Achilles, but he's going to play. And they're saying like 85, 90%, not 100, obviously. But that was a big move. This number opened north of 10, and now we're down to 7.5 on Arizona State.
I don't want to get past it without giving a play out, because we talked about USC Notre Dame a good bit. Like, what's the angle? The 9.5, the 10s that we're probably going to see, it makes me think that it's there for a reason, and I understand it. I'll be hoping USC wins on some level because of the Heisman plays that I have. I still think the over hits. I know it's a high number. I still have questions about the Notre Dame defense. I don't have any questions about either offense. And Maeva's going to get his offensively, like he did against Illinois when he was north of 30 points. So I'm not scared off by that over, even though it is a very high number.
Yeah, no doubt. Let me see Kenny's number. Oh, do you want to know what Kenny White's total is? This will make you happy. Take a guess how high it is.
Is he in the 70s?
72.
Whoa, damn. It's going to be a fun
there
game,
you go.
man.
If I had the bell here, I'd ring that for you. So he agrees with you.
Yep. Over is the play there. Talked about Oregon. Are you with Jeff on Penn State? He flat out said Penn State's dead. Go to Kinnick at night. It makes sense.
I wouldn't bet Penn State. I wouldn't.
No.
I understand there are some people that would look at the number on the look-ahead scale and see, oh, well, Penn State was a double-digit favorite, and now I get 3.5. That overcorrection is very telling, and I just don't know. I mean, clearly they'd quit to lose to UCLA and Northwestern. How does one possibly get there and like it? I get it if you want to plug and play. You know, if you're betting Penn State, you're accepting the mud that could be thrown right in your face. And I don't want to live that life with that team.
I hear you. There's a few good SEC games this week. Any of those, do you have an opinion on or something you think is worth mentioning?
I've been betting Bama a ton, and you know I've got Simpson for Heisman. Tennessee getting 8's very interesting to me.
Yep.
I think that's an offense that could go up and down the field. I'm a big Bama guy. They're third in my power ratings right now, but laying 8 to a Heupel offense that could move the ball, that seems a little high. And then a couple wise guys I know bet Auburn against Missouri. So,
okay, Auburn against Missouri. My first thought was Tennessee on that it does seem high. And you know, we saw Georgia against Georgia. Tennessee put, what is it, 40? There was like 44-41 in that game.
Should have won. Should have won the game.
Yeah,
just couldn't make a field goal.
I think this is maybe you'll disagree. I think this is a tough spot for Bama. So since that bye in 3 weeks, they go Georgia, Vanderbilt, a tougher game than you probably thought before the season. And then at Missouri last week, they end up pushing, they win, but a field goal game. 2 of the last 3 weeks here, they've been field goal games. Like now you get a fourth straight week where you have a challenging opponent.
I've got Tennessee, Notre Dame, Rutgers, and I do like Maryland. There's something to be said about a team like UCLA winning as a dog, Now you're favored. Now you're laying 3.5 at home in the Rose Bowl. There's not a lot of home field there. Maryland's not a bad look.
Okay, that's good. I'd like to spend a couple minutes on Ole Miss, Georgia, too, on the other side, because I think that's what we're talking about. I keep hearing, Ole Miss, look at what happened last week. Are you serious? They're going to be even on the same field? Like, let's slow down. We'll talk about that next. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we got something special planned coming up in just a few moments. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network, 10 toes down, top of the hour, 11:20 Eastern. We will get a book report from our buddy John Murray. Over at the Westgate, we'll find out where the sharp money is going, NFL and college football so far this week, and talk about some of that line movement. Should be a fun conversation. We always wrap with lightning bets. We'll do that in an hour from now. BetMGMNetwork.com. Check us out on YouTube. Subscribe. BetMGM Network. Gertch always puts together a couple cool videos from each day that we think you'll find interesting. So make sure you're subscribed to BetMGM Network. All right, Sam. A couple games that I wanted to mention before we move on. SEC, Ole Miss, Georgia. The numbers gone through the 7 to 7.5. They're back in Georgia. They're looking at Ole Miss and saying they barely beat Washington State. They're not going to be able to hang between the hedges. It's not going to happen. Nobody wants to back Ole Miss. Lane Kiffin is calling Kirby Smart fat into the microphone. I love it. It's fun stuff. What do you think? Buy on deck for the Bulldogs, getting past 7 to 7.5.
I don't know. I could go either way, to be honest with you. I sort of lean to the under. I think Mississippi is not as good as people think offensively. And also, this is, I believe, the first start for Trinidad Chambliss on the road in the FBS. It's pretty crazy to say that out loud because, of course, he's the quarterback now with Austin Simmons to the wayside. Doesn't mean that they can't cover or win. I just think Georgia's figured some things out defensively. Did not bet the game to go through 7, though. You're right, to open 6.5 and now be sitting 7.5. That's not, Marge Simpson betting that game. That's respected play. So I respect the respect. I'm not touching this one. I can't figure out which side you're on.
So did Austin Simmons just get Wally pipped, or is that where we're at? Because he's not on the injury report now.
I think Lane just said, see ya. Because remember, there was that game when he was supposed to play, and then Lane took him off the injury report. I can't remember who they were playing. Was it South Carolina? I can't remember. And Simmons was supposed to play. And that injury report on Thursday, Lane took Simmons off it. That was when On3 had Simmons in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, in. And he didn't play. And from that point forward, Lane just kind of moved on.
He stole his job, right? I mean, people are talking about him for Heisman. It's what happened. You probably can't go back. Even though Lane at the time was saying it's his job when he's healthy, right? That's what I remember.
Yes, he did say that. I could pull up the tip sheet and tell you exactly when it was and when it happened. So this would have been, I wrote about this on September 11th. Yeah, they played Arkansas. And Lane came out on Thursday night and took him off the injury list. And then he still didn't play. From that point forward, it's been, see you later. Bye.
Yeah. Okay, my first thought was Ole Miss plus 7.5. And the more and more I look at it, this is Georgia's toughest game left. They're just trying to push through this week. They're super focused on it. Both teams are. But they got a bye week that's looming. I think we're going to see some extra focus out of Georgia. I understand why we got to 7.5 on that. And I'm not overreacting Washington State. I'm not. But that's a very fair point that you bring up about Chambliss, because their only other road game was Kentucky week 2, and that's when the injury occurred. So I think the market is right on this. I'm not going to have a play. I was leaning Ole Miss at the start, and then a lot of this people that know a whole bunch about college football that we've had throughout the week, we've asked, hey, of all these teams here in the SEC, who's the fraud? They all said Ole Miss. Everybody. So I'm back.
Ed Salmons at the Westgate says he makes the game 10. So I think, we haven't admitted this yet. I was looking to play the dog, and then saw the line move, and then talked to Ed and thought, nah, I'm good. Sometimes it's the bets we don't make, Joe.
That's kind of where I'm at with USC. If I make a bet on Monday, I probably would have taken USC. But now I'm like, no, I like the over more. Yeah. Sometimes it's good to get more information on that if you want to wait a little bit. Do you have anything on Vandy LSU? Vandy home favorite
No.
-2.5? Nothing?
This is the first game in 51 games where Vandy is not an SEC dog, though. Isn't that crazy?
Amazing. That's an amazing nugget. And yeah, it's going to close that way. So it's.
Is Nussmeier hurt, or does he just stink? I don't know. I think
he stinks. It's been how many weeks now, man? Has he been playing hurt for 6 weeks?
So somebody yesterday said that LSU is Penn State light. And I thought, that's interesting. All the expectations, top tier quarterback, supposed to be a decent offense, and just not for whatever reason. Anybody looking to bet LSU, though, is looking at that defense against Pavia. So I understand. There are some guys that tell me they're going to take 3 if it gets there. I see most books. BetMGM's 2.5. LSU, still no 3s. Some guys would take 3, though, they told me. But this open pick 'em in Vegas, and right away, bang, right to 2. So take that for what it's worth.
Which quarterback do you trust the most in all of college football?
Carson Beck.
Oh, okay.
Still Carson Beck.
You did say Beck. But we both had Pavia near the top, and they're like, nah.
And they should have covered. Vandy definitely should have covered in that game, but it was the late turnover on downs and the Bama Anvil touchdown to cover late.
Yep. This is their first game since then. They had the bye last week, preparing for a couple of weeks. If anything, I would go to Vandy. I'm not betting LSU on this. Yeah, you're right. The offense you cannot trust at all. All right, there's something else that we wanted to bring up, and you came across this morning. Why don't you set it
up? Sure, happy to set it up. So I don't know why this is a thing. We talked a lot last year when Herb Street's old dog passed away, and then he showed up to the set basically the following week with a brand new dog. And I remember thinking, wow, that was really fast. And let me also start by saying I'm a dog guy. I like dogs. Dogs actually love me. I like dogs. Dogs love me. Very strange. But Herb Street posted a video of him throwing a tennis ball in a hotel hallway. And his new dog, I believe his name is Peter, is racing up and down the hallway at max volume, tracking down the ball and running it back. And this is a long hotel hallway. I don't know how long they played fetch in a hotel hallway with the dog off the leash. I'm not anti-dog. I'm anti that move, though. That's a crazy move, is it not?
Oh, it's insane. Okay, so I have a golden retriever as well. And, I'll make my jokes about it. Like when Tucker had to have surgery a few weeks back, I was like, does he really need it? Let's see how this thing plays out. Or once again, the wife was ranting because the lawn guy decided to leave the back gate open and Tucker was gone. And during the show, I found out later that she was running around the entire neighborhood like a madwoman. And then she eventually found him in someone else's backyard, just sitting at their back door, trying to play with their dogs there. I like dogs. I have a golden retriever. You send this video, I was like, what an insane move. Herb Street thinks he's such a superstar that he can do whatever the hell he wants. He's in the hallway of a hotel playing fetch with the dog, not at a dog park. Don't bother him to go find one of those. In the hallway. And trust me, I know how big these dogs are. When they're running, they're loud. That thing is going up and down the hallway. They're really loud. It's ridiculous. And put your dog on a leash. I know golden retrievers are very lovable and they just want people to pet them and they want to hang out by people. I get it. But guess what? Not everybody in the hotel likes dogs. Maybe there are people allergic. You never know how your dog's going to react. I can't stand people that let their dog run wild off a leash and just think that they own the place. And like, does he have to travel everywhere with the dog? There's nobody? Doesn't he have like 17 boys at home or something like that? If somebody that can watch a dog, he's got a lot of money. You can't pay somebody. I don't know. I just think it's so ridiculous. Like even my wife, who's dog crazy, loves our dog, probably more than me. Definitely more than me. If I were to suggest, let's travel with him, which I've done at times as a joke, she's like, are you nuts? There's no way we're doing that. That's how most
You're not
people would
taking
react.
the dog off the leash to play fetch in the hotel hallway. Jake, we have some audio from the tweet. Can we rip that?
Sounds like a horse. What if someone came out?
So he's whispering. Probably late at night. It's probably late at night or early in the morning because he's whispering.
Imagine somebody's parent or grandparent opening the door in the middle of the hallway, trying to walk to the elevator, and
Knocked
this
over.
dog is chasing after a ball.
Yeah, knocked over. A little kid gets trampled.
Yeah,
easily.
No.
He thinks he runs the show. I can't stand him.
I don't
Part
like
of it
that.
is
I don't like that
I know too many people that have known him a long time, and he's not the nice guy that he puts on camera. Let's just say that.
Neither's Benetti.
Herb Street, Benetti. That's what I think of. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Banianovich was not expecting that. Well, we are expecting 10 Toes Down next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
We are 10 toes down.
Are you sure?
Look into the camera and tell everybody, Femi.
We are 10 toes down.
It's time to take a stand.
We are heads up on this one.
I'm standing on business.
All these bets are action. We're 10 toes down on Bet Sweats.
You're heading into the wood chipper, my friend, but I respect you.
That's right. Every Thursday, 11 a.m. Eastern, it's time to put your 10 toes down. You got 10 toes down? You taking a stand? You calling your shot? You can tweet us BetSweats, bet_sweats over on X, bet_sweats. Sam, I got you last week. I won the battle. You won the war on John Mateer on the field. You called it with Texas, but Mateer ended up playing. But did he really? It would have been better without him, the way that he performed coming off of the injury there. But 10 toes down, we go around. What was Gertch's last week? Because he's always so wrong. We should start
Oregon by 40 was what Gertch said. How did you forget that?
Because he's epically wrong on everything. I don't think he's trying to be, though. Do you?
No, definitely not the Oregon by 40. That was not trying to be wrong. He could have said 20. He said 40. So we did 10 toes down as we do every Thursday, and he said Oregon by 40. And then Friday morning, Paul delivered the room, and Oregon was in the room. So we all knew the combination of Gertch and the room is something the universe can't handle. So I await. Look, I think I have a pretty good 10 toes down, but I can't wait until the end of the segment. I mean, the end is my favorite part. Because we've already heard 0-9 Indiana, winless Bears. Bears have not lost since. Blackhawks to make the playoffs. Oregon by 40 against Indiana. It's really, if Gertch is doing this the right way, it's a masterpiece. I don't know.
Right. There's no way.
I don't know what the intent is. I imagine it's not to be this funny, but it is naturally very, very funny. Okay, so I have two. Number one, UCLA is going to lose at home to Maryland. I feel really good about this one. You take a team that fired its coach, and you have the interim, Tim Skipper, who's done a really good job. They had an upset, then a second upset as an underdog. Now you're supposed to win. Now you take on a Maryland team. There's some bad blood from the meeting last year, but really it's about the number. Dog, now you're a home favorite in a building with no home field. How many people are going to the Rose Bowl? 20,000? Maybe. 22,000. I think the wrong team is favored here. I don't have 6 points for home field either. So I've got Maryland 3 points better on a neutral, and the line is UCLA minus 3.5. We are putting way too much stock into their last two games and not into what they really are. It's been a nice run. You give them credit for stacking dubs. But now you got to play a better team with a really good young quarterback, and I think Maryland's going to pull the upset. They're a 3.5-point dog. Take the points if you want, but Maryland's going to win against UCLA. The second toe down, I guess, I have a couple extra toes after the last few weeks or so. Kansas City Chiefs are not making the Super Bowl. I'm tired of it. Everybody wants to say, oh, no, they're going to make the Super Bowl. Oh, the season's over. It's October 15th, October 16th. Kansas City's going back to a Super Bowl. Where were you week 1, week 2, week 3? Where were you? Betting Ravens minus 2.5 at Kansas City? Yeah, that's where you were. Oh, now the Chiefs are good. Oh, now they're getting healthy, and now they're going to just breeze to another Super Bowl. Nope. 10 toes down, part 2. The Kansas City Chiefs are not making the Super Bowl.
I am all in.
Yeah, on your 5th team.
If it's not the Bills, who is it?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I wanted you to say Broncos so Paul could have an aneurysm.
No, it's not the Broncos, and it's probably going to be the Chiefs. I'm just doing a bit here.
I know. No,
10 toes down. The Broncos stink.
That's yours?
No, but impromptu.
Oh, okay. All right, we'll get to you.
What if the Chargers get healthy? What if the Ravens get healthy? I don't know, man.
Schwartz going to come back and play tackle?
I'm anti-Chiefs. No,
for the Chargers?
Now the Chiefs are going to win another Super Bowl.
You went from being the guy that bets the Chiefs every single year to being anti-Chiefs. Anybody but the Chiefs, right? Yeah.
Yep, that's where I'm at in life. But I promise you, from this day toward the future, you will never hear me pick the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl. It will not happen.
No, look, I mean, I bet it at 10-1. Paul bet it at 10-1. I don't know about you, Paul, but every time I hear somebody waxing poetic about how great they are and they're just even better and they're definitely going to the Super Bowl, it makes me a little uncomfortable to the point where I'm like, man, I'm holding a loser.
Yeah, I'm just holding on to the fact that we timed it perfectly.
We did. You definitely did.
CLV has never ended up in the trash can. Shout out, Dave.
Yep, no doubt about it. All right, couple good 10 toes down from Sammy P. Here's where I'm going. David Dexter's dead. Okay? Dead. Oh, you're going to play a real team. Here we are. National champions, right? This is the year. Everybody's back. Both running back. Doesn't matter. It's over. Oh, Joe, we know. We know they fired the head coach. No. You still have to play a season. Okay? At Iowa, at Ohio State, against Indiana. Minimum 6-game losing streak for the great Nittany Lions. They might be 3-6. In fact, I think they're going to be 3-6 heading into the last 3 games of the year. Michigan State, Nebraska, and Rutgers. They're also going to lose at least one of those. It is going to be a below 500 season. And I'm giving you Nevada, FIU, Nova. I'll give you those wins. You're still going under 500. My 10 toes down. Penn State will lose at least 6 games in a row, and they will finish the season below 500. Pathetic. People might not even want to go. You're going to have to put out a lot of money. So that's my 10 toes down. All right. Paul Aspen, what you got?
Wow. David Dykstra, RIP.
He's done. He's trying to talk himself into it, Paul. Like, oh, no, I'm happy now. I'm happy. You ain't happy. There's no happiness there. There's a lot of misery.
Number 2 in the AP poll coming into this season.
Right. Championship. Here we go. Now or never. It's never.
I got to back Sam up on Maryland because as they took the lead, as they were blowing out as UCLA was blowing out Michigan State on Inside the Betting Lines on Saturday, I said to PJ, I was like, I think I have to bet Maryland Alts next week before even just looking at the next matchup. So back up the money line, and then let's say Maryland minus 6.5 at plus 240 against UCLA. So that is 10 toes down. Number 1, I like Malik Washington. Maryland's got a very good defense. They've lost 2 one-score games to Washington and Nebraska. I think this level of competition comes down a little bit with UCLA, who could not be riding higher. More high? Whatever. Okay, now we go to the NFL. I've got multiple toes down, but that was, I guess, just a backing up Sam a little bit. All right. Number 1 in the Athletics power rankings. Number 1 in Sam's power rankings. 4-1 in one-score games. Bottom 10 rush offense. They have the number 1 rush defense in EPA per play, but they allow the 3rd most receptions and receiving yards to running backs. Hello, Jahmyr Gibbs. 10 toes down. Lions alts. Lions minus 9.5 against the Bucs. They win by double digits. And just
I would be very happy to concede my power rankings for your victory. Let me just be very clear with that. You can have it. Go for it.
I'm still blown away that Sam put him number 1. I thought he was going to keep him outside the top 5.
They're 5-1.
Because I brought up the Athletic before. Yeah. No, I mean, I get it. I totally get it. But it comes crashing down this week. And then, as I said the other day, I guess I got a whole foot down today. We've seen this so many times. We laid it out before the Washington game. Bears win the Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams revenge game, and they lose to the Saints. Hopefully, all of you take the Bears in Survivor, not you guys, but the Royal, all you guys, everyone else. And it's a double pick week in Joe's pool, so it seems like a great second option in Joe's pool for the Bears. Saints money line plus 195. The Bears are bottom 5 in success rate on defense, particularly bad against the pass. I don't know. Maybe we get an Alvin Kamara throwback game. Saints money line plus 195. 10 toes down.
Paul is just firing today, just emptying the clip.
The parlay Paul after the Philly disaster last week. We forgot some things to play with, some toes to play with.
So the Lions are going to. The Lions are going to knife the Sammy P's in back-to-back weeks. That's what you're saying.
Oof.
Chiefs last week.
Yeah.
Bucks this week. All right. Not that Sam bet it. I'm not saying that.
No.
Let's talk about power rankings. All right, Jake Hassan, what is your 10 toes down?
I will start going complete opposite of Paul. I think that the Bears win this week and then get smoked by the Ravens with or without Lamar in Baltimore. All the Bears fans will be so hyped, 4-game win streak, and they'll be saying, oh, give us Lamar. Give us the Ravens. We want Lamar to play in this game. And then they just get dump trucked, and then everything comes crashing down, and everybody loses their minds. I've seen this story. I know how this goes. Twitter, it's going to be ridiculous. All the Bears fans are going to be in Joe's mentions again. So Bears do beat the Saints this week and then just get their asses handed to them by Lamar and the Ravens in 2 weeks instead. And then one baseball one. I know you're not supposed to bet gut feelings. I just think we're getting vintage Scherzer tonight. I have no idea what it is. I just, for some reason, in Seattle, massive pitcher's park, he has good history against this lineup. I know everybody is going to be saying, oh, well, he's washed. We haven't seen him in 4 weeks. He's been on the shelf. He's always injured. I think he's a crazy person. I think he just goes out there and just absolutely shoves. I think the Jays win. And furthermore, this one's a little bit of a half toe, I guess. But if the Jays win tonight, too, I think they just win the series and the Mariners mariner this thing.
All right. Good stuff there, Jake Hassan. I was looking at that look ahead because I also expect Lamar to play after the bye. I figured that's what they were saving him for. It's 6.5. You might want to bet that. If you bet look aheads, it's going to be way higher than a touchdown when they announce Lamar's in. All right, the moment everybody has been waiting for. Brian Gertch. What is your 10 touchdown?
Wearing a Bulls shirt. Oh, no. I'm not even ready for this.
Kobe White.
So I'm afraid that, unfortunately, this segment has just turned into me fading my favorite teams. And in honor of the NBA starting next week on October 22nd, we are going to be fading the Chicago Bulls. You can get the Bulls under their win total of 32.5 wins at plus 105. Let's go ahead and fade them on opening night, too, against the Pistons. You can get Pistons money line minus 145 and Pistons minus 2.5 at minus 110.
I gotta say, I'm a little disappointed.
He brought the gear out. He was all ready. No, you should not be disappointed. This means that the Bulls are making the playoffs, right?
I was expecting alt unders, like under 15.5 wins. That's what I was waiting for.
I couldn't find them. I would have thrown that out if I could have. And you could. I would alt under everything Chicago Bulls related.
Bulls win the division. So he's positive Blackhawks. He's negative Indiana. He's negative Bears. He's negative Bulls.
What is Bulls to win the division? I didn't see that.
Yeah, we'll have to.
I might bet it. I don't care what it is, to be honest with you at this point.
Yeah, with all the injuries, we'll see. We're going to have to figure out some positive Bulls bets for sure. Gertch is providing a big opportunity for us to cash some big tickets, and we are letting it fall by the wayside. Come on, we've got to do something.
He did say opening night too, so we have a really nice
Detroit.
bet opening night.
Yep, we got to take the Bulls. Yep, no doubt about it. All right, Gertch, thank you very much. 10 Toes Down, always fun. We're going to get a book report. Find out where the sharp money is going. NFL, college football. What about baseball for tonight? What are they betting? John Murray will tell us from the Westgate. Joe O. Sammy P., you've got Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P. on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Bet Sweats weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, BetMGMNetwork.com. Also watch us on YouTube and Twitch. We now get a book report. We go out to Vegas, bring in our buddy John Murray at Vegas Murray over on X from the Westgate Superbook. John, a lot to get to. We got Thursday Night Football with week number 7 in the NFL here. We'll get to some college. But we were just chatting off air. Major League Baseball, you guys were happy with that result? So people were thinking that we're just going to sweep our way, or is that futures related?
Oh, no, big time happy. We'd love to see the Blue Jays. We'd love to see the Blue Jays win the American League. We'd love to see them win the World Series. We're in good shape, though, Joe. We got rid of Sam's Cubs. That was the team that had us nervous, was the Cubs. Once we got Sam's boys out of the mix, like we can't really get hurt on anybody, but best case scenario is the Blue Jays. So we'd love to see them come back, beat Seattle, win the World Series. A Dodger team looks pretty good, though, Sam. That's a decent little rotation they got right now. They look pretty competitive, man.
Yeah, you do not want the Dodgers to win the World Series, right?
We don't do that bad. We do lose. We lose like a peanut. I've heard some reports from other books that are in trouble if the Dodgers win it, that they would really take a bath. We did very poorly last year when the Dodgers won the World Series, so I can relate to that. But our team's done a good job of that. They've stayed ahead of it. They never really got us too sideways on the Dodgers. I'm happy with our position there, although it is a small loss.
So on a game-to-game basis, is it mostly Dodger money no matter what?
Yeah, that's the problem. That's a good point. I mean, that's what would really hurt us if the Dodgers do win the World Series, guys. I'm sure that would mean losing money on NLCS games and on World Series games. I mean, I know last year, one of the reasons we did poorly on the World Series is we had guys betting Dodgers run line, Dodgers team total over, and just parlaying the Dodgers with everything. We didn't do well in the World Series last year because the Dodgers won it all. But they look like a runaway freight train to me, fellas. I don't know how Milwaukee's going to be able to get back in this series. It's just that their pitching is just too deep. Their pitching's too deep.
Well, at least on top. I mean, the rotation wants to go 0-5 White Sox. Forget it. You're not gonna touch them in this series. As for NFL, I know we're going to ask about the Thursday night game eventually, but what's the first thing that jumps off the page of things that you've seen heading into the weekend?
There's a lot of money on Cleveland. You know, if you just work all week, you make some money, and you say, I want to take some of my extra money, I want to bet on the Cleveland Browns, Sam. I want to bet on Dylan Gabriel against the Miami Dolphins. That's where I want to put my well-earned money. Cleveland's a big supported team this week against Miami. I don't really see this being a great card of games. I do think the Monday night games are pretty busy for us. The Detroit, Tampa Bay especially, although there's a lot of injuries in that game, especially on the Tampa Bay offense. But I don't see this being it's not a great Sunday night game. The afternoon games are kind of ho-hum. So I don't know if this will be as busy as it was for us as last week.
Yeah, it feels like that's been a trend. And I think part of it is you throw two teams on Sunday morning and you get a subpar effort out of both of those teams. And then you have two Monday night games and you have a couple of buys like, wait, what are we going to do? Well, I'll just throw anything on in the middle of the day because they're going to watch and they're going to bet on it anyways. Seems like that's where we're at.
That's exactly what it is. Well, you're right. When you have a Thursday game, you have two Monday games, you have a Sunday night game, and then one of the networks, I'm sure, has a game in the afternoon that they asked for to be blocked off. I guess it's probably Commanders Cowboys in the afternoon, right? The 10 a.m., the 1 Eastern window ends up being pretty weak. And I think we do have one pretty good game in the morning with Minnesota and Philadelphia, but it's not a great card in the morning. You're right.
I just noticed, is that my girl Ellie or my guy Mario playing fetch right there?
Well, Ellie stole Mario's ball, and now she's giving it to me to throw for the both of them. So sorry about that, everybody. There's a lot of tension here at the Murray house. There's a lot of arguing and fighting.
I don't know if you saw the video of Herb Street playing fetch with the golden retriever in the hotel hallway. Have you seen this video yet?
Yeah, beautiful dog, by the way. Beautiful dog. Hey, stop. Beautiful dog, yeah. That's all.
See, Sam didn't like the video as much. Sam didn't like
What are you talking
about?
about? Sam, what do you mean? What's wrong with that? What's not to like?
I don't know what. There's a lot going on right now. I don't know what to do.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. I got my hands full here. I apologize, guys. Well, hold on one second. Hold on one second.
He throws the ball the first time, like that's going to be the last time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like
We had them. I had them. I'm sorry. I had them contained all morning. I'm sorry, Joe. Go ahead.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. What else are they betting besides Cleveland? What you mentioned they're betting. Is that respected money or just they're coming in on Cleveland?
No, that's respected money. I mean, we did see some sharp money this morning on the over in the Bears game. Bears Saints over. And then we saw sharp money. We've actually had a lot of money on the game tonight. I think the game tonight's not the most appealing game. Can I say that, Sam? But we did see some sharp money over 44.5, and we did see them take the Bengals and the points in that game. Question marks on the Bengals offense. I don't think the Steelers are as good as their record. I don't think the Steelers are a 4-1 team, but the Steelers might be able to waltz all their way to an AFC North title right now, guys. You know, we got them actually as a big favorite now in the AFC North. But they do need to take care of business in games like tonight. We will need the Bengals pretty big tonight, though. I do think I look at that short road favorite, and I know that so many parlays to the weekend are going to start tonight with Pittsburgh.
Yeah, you'd love to knock it out for sure. And also think about this. I mean, I'm not saying that this is something that I'm going to bet, but if the Steelers were to lose today, and then the Ravens bring Lamar back after their bye to take on your guy Caleb Williams next week, Baltimore could make up a lot of ground in a very short window. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they could, and I think you're right. The main thing, though, is they get to play the Steelers 2 times. So the reason why Baltimore can still catch these guys is I think Baltimore's already played most of their tougher games, and they get to play Pittsburgh head-to-head 2 times. So don't count Baltimore out just yet, although they have – it's not just Lamar Jackson. You know, Sam, you and I talked about this last night. Their defense is decimated. I think I'm seeing people questioning, is John Harbaugh going to get fired, which is something that, you know, a year or two ago that would have been a laughable narrative. But I think it needs to be discussed right now. The trains are off the tracks in Baltimore, a team that you go back to week 1, and our team at the Westgate thought this team is the best team in the NFL by a mile. And now look at them. They're in a lot of trouble.
So on yesterday's show, we decided to power rank the top 5 teams in the NFL. And it was a lot more challenging, I think, than we were expecting it to be. And we probably should have expected it because, John, I know you'd probably agree. Nobody's really good in this league. Like, nobody's great, right? Like, trying to figure out.
Nobody's head and shoulders above the
very
others.
top. Right. I don't know.
Yeah, well,
It's very challenging.
who'd you guys decide is number 1? Who's your number 1, Joe?
I put the Chiefs at 1.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's
hate.
fair just because of people are going to complain no matter what you do. People complain about beautiful golden retrievers running through hallways, Sam. I mean, people complain about everything. So I think Kansas City's fair. I still believe that Detroit is as good as anybody else when they're healthy.
Yep.
They had some key guys missing. How many penalties did Kansas City get called for on Sunday night, Sam? I didn't catch that number.
0.
Oh, interesting. So I wouldn't count out the Lions just yet, guys. I wouldn't count them out. I think, and then Philadelphia, they still have a roster that is as good as anybody in the league. They've got some problems right now, but it's a very long season. You know, we don't want to get too caught up on who's the best team in the middle of October. That's not really what counts. It's going to be who's the best team in January and February.
Do you believe more in the Bucks at 5-1 or the Colts at 5-1?
I'd say the Bucks. I'm such a fan of Baker Mayfield's. I think Baker Mayfield is so underappreciated. I think that pendulum is starting to swing a little bit. I think people are starting to realize how good he is. But once Tampa Bay gets their wide receivers back healthy, I do think that they're a better team than Indianapolis. I would say them. They also have some playoff experience, you know, guys. They've been in the postseason the last couple of years. They haven't had a ton of success, but they have been there. I think they know a little bit more of what it takes.
With John Murray, Westgate Superbook, this is Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich on BetSweats. John, let's transition over to the NFL. What is the game that is, rather college, what is the game that is getting the most amount of action so far?
There's a lot of people betting Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech's against Duke. I mean, I don't think that's probably what you expected me to say, but that's a game we're seeing a lot of money on. I think the premier game this week has to be the game Saturday night in South Bend. And a lot of people seem to think that line is too high. USC is bad. I think I've seen them as high as plus 10 in this game. But this is a big step up in class for USC. And I think it's going to be very interesting to see if they can stop Notre Dame from scoring. I have my doubts about that, guys. I think Notre Dame might be a little better than people realize. That's going to be a very well bet game for us on Saturday. It's also weird. As a big college football fan, I know all of us are. Isn't it weird to see that game being played in the middle of October? I mean, isn't that game usually played around Thanksgiving? I think it's a strange spot there, and I think it's a game that if Notre Dame wins it, they will likely end up back in the college football playoff.
Well, the other thing, too, about the Irish, with the 2 losses already in their pocket, they need to impress the committee. So there will be no bones about blowing a team out. If you're up 21-3 or 21-7, there's no way that Marcus Freeman is going to call the dogs off. There would be nothing more impressive than winning a game like this by 24 points.
Oh, that's a great point. And it really could be their last, I don't have their schedule in front of me, but possibly their last real marquee matchup. I know they have a trip to Pitt later in the season, but I don't know that they have another real primetime premium game. If they can run up the score, that's best case scenario for them. And I do think they'll make it to the playoff because I think the SEC and the Big Ten teams are going to be knocking each other off for the next 6 or 7 weeks. So Notre Dame, of course, Sam's right. They'll try to win this game by as much as they can. I agree with that.
A lot of pretty good matchups in the SEC. You're always going to get that once you jump into conference play in that conference. What jumps out as far as the book?
They're definitely betting on Missouri. And Missouri's a team. It's funny that game last week, the way we were set up was, okay, as long as Alabama doesn't win by exactly 3, we should do pretty well in this game. And then, of course, Alabama beat Missouri by exactly 3. That was a tough one. But Missouri is getting a lot of support again this week. And Ole Miss. Ole Miss, a team. I think that the betting public probably looks at that and they think that line looks a little bit too high. I'm not so sure if it is. But we'll find out. I think Ole Miss is a popular underdog play on Saturday.
Did you catch that, Joe? That's USC and Ole Miss. USC and Ole Miss. Interesting. And the coffee set.
And Georgia Tech.
See what he's doing?
And
Georgia
the
Tech,
point
man.
spread,
There's a lot of money on Georgia Tech.
Yeah. Popular
the point spread is
dogs.
climbing. Yeah. No, that's true.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's true. Although we saw that a few weeks ago, guys. One of the most popular dogs we've had all season at the Superbook was Oregon against James Franklin and Penn State. That was a very popular dog at our shop, and they got there. So it doesn't mean it's going to lose. Don't think that.
So what do they do?
I just don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you power rate Penn State at this point? I don't know how you guys do it.
That's going to be like, we were looking at the big premier games the next few weekends, and I think it's 2 weeks from this Saturday. The big game was supposed to be Penn State at Ohio State. It's not anymore, but yeah, that's going to be a huge point spread. I'll let the brain trust that I work with, like Ed Sammons and Jeff Sherman, do that, Sam. I have no idea. That Penn State is an absolute mess. I think Penn State did retain both of their coordinators, though, did they not? So I think there is some stability there. They just don't have James Franklin. And then, of course, Drew Aller is out for the season, although I was never a big fan of his.
Joe, after Iowa, you go at Ohio State, and then you round that trip out. You come home and you play Indiana.
Indiana. 6 straight losses right there.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
Oh, it's very possible. It's very possible. You know, Indiana is on the field is as good as anybody in the country. You know, they might not get the credit of an Ohio State, but look who they beat. I mean, they're playing great.
Are you rooting against someone for Heisman?
Let's see. Heisman. Well, we didn't want. I think we're pretty safe on Arch Manning, guys. I'm not too worried about that anymore. I know that, like, all kidding aside, the guy at the beginning of the year that we were worried about was Mateer from Oklahoma. He was a very popular play in the summer. I want to say he was as high as 40-1 in the summer, and then he gets hurt. I think he's, unfortunately for him, probably played himself out of the race with that game on Saturday and his injury. I think we're okay. Unless Arch comes off the pole, Sam, and gets himself back into the race. That would be unfortunate for the team at the Superbook. I'm not too worried about that though. Although hey, look, Texas is still out there. They could beat Georgia and they could get into the college football playoff, but they're not going to give the Heisman Trophy to Arch Manning.
Yep, no doubt about it. From the Superbook, John Murray at Vegas Murray on X. That's where he likes to interact with a lot of people. Thank you, John. Appreciate it, as always. Lightning Bets on the other side.
Thank you, guys.
BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, you better believe we're going to go to the room. Thursday Night Football, a couple of LCS games today. So lots to cover during Lightning Bets here. But Jake Hassan had some breaking news. Jake, what do you have to share with the class?
Don't worry, everybody. We have Steven's A-list for this week. Top NFL teams after week 6. Number 5.
Yeah.
Coming in at number 5, the New England Patriots. At number 4, the Pittsburgh Steelers. At number 3, the Kansas City Chiefs. At number 2, the Indianapolis Colts. And at number 1, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Bell.
It's worse than my list.
No. Oh, yeah, it is. It is, actually. There you are. Athletic, Sammy P, Stephen A. That's
so, again,
Tom Brady.
I shaped my list off of power rankings, not power ratings. Those are different. And I did not want to put a 5-1 team behind a 3-3 team. I just didn't. Now, if we were going to do power ratings, who are your, from an odds maker standpoint, I wouldn't have the Bucs in the top 5, but it is what it is.
Damn.
What? That's a seal.
Do you think it was a little bit closer to a seal? Yeah. Wonder if Stephen A's dog is in studio. That would really piss Gerch off. If he had his own office. People used to do that, I heard. At the BetMGM Network studios. People would bring their dogs.
Who used to bring a dog in?
Are you joking? You don't know this?
I've never heard. I have no idea what we're talking about.
Trista would bring her
brought a
dog to the
dog
studio.
in?
Yes.
Why?
And Gerch, who never went to that studio, very bothered by this.
I wouldn't bring my dog to work.
She would bring her dog. And I saw your guy GRP posted a video with Trista in it because she was interviewing Drew Dinsick about the NFL. So, he's on the warpath right now. So any kind of content he's going to get from Jay Croucher or Drew, he's going to put out there and try to pick apart.
I saw he made another announcement or two today. I didn't catch it yet.
I saw he was going to make the announcement. I didn't actually see the announcement. I'm sure it will fall flat, per usual. All right, let's go to the room.
Where's the room?
Paul Aspen here. Paul, where are we starting? Football or Major League Baseball?
Let's do baseball. Run through baseball, and then we'll get to football. All right, first game, a 6 Eastern, 5-ish Central, 5:08 Central start for Brewers and Dodgers. First game in Los Angeles in this series. So we're going Trios under a single at -140. Guess he's getting a hit. Most props at BetMGM. This is Glasnow under 6.5 strikeouts at -175.
Oh,
Yelich. Yeah. Yelich under a single at -150. They're fading Glasnow again under 15.5 pitcher outs at -115. And the number one most bet prop for a guy that can't see the baseball, much let hit the baseball. I guess he did have a C9 single RBI the other night. Ohtani, home run, +250.
Wow. They're fading Ohtani? Oh, no, he's hitting a home run.
No, they're hitting.
There's no way they're
No, I'm saying they're still like buying that at +250. Dude can't hit his way out of a shoebox.
Why? Yeah, it was a celebration when he got a single the other day. You're right. I don't get that. Okay.
He's due. All right, Blue Jays, Mariners. They are all over home run props in this game. Vlad home run, number 5 most bet prop at +400. Number 4 most bet prop, Springer home run at +400. Number 3, Suarez home run at +425. Today they're betting Naylor to hit a home run at +500. And to go with the over theme, I guess, is what they're counting on. Luis Castillo, under 15.5 pitcher outs at minus 185, the most bet prop at BetMGM for Blue Jays Mariners tonight.
Okay, so between the two baseball games, what are the highest juice props that are very popular today? Because I heard a lot of minus prices.
Castillo under 15.5 pitcher outs at minus 185 is the juiciest, I guess we would say. Glasnow under 6.5 strikeouts at minus 175 is right up there as well. Yelich under a single at minus 150.
Glasnow under strikeouts. Castillo under on outs.
Yep.
I hope they both lose. That'd be good. All right. What do you have NFL-wise?
All right. So NFL, where is the room for Browns for Steelers, Bengals? A lot of receiving yards they're eyeing. So number 5 most bet prop at BetMGM for Steelers, Bengals tonight. Chase over 74.5 receiving yards. Looked, I believe that's minus 115. DK Metcalf over 64.5 receiving yards, about the same price. Noah Fant over 27.5 receiving yards, the third most bet prop at BetMGM. Here you go, Sam. Number 2 most bet prop, Chase Brown under 13.5 rushing attempts. That's what you want to hear.
Okay. That's good. I like the over on yards, but this is a good sign.
And number 1 most bet prop for tonight between the Steelers and the Bengals, Darnell Washington over 22.5 receiving yards.
Oh, wait, what? Who? To do what?
Yeah, he's a minus 130, by the way. He's like, their backup tight end, number 2 tight end?
Darnell Washington. Did you say under or over?
Over 22.5 at minus 130.
Oh, my God. I got to bet the under on Darnell Washington. Are you kidding me?
Let me check something. I believe I may have seen something earlier that would point to this. Oh, no. I was looking at most receiving yards against by tight ends. I mean, they're both bottom 10, but it's not like they're the worst or something.
Not bad. Yeah, nothing crazy. Yeah. Somebody had to say something, and now it's out there. He had 5 for 62 in their last game the other day against Cleveland. So I guess that's why. I don't know. First 3 games, he had 0 yards. That's the larger sample. That's the one I would look at. Okay. Bet Darnell Washington. Wow. All right, Sam, lightning bets. What are you thinking? I want to think more after hearing some of those reports.
Right. I'm going to do the Chase Brown over on rush yards, 44.5. That is such an insanely disrespectful number. If he runs for 22 yards, then I'm done with him. But I think this is a good buy point, and I'll take the points. Give me 5.5 with the Bengals.
Okay. 5.5. We'll make that a show play because I like the Bengals too. I'm going to take the Bengals and the points. Chase Poppin there scares me. He's always going to be up there. But it's just enough for me to say I'll do the Flacco attempts like I was thinking. 36.5 Flacco over on the attempts. And I'll tell you, just after hearing how popular some of those heavily juiced props are, I'm considering going Oppo. Whether it's Darnell Washington to go under, Glasnow to go over on the strikeouts. I think we all could see that because they're laying $1.75 on the under. And Castillo on the outs, going opposite that. You said they went under, so the fade would be over, right? Minus 185.
Yep.
Okay. Interesting to take a look at. But yeah, I'm doing Bengals and I'm doing Flacco attempts. I'm thinking about Toronto, Seattle under after all of these home run props, after seeing 17 runs last night. But I would think that's going to climb throughout the day. So maybe I'll get there on that one as well. Paul Aspen, where are you going?
I'll just repeat one of the ones from 10 toes down. I like the Lions to take it to the Bucks on Monday night. So we're going alts there. Detroit -9.5. And Maryland, backing up Sam on Maryland, money line against UCLA.
All right. I know Jake Hassan will have some baseball plays. Swing big on your next bet with an MLB postseason odds boost token. Use your token to net a bigger payout on a winning bet at BetMGM. Jake?
I can't shake the feeling that Scherzer's just going to be the Scherzer 5 years ago. I'm probably the idiot. Can't wait to get clowned for it tomorrow. But I'll take the Blue Jays on the money line. I think that there's a good chance they win after the room's on all of these homers for Mariners guys too. I actually feel better about that. So I'll go Blue Jays on the money line. I think they continue to keep it rolling. And I already liked Glasnow, but those unders make me feel amazing now. So over 6.5 Ks, that's plus money for Glasnow, and I'll ladder it up to 10. 10 strikeouts for Tyler Glasnow is 12-1. Does anybody think that's right? Anybody? It's better than 12-1, actually. So I'll be on the Glasnow ladders, too. He has really good history against this Brewers lineup, more than a 30% K rate and a pretty good sample size. So I'll take Glasnow over the Ks and up the ladders up to 10.
So the streak stops at 6. We're going to get a home team winning tonight?
I think the Dodgers win.
Yeah.
I think they're going to sweep. Wild. Like, it's just the Brewers got nothing.
You do. How long's the other one going? 7?
6.
Okay.
5.
I think 7. 5? Seattle?
How long's the World Series going?
4, 3.
Yeah, you got Toronto Blue Jays. You need that. You need this one.
I need Toronto. You're right. I do.
Yeah. What was that, Paul?
Saying how long's the World Series going? Dodgers versus either.
5.
Yep.
3, 2, 1, 5.
That's it. We decided. 100%. All right. Join us for a Football Friday tomorrow. Be here 9 a.m. Eastern. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. Thanks for watching and listening to Bet Sweats right here on the BetMGM network. Make sure you're subscribed to the podcast. If not, and tell a friend. Talk tomorrow right here.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on auto draft, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. It is a Thursday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us. Speeding towards the weekend on a Friday Junior, as Dylan likes to call it. Coming up in our final hour, well, look who we have here. Some shows save the big guns for Friday, not us. We're bringing in our good friend Chris Mack to talk Bengals Steelers, maybe some Penn State talk as well. We'll have our own preview of tonight's Thursday night football game in 20 minutes, and the Dogster is along at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium as we stream our final hour. We're doing that on X as well. If you want to stream yourself, easy to do. Just go to BallySportsLive.com or download the Bally Sports Live app. It's been too long since we talked to our next guest. Here he is, host of the Caboli and Mac podcast. You can see him on the BetMGM network as well. It is our good friend Chris Mack. Come on, look at this.
Oh.
Single guy. Oh, two people. There he is. Chris,
Hello,
how you
friend.
doing?
A couple claps.
Quick question. Yeah, we got a couple claps in there. Are you aware, as someone who has kids who are right in the middle of this, of the whole 6-7 thing? That is really...
I have a 12-and-a-half-year-old son
There we
who's in
go.
7th grade.
Yes,
Every opportunity, especially in the midst of math homework,
God.
is an opportunity to bring up 6-7, which, you know, I was really shocked that the Steelers-Bengals line would just sit at 5.5 the way it has all week. I thought it would get to 6-7.
There it is.
I knew that was coming.
Yes.
Boo!
Oh, yeah. Get it in there. Loved it. I saw it and I was like, bring it. Bring it. Hit me head on with it.
If there's
Absolutely
anybody
not.
who's down for cheesy cultural references, guys, you know it's this guy right here.
I just have a problem with it because it has no meaning. Like, at least, like, our generation did, like, 6-9, nice. Like, at least there's a meaning to that. Like, I
We're
understand it's not
also from
great
a generation,
meaning, but...
Chelsea, that strung out the what's up for about a year and a half too long.
That's true.
After those commercials.
That was an actual reference, though, and you would say that as a greeting to people. Like, you used it in a logical sense. Like, 6-7 has no context.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with this generation's ability to turn just nonsense into their catchphrases, like skibbity and Riz and all that. I don't know.
Oh, God. I don't even want to be alive anymore. God, can we talk about football?
I guess. I mean,
Yes.
the Bengals and the Browns, both very Ohio. I mean,
yeah. All right, Chris.
Well, and I was saying this, like, it's the battle of the old guys tonight. Like, it's not going to be a bunch of skibbity-doo and Riz between Joe Flacco and Aaron Rodgers, at least. Like, at least we will get none of Gen Z's nonsense tonight.
No.
So a 5.5-point spread. So I think our first question is, 5.5 points, divisional matchup. Does it feel like too much?
no, I think it's just about on target because, in all seriousness, if you do get to the 6-7, seriously, I think it's
God.
too much in a divisional game, especially a road Thursday night game in the division. I think that does get to be pushing it just a little too much. Let's be clear. The Bengals without Burrow are a disaster, and it doesn't even speak of their defense. And we'll see if Trey Hendrickson's actually able to play tonight. Even if he is, he's the only player of import on that side of the ball, really. And the Steelers' offense, for what it's worth, has started to find a little bit of an identity, right? So I think what you're seeing from them is a willingness under Arthur Smith to kind of lean into your typical Arthur Smith game plan, which may not be very sexy and exciting, but you're going to get multiple tight ends. You're going to get that jumbo 6th offensive lineman package. that they've used pretty effectively the last 2 games. And so they're going to commit to using those players. Darnell Washington, who we've been talking about here in Pittsburgh for a couple of years, the giant tight end they drafted out of Georgia a couple of years ago, has really started to come into his own, and they're showing an ability and a willingness to use him even more so than Pat Freiermuth or Jonnu Smith. So if you're looking for an anytime touchdown, Darnell would not be a bad look. I really think the Steelers offense is starting to lean into that identity of, okay, and they would never phrase it this way, but let's not ask Aaron to do too much. Let's not put the whole game on his shoulders. That term game manager is a pejorative. We know that in the modern day NFL, but that's all they need Rodgers to be. The intelligent 40-year-old quarterback who walks out there, has seen everything, knows how to react to it, and actually has some protection in front of him to do what he wants to do, which they've improved upon in the last few games as well.
Chris, Steelers are 4-1, but how good is Pittsburgh really? I don't mean that to sound derisive, but I think that record based on the weakness of the division might be a little bit of a misnomer.
Yeah, I think it's a fair question, Jenks, and I think the 2 top teams that weren't expected to be at the top of the AFC this early in the year, the Colts and the Steelers, are going to have a lot of questions answered about them in the next few weeks, including when they meet each other in a couple of weeks here. I think we're going to learn if these teams are for real or if they've just padded their records early on by doing what they need to do and playing bad teams who don't know how to do what they need to do or can't do what they need to do. You look at Indy's schedule over the next couple of weeks. Obviously, they've got the Chargers this weekend. Probably a test for the Chargers as well, right? Given all the offensive line injuries. And then once they host Tennessee, they come to Pittsburgh. They've got Atlanta over in Germany. And after the bye week, they get KC, Houston, Jacksonville, Seattle, San Francisco. So we're going to learn a lot about Indy over the next month to 6 weeks. Same goes for the Steelers, because after this Cincy game, they host Green Bay in prime time. They get the Colts. They get the Chargers. They've still got the Bills, and what by then may be a healthy Ravens squad on the schedule twice in the back third of the season. So I think it's a fair question to ask. I think what we've seen from the Steelers is, like I said, a willingness to start to find that Arthur Smith kind of identity on offense. And on defense, they're doing what you expect from a Steelers defense. They're taking down the opposing quarterback. They're forcing turnovers. It saved a game for them in New England earlier this year. So don't ask the quarterback to do too much. Lean on your tight ends on the offensive side. And let's not forget they still have DK Metcalf available to them. And then on defense, just let TJ Watt and Cam Hayward and Jalen Ramsey make plays. Ramsey had 2 sacks last week. They're moving him all over the field. They're starting to get, which was not really a hallmark of Mike Tomlin-led defenses since Dick LeBeau was pushed out of town a while back. They hadn't relied on a lot of creative pressures to get to the quarterback. They've gotten more creative in the last couple of weeks, as we saw with Jalen Ramsey coming off the slot to blitz. Nick Herbig, who is their third edge behind Watt and Alex Highsmith. They put him on the field at the same time as Watt and Highsmith a couple times since Highsmith came back last week. So they're getting more creative on that side of the ball. And that, especially whether you're talking about a rookie quarterback like they faced last week in Dylan Gabriel on the Browns, or I think an older, less mobile quarterback like Flacco tonight can create some chaos for the opposing offense.
All right, so Mama wants a same game parlay. So can you help me build some legs of this? Like, what are some good props? Like, normally you see a total of 43.5. You're like, uh-oh, maybe not a great game for props. But I do think there are some guys that are maybe worth considering. Like, I was looking at DK Metcalf. It feels very obvious because he's had back-to-back great games. But, like, what are some legs that we should throw in our same-game parlays?
I think if there's a DK prop that you like, I wouldn't hesitate for a second to put that in there. Rodgers, he's become Rodgers' go-to guy. They've had a good chemistry, really, since the start of training camp. A couple of the throws that you saw to DK against Cleveland were the same exact things we saw them working on way back in training camp at St. Vincent College back in July and August. So they've found a rhythm there. Rodgers knows he can go to him. Rodgers missed him once on a deep ball. Or I guess you could argue maybe Metcalf didn't work back to it the way he should have, but they had an opportunity for one of those against Cleveland as well. And this isn't a Bengals secondary that's going to light your hair on fire. It's not really going to inspire you. So DK is a look. I mentioned Darnell Washington for an anytime touchdown. I would take a look at his props as well. And I wouldn't have a problem with the under in this game. I mean, again, we're talking about a Steelers defense against a 40-something-year-old Joe Flacco. They do have all of their corners healthy and available, Pittsburgh. Joey Porter Jr., I mentioned Ramsey, Darius Slay. The one thing to keep an eye on, I don't know if it'll be as much of an effect against a Bengals offense whose tight ends are a bit beat up right now, but Deshaun Elliott did not make the trip to Cincinnati. It's a non-injury related reason, so we may get a Chris Jones situation where whatever the personal issue that gets worked out, he runs onto the field for introductions after getting to the stadium 15 minutes before game time. I don't know about that, but Elliott has been, when he was out, the defense really struggled. And since he's come back, he's been the key to unlocking a lot of big plays in that secondary. So I would keep an eye on that. But if you're looking for a Steelers same-game parlay, Metcalf is a good look. Darnell Washington is a good look. And despite all that, I'd still lean under, especially that we've got a number approaching the mid-40s.
Chris, I wanted to ask you about Penn State. So,
do you have to, Jenks?
I don't, but you know, if we can talk 6-7, we can talk Penn State.
Yeah.
So
both
James
equally
Franklin.
atrocious right now. The
Yes,
6-7
absolutely.
and Penn State football.
So why couldn't James Franklin win big games? Does he just not have it in him? And who is the next head coach in Happy Valley?
I think it was just a matter of James Franklin is a very good program builder. We know what he did at Vandy years ago, right? And I think he did a similar thing at Penn State. He really did build the program back to national prominence. Bill O'Brien gets a ton of credit for keeping it afloat. James Franklin built it back to national prominence. And a lot of us in the Penn State fan base, I think, have been sure to make that point over the last 5 days. He gets credit for that. He does. But he was never going to be the guy who took that final ascent to the peak, right? He's proven that with the record against top 10 teams and in big games. I don't know why he could never get that response from his players or why he froze in those moments. That's something for him to figure out at his next stop, which hopefully comes sooner rather than later, so it lessens the buyout. But I think, look, the initial reaction is there a way to poach Curt Cignetti from Indiana? That's been brought up not just because Curt Cignetti has done an amazing job at Indiana, not just because it's a Big Ten school, but because Kurt's from Western PA. He gets the football ethos of Western PA, and I think you offer a guy from Western PA a boatload of money to coach at Penn State, it's going to be very enticing. So the one problem with that is I've talked to some Penn State insiders is he's 64. He's a great coach. He's done a fantastic job, but how long is he going to be around for this gig? This is still something